can start. Let's go ahead and start.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving up your time today to meet with us today. We want to look to review and discuss the topics outlined on your agenda. We also appreciate your contributions in helping to shape the items we'll be covering today. Please know that today's meeting is a work session. That means no formal action will be taken on any of the items discussed. The time is intended to help us gain a clear understanding of the agenda topics and to address any questions you may have. Our first item of discussion will be the Anderson School District 5 Strategic Plan and our accreditation through Cognia. Ms. Elrod will be presenting this information and will reference materials located in your notebooks under the Anderson School District 5 Strategic Plan tab. So I'm going to ask Ms. Elrod if she'll come forward, but again, the information she is sharing is in your notebook underneath the strategic tab.
Right. And before Ms. Elrod gets started, just want to make a note that Mr. Thompson called. He's on his way. He's dropping off a child at school.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and esteemed colleagues in the room. I am grateful to be starting off the morning this morning talking about our strategic planning and our Cognia review that we have been working on for the last several years, I'll say it that way. But thank you for allowing me to update you today on where we are in our mid-cycle review of Cognia and our goals and our strategic plan. I want to convey to you that we have layered many pieces of this process so that as a district, we are striving to reach common goals and align the processes to be somewhat in sync with one another and not as a standalone item for our schools and our principals to participate in. All interdependent processes are critical to our institution's sustained excellence and accountability. This presentation is designed to provide you with an overview of measurable progress achieved against the key performance indicators outlined in our current strategic roadmap, the Cognia process, which our accreditation cycle serves as a crucial external validation, ensuring our operational strategies and continuous improvement efforts are rigorously aligned with global standards and educational quality. So as I work through these slides, please let me know if you have any questions, but we're trying to look at our organizational health and associate our board's pivotal role in supporting both the effective implementation of our long-term strategies. So, for some of you, just to update you and remind you, what is Cognia? This was formed by the merger of two established bodies, Advanced Ed and Measured Progress. Our continuous improvement is an embedded behavior rooted in an institution's culture, constantly focusing on conditions, processes, and practices to improve teaching and learning. The primary goal is to help institutions enhance teaching methods and curriculum, meet rigorous standards, and prepare students for success in a complex world. I want to turn our attention to our review, which happened in 22-23 with the school year 22-23 with our Cognia performance standards and ratings. I know this is very small. These are outlined in your notebook if you would like to turn to the Cognia piece within your strategic planning portion. But I just wanted to explain some of this as you're looking through that information. Teams in all schools across the district reviewed the standards and did self-ratings with evidence for each standard in their school, and we also participated in that as a district. These were combined for the district averages that you see here, individual performance standards across leadership, learning, and resource capacity. They're rated on a 4-point scale. The goals and expected performance is a score of a 3. So in most areas you see that we hit the 3s, in some we went to 4s, and exceptional performance is a score of a 4 across that area. A lower score of a 1 or 2 indicates areas that are insufficient or only initiating improvement areas, and we are trying to get to the area that is sustained within every district, which is a 3 or a 4. So there are 2 pages worth of performance standards and ratings, and once again, I realize these are small on the screen, so you can reference these within your notebooks. But just to talk about their findings when they left us about 2.5 years ago. They wanted to leave us with some noteworthy practices that we have within our district. The district has a strong commitment to actively engaging stakeholders in our decisions. A variety of systems are in place to provide instructional support for teachers, fostering effective collegiality and collaboration in support of learners. Formal and informal leadership opportunities are available to cultivate leaders. Relevant curriculum and curriculum resources are available for most programs. There is a long-standing tradition of academic excellence and appropriate processes to evaluate programs and practices in the district. And finally, learners are supported to take risks and have equitable opportunities to realize their potential. Those were all the areas that they commended us on when they were here for our visit. They also gave us a final overall performance of the institution as summarized in the Index of Educational Quality score. This ranges from 100 to 400. The average range for institutions evaluated by Cognia typically falls between 278 and 283. As you see here on the slide, we are 317. So an IEQ score of 275 and above generally indicates that the institution is beginning to reach the impact level, meaning practices are sustained and becoming ingrained in the culture. For a high performance district, scores exceeding 300, which we do, particularly those well into the 300s, are considered exemplary and indicate performance significantly above the network average. And as you see here, we are above the threshold for impact. At the midway point of Cognia, they have asked us to review our focus areas of instructional growth. We have leveraged the Cognia performance standards. You can see here listed the rubric. And all three critical areas we are currently prioritizing systemic improvement efforts fall within the improved domain on this rubric. This classification affirms that we are actively using results to inform our continuous improvement, and we are demonstrating measurable progress over time. Our strategic objective for the remainder of this accreditation cycle is to transition these practices into the impact domain. Achieving the impact level is the far right of the rubric and will formally validate that these effective practices are embedded, sustained, and integral to the culture of our schools, producing clear, positive results across the institution. On this slide, you will see the summary of the findings of they came from the initial review, but these are the three areas that we are working toward now to improve upon. And we can just go over these really quickly if you don't mind me taking just a moment. And the first one there is refine and closely monitor the MTSS process. The MTSS process is about multi-tier support for students. And we have implemented, with your support, interventionists across our district that are helping us to pull our lowest 20%. We're also looking at the MTSS process with behaviors in our schools, and we're including specific individualized intervention strategies to help learners reach their potential. The second area for improvement was to develop and enact a district convention that would formally analyze each program, processes, curriculum, pacing guides, and resource in support of the continuous improvement process. This process has been enacted to evaluate programs. We are using PDSA cycles, that is plan, do, study, and act, or adopt upon processes that we have and trying to improve those processes. That is something I will talk about a little bit more as we go through strategic planning. And then finally, our third area for improvement was to review and revise curriculum materials to provide deeper rigor and opportunities for increased learner-centered practices. And one of the things that we are looking at statewide, we've adopted new ELA and math standards across our state and new textbooks to support that. So that is something in the process across the state, but also our teachers are very involved in learning those materials and working through the challenges of the new adoption as we speak. Any questions on Cognia this morning?
How many years have we been with Cognia?
Oh, this is our third go around with Cognia. Cognitive, Mr. Dix, you may know that
You mean
better.
when, a change of name? I mean, they used to be
Just use-
SACS, Southern
Oh.
Association of Colleges and Schools.
So it's not anything, we've been with them a long time?
We
long
have
time.
to. We have to have the accreditation process because if we're not an accredited district, then our graduates from our high schools are not readily accepted into four-year colleges.
Now, Ms. Burris, to add to that, we do have to be accredited, but we don't have to use Cognia.
Right.
So if it's the board that wants to use a different venue, we can definitely look into that. There is accreditation through the State Department as well, but it has been historically through Anderson School District 5 that we've used an outside entity.
Right, I saw that every school in South Carolina uses Cognia. So, instead of the state, so I was just wondering, you know.
They're,
And Mr. Dukes is
they're
right.
set up to do that. I will say that I read an article a month or two ago that University of South Carolina is looking to kind of break away from Cognia. I don't know what they're looking to do, but I'm very interested to see how that comes out. So, they need accreditation as well, so.
Correct, yes. And as Mr. Dukes mentioned, it used to be the SACS accreditation, which brought in external entities to review and discuss our progress and the continuous improvement cycle.
Thank you.
So as we move forward into the next phase of this, let's talk about strategic planning. So the State Department of Education strategic planning process is a process that begins with thorough assessment of current educational outcomes, challenges, and resources within our district. Stakeholders are involved in this process. It is a collaborative effort requiring the engagement of all key stakeholders, including educators, administrators, parents, community leaders, and they gather insights and feedback from all of these entities. Some of you have sat in on our annual meetings that we have to talk about where we're at with our strategic planning. Clear goals are established to align with measurable outcomes to guide all efforts. These goals are centered on three main objectives: improving student achievement, closing the achievement gaps, and preparing students for college and career success. Strategies are developed to directly address identified needs. Examples include curriculum enhancements, teacher professional development, and technology integration. Once again, continuous improvement is the process designed for monitoring and adjustment can be made through the cycle to ensure the plan remains responsive to changing educational demands. So we look at this every year when we get our scores back, and we make sure that we are hitting target. Our current timeline plan is from the 2023 school year to 2027-28. That is our 5-year cycle for our strategic plan. This plan provides demographics about the district, and in your handouts there is a demographic page that you will see, let me back up, that shows our latest information by school. I'm not sure if it was in that section, Dr. Kelly, or if it was just an add-on. But you can see it's a chart that is listed there, so you can see the latest demographics in our schools as of this week.
This one?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
That one right there. It shows you.
What page is that?
2.
Oh, my head.
There was one in there that was from January. Is that the January one, Mr. Doug? Because there's a loose.
January the 7th,
There's
25.
another one that's inserted somewhere in your notebook that was a loose page that looks very similar to that. Looks like this. There we go. Looks like this one. It was hole punch, so it may not have been fully placed into your notebooks. But that's the latest information if you want to look at numbers per school and demographics
page.
across school.
Here's the last page. It's right under SPCCA presentation. Yep.
Everyone there? Okay. Just wanted to give you that information so you could see our demographics across our schools and look at where we are as a district with our numbers and our percentages of ethnicity and some of the things we'll talk about through the process. So areas that we are addressing through our strategic plan are our academics with SC Ready ELA, SC Ready Math, SC Ready Science, our multi-language learners, our student progress in our bottom 20%, our college and career readiness, our district climate, and our teacher retention. Each area has a list of strategies on how we are addressing the area, the funding possibilities, and how we will measure that outcome. Our goal across the board is to maintain or increase in each area each year by 1 to 2%. Okay? So we're going to go over those areas briefly, just to let you know how we are progressing since the 22-23 school year. As you can see here, the first slide that I have is SC Ready, ELA meets and exceeds. And on this slide, as you will notice, our target for the 22-23 school year was projected data to be at 51%. Our actual data was 57.4, so we hit that target. In 23-24, we increased that target by 2%. Although decreased in 23-24, we hit the target of the 23% at 56.2. Our target this year, moving up 2% more to 55%. We also hit that target at 58.6, and we surpassed what we had made the year before. So that is kind of the format that we'll look at moving forward in all of those areas that I mentioned in the last slide. But that is for ELA, SC Ready, 3rd through 8th grade, ELA. This is our same test for only our GT students. And as you can see here, although we are not happy with how we hit the last measure, we have had a decrease there. We are hitting our targets for our strategic plan. And that is with our GT population.
Kelly, let me go back. If you'll go back to that former slide, just so that the board members know, we have had this conversation with all of our administrators and talking with them, and that conversation of, if you're looking at, go to the GT portion. Perfect. So you'll see that while we met the target at 70% that is projected over this 5-year span, we had a 10% decrease in our GT. Well, that's an issue. And so we talked with our administrators, and we talked about this decline and how, while we met the target this year, if that decline continues, the target will not be met next year. And so Kelly Elrod and her team and the administrators are working with our teachers to ensure that every student is receiving instruction based on their achievement level, and that is being assisted with us through the new program iReady. That's just one piece of it, because MAP last year, while it gave us great data, it didn't give us any additional resources for our teachers. And so our teachers were spending plenty of time and hours after school trying to determine, this is the standard that my children don't have, what can I do to help them? Whereas iReady, it gives them materials the minute the student finishes the test, and it's called a personalized learning pathway. So our GT teachers are looking at what they need to be doing to help our folks as well, but that additional resource, I think, is going to help that as well. So I just wanted to add that.
And while we're talking about that with curriculum, the state used to approve alternative curriculum for gifted and talented students across the board. They no longer have that as a process. So what they're asking us to do is to look at that standard and not to move the child past that standard to the next grade level standard necessarily, but to dig deeper for further and deeper understanding for that gifted and talented child. So that's a shift from the State Department in understanding what the gifted child needs and how we're addressing those areas with curriculum.
So, Ms. Elrod, when did they don't let the alternative curriculum be used? Did the decline happen then, possibly?
Well, we realized it this year. We've not taken those materials out. They didn't say take the materials out of the classroom, but they have just been discussing how we need to address gifted and talented children instead of a separate piece and a separate track, getting them to understand their grade level standards in a deeper way. For example, I'll give you a very real life example. So 8th grade students who can take high school credit bearing courses, they can get that credit for ELA and math as an 8th grader, a Carnegie unit. But they still have to take the assessment that is an SC Ready assessment. So the standards they're hitting are high school standards in those areas, ELA and math, but we're assessing them on an 8th grade standard, which is an assumption that they have been taught those 8th grade standards.
Right.
So we've got to go back and capture in the middle schools be sure that they have content in that 8th grade while accelerating them to give them the high school information too.
Right. And on that previous slide where it said meets and exceeds,
Uh-huh.
I just was wondering, I know before there were separate, you had your meets category and you had your exceeds, but those have done both, is that?
We combine those together in our strategic plan. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Burris, the reason those are combined together, and we've done that historically, is because meets means children are performing at grade level, exceeds is above. So those two numbers combined means the entire, out of that population, how many kids or where they are or above that. So that's why we typically combine those. But we do have that separated out if you need that too.
Okay. Moving forward, let's look at math for just a moment. So in our SC Ready Math Meets and Exceeds, our target began with 47%. You can see that math has been our issue. And we are looking at that across the district, but also with our new standards in math, our new curriculum. We feel very good, along with iReady, and how that is addressing student needs. It has changed the model that we use in math with instruction now. Instead of it being a model of the teacher demonstrates the skill and what they want the student to do, then they practice it together, then they move to an independent practice time for students. What now the curriculum is allowing students to do, and a very big shift in mindset for our teachers, is not wanting that demonstration to happen at first, but to have some productive struggle, where kids get to try what the math looks like, the problem, etc., to see what they can do, for the teacher to assess how they're working through that problem, and then provide instruction to correct those issues. It kind of flips the script on our teachers and what the students are having to do now. So it's a little bit of a shift in how we're looking at our math instruction across the district. And then for our GT Math Meets and Exceeds, we hit those targets once again. We had a drop there this year, but we're working on that through our new math curriculum and our iReady processes.
Kelly, if I could, I apologize. Was someone else speaking? I apologize.
No, what I would like to do, just to see the math that's being taught. Is there any way that I could go into a class where she's teaching or he's teaching this math? Because I think that's the biggest thing that I hear from parents about is this math. And I thought we were going back to some other type of math instead of this math that we were using.
Yes, ma'am. We have new math standards, so we can help parents if they want to attend. I know several of our schools have already had several parent nights where they've asked parents to come to understand math and understand how to break it down, and then they've actually left those events with math activities to do at home. So we are working at that. We do understand that. But yes, so the new math standards that have been adopted, we are working along with our parents to help them understand that. Yes, ma'am.
Whatever grade level you'd like to go to, I can take you to a math class.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you think that's part of the problem with our math, is that some of the parents just don't understand how to work with their kids with the math at home?
Yes.
It could be, yes, it could be that, but I don't want to blame our parents
Yeah,
for
I'm
that
just-
as well.
yeah.
But it could be, but it also could be attendance. You know, as we pulled our numbers, the children that had less than 18 absences, remember chronic absenteeism is 18, whether it's excused or unexcused. When we pulled our children, how they scored on SC Ready and compared that to absences, if the students were in school less than those 18 days, most of them were meets and exceeds. But if they're more than 18 absences, then that's where. So it could be that issue as well. But I wanted to share some data, and I apologize, Ms. Elrod. I wanted to share some data as I looked at similar districts for math and how we are scoring compared to that. In math are similar districts. Now, you know similar districts are districts' poverty levels. That doesn't mean, similar doesn't mean because they're in the upstate. That's not similar. It's a 5% above us in poverty and 5% below us. So when I look at our similar districts, in math, we were 7 out of 18. Now, that's not where we want to be, by any means. But then when I looked down, and I want to pull it over here, when I looked down by grade level, those same similar districts, third grade was an issue for us. It was a huge issue. We were 12 out of 18. Huge issue for us. Fourth grade was 9 out of 18, still not where we want to be. Fifth grade was 6 out of 18. Sixth grade was 4 out of 18. And seventh and eighth, we were first out of 18. So it's that elementary piece of understanding math or middle school. And if you think about it, elementary teachers are teaching it all, right? Whereas in middle school, they have content area focus. It is math. And so we're working with our elementary folks. We are working with our parents. We are working. But when it comes to middle school and even fifth grade, we're in the top third. We always, when Mr. Dukes was here as well, we always tried to be in that top third. Fifth grade through eighth grade in math, we're in the top third. Third and fourth is where we're having to make sure our children are understanding math. And I know Kelly Elrod and her folks are working diligently on that.
And I wasn't throwing our parents on the bus. I just know a lot of people understand math, but teaching it to somebody's a whole different ballgame.
That is very true.
I had my first brother-in-law was an engineer, a brilliant guy. But if you couldn't add 1 + 1, why not? I mean, just
Exactly.
he could.
Yeah.
It just made sense to him. And I think sometimes that's an issue.
And it's strategies. I think that's what Ms. Leverett's pointing to,
Yeah.
that there are a variety of strategies. The way I learned how to compute math and the way you all did is not the same strategies that our teachers are being asked to show our children. And I think that's being asked so that children have multiple ways to understand math instead of just memorizing one, right? Because if I can memorize that one and it works for me, great. But if I can't, then I don't do well in that. So we try to give them other options. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
And I'll add to that, the textbook company this year, which is, they're also, is iReady Math, which is not the same as our iReady Diagnostic, but they're called the same. We've had to say math curriculum over the diagnostic to be clear about what we're talking about. They have provided phenomenal professional development coming into the beginning of the school year for teachers. We asked teachers to come in before they came on contract if they wanted to. We also gave them an opportunity to work during the first few days on just getting used to what materials they had in the new curriculum. And they brought in as many presenters as we needed. They could put 25 or 30 teachers in a classroom to teach them about those materials, but whatever grade level, they were into the textbook working, looking at the materials. They've come back, and they're willing to come back again for us in the spring to see where our progress is.
Let me ask this, just out of my curiosity. Y'all, you talk about the third grade, but and I know they have the same teacher. Is there such thing as a third grade only math teacher and the classes rotate through and just do that?
It can be. We can design it that way.
I just want to, because I go
It's a
back.
lot of content.
It is, it's hands-on, I understand. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm sure Tripp, maybe we had to learn times tables and the flashcard. I don't know if we did by memory, I actually understand how it worked. So
It was rote
yeah,
memory.
yeah, it was, instead of actually making it process. And I just wonder if we had specific third grade math teachers, if that would maybe
Well,
help.
what we have done is we've done research when we got back our scores, of course, and last year reflecting and all of that. And surrounding districts, not our similar districts, remember that's two different topics. Surrounding districts, a lot of them use team teaching all the way down to third grade, some even second grade. We had not. We had not prior to that. So this year, we allowed our principals to choose. Talk with your grade levels. If you would like to do team teaching, you can, and we're utilizing that information to see if that helps us in achievement and helping children reach their stretch goals. So I'm not sure how many schools are team teaching, Ms. Elrod, but
Probably about half of our elementary schools, and they're only doing that in 4th or 5th grade. Because they feel like the children can handle it. And honestly, the kids are the one moving classrooms
Yeah.
like they do in middle school.
Right.
And that takes time out of their schedule too, to move 100 kids
Yeah.
down a hallway
Yeah.
in elementary. So it's a different mindset, and it's something that we're dipping our toes in to look at, and what schools are ready for that. Because you also have some teachers that then if you move them, let's say, or they asked to move to a different grade level, they've not had content exposure in all areas if they've only been departmentalized.
Right.
And we have some of those issues with student teachers when they are student teaching in a departmentalized area in the elementary school, and then they come into a self-contained situation and they've never taught reading before. They've only taught math, or they've only taught whatever the case may be before in that student teaching placement. So
Tom?
it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I was gonna ask the same thing. I was talking to a fourth grade math teacher, and I didn't realize that when I was talking to her. I said, you know, I know we've got a new math curriculum, the ELA is, what, second year, new ELA, and I said, oh, I just teach math. I'm like, okay, historically, we have not departmentalized.
Right.
But if you look at the new new math standards with new textbook, same with the ELA, the math is a tremendous amount of manipulatives, as I'm seeing in my wife's kindergarten class, so it's gotta be across the board. So it's a lot to do. So I was gonna ask about departmentalization. That's something that we might wanna think about with the changing landscape of all the teachers.
And we
to
have
do.
schools
So-
doing that, so we'll be able,
And it may be
excuse me,
something
able
in the
to
budget.
tell.
We always hear put more money in the classroom. This may be a way to put more money in the classrooms when we come up on our new budget and look at this option.
It'd be interesting to see how that comes out.
well, and we'll be able to tell too in January, because iReady will have our winter assessment in December. So we'll have that information for you in January, so we'll be able to tell if there's a difference with teams that are departmentalizing, teaching, one teacher teaches math, one teacher teaches reading, versus the totality, if a teacher's teaching at all.
Okay.
So we'll
Thank
have.
y'all.
Kelly?
I'd
Oh,
like
sorry,
to
go ahead.
say, I think the problem is new math in general, and I looked at the iReady books earlier in the year, and the math is very convoluted, as it was with my granddaughter's homework. You draw all these figures, I don't know, they take you all the way around the block instead of the easy way, and apparently with the grades, only maybe half are proficient in math and English in South Carolina. So I just think the new math has been a disappointment. You know, I think some of the old
You're
math,
thinking from the standards point of view that the state pushes down?
from the way it's taught, I think the old math, what my parents learned was much better. You got a better math student. It's easier, you know.
This is talking about procedures like problem solving.
There was a
That
lot
problem.
more, even when we were in school, and I speak for myself age-wise, a lot more number sense taught in the early grades. And instead of procedures and exploring how to get to that way. That is to address different modes of learning and different ways that students think about math, instead of pushing them to one way to think about.
Right.
the
Well,
math
the
standards.
scores don't seem like they're reflecting that the new math is better, in my opinion.
I think we've had a lot of scenarios that could play into that. I hate to use this terminology, but thinking back when we were not in school during COVID, we lost a lot of time where we had linear processes that we could put in place for math, learning multiplication tables, learning the number sense types of things. So our students that went through that process and missed that direct instruction have some gaps, and that also attributes to some of our scores.
And I think, again, that personalized learning pathway from iReady has identified the gaps, and the students are working through that to close those gaps, in addition to your Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, which is small groups.
Do y'all thinking, I mean, it's just generational, I assume, but younger generation depend more on technology, and it's like years ago, I was shorted out when you had to, somebody couldn't count change to you if you gave them something at the ordinary,
That was
just.
my object every year as a
Yeah,
first grade teacher.
Yeah,
Count
so,
back change.
yeah, so, I realize the world is changing, and I'm wondering sometimes maybe they just, it's like they use Google instead of looking up encyclopedias. Same with math, if they rely on technology more, it'll come out with the answer.
And now on our assessment for SC Ready, we have a calculator on the screen for a lot of the scenarios.
I'll venture, so I'm going out on a limb here, but I bet the lady behind you couldn't use a calculator on her CPA exam, could you? So, yeah, I mean, and that, can they now? See, and that's, so I think as a whole, the generation, I know we're getting older, true, but it's depending more on technology instead of I know it's a different thought process.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
it is. And some of our programs, such as the personalized learning path, I mean, they reteach it in a more direct way, so kids have another opportunity to learn it in that manner. We have some other programs. ZERN is a state-approved program that's been adopted across the state that some of our schools are using as a tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. And it has a video component that has a teacher standing up teaching in a different way, so it's more of a direct concept for those kids that did not get it the way that it was presented in the curriculum in the classroom. So we're trying to hit every child where they are at the time that they need that instruction, if that makes sense. Mr. Deeks, you had a question?
Yeah, go back to what you said about iReady, curriculum versus assessment, and they were, I mean, two different things, but iReady assessment is going to assess the
They don't
iReady.
talk to each other. They don't talk. So iReady Diagnostic is a standalone program.
Right,
But when our teachers went through the caravan last year and looked at math adoption of new textbooks, they also have an iReady textbook
right.
that does not correlate with any manner. It's a standalone item that is just like Saxon or,
Right.
you know, any other textbook company we've
So
used in the
teacher
past.
teaching out of the iReady textbook the kids might not see an assessment question that matches what they've been,
Should not, no,
Oh,
sir.
is that good or bad?
I don't
That's-
think it's necessarily bad, because this is always adjusting
Mhm.
to what the students need. And there is a piece of that we're rolling out. We did not roll out all of that diagnostic just like that, because we did not want to throw everything that we had at the teachers
Mhm.
brand new. I'm a big proponent of already looking at next year. I know it's November of this year, or soon to be November, but we're looking at next year to plan PD for what's needed based on scores, even though we won't have scores back for this year until June, based on the fact and some of our information coming to us of what teachers need in tier 1. So we're gonna start in our PD in the spring, front loading some of those needs for next year, so they don't get hit in
Right.
July with everything coming back in for a new school year. So I say all that to say, we've held some of the things that we have with iReady, for example, standards mastery. And what that is teachers can pick a couple of standards that they want to teach, and they can do a pre-assessment and a post-assessment on that, and see, like an exit ticket,
Right.
see exactly how the kids are performing on those standards that they just taught. And then it regenerates what the kids need help on in that iReady diagnostic. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just surprised that the assessment's not necessarily tied with the same name.
Because they're standalone
Right.
pieces.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Ms. Elrod,
Yes, sir.
back to what Ms. Burris was talking about, the new math that they use, the formulas that they use. One, I don't think, I like the direct way that we did, you know, you got to an answer by following a particular path. They have this other thing, I don't know, because I've listened to some kids try to explain it before, but the formulas that they use, the parents have no idea. So when they go home and they don't fully understand what the parents are trying to assist them with their work, the parents are thinking, okay, you carry the wood, so forth, but the kids have been taught, take the rabbit around the hole or something, the turtle down the foxhole, whatever it is, it's something crazy. But anyway, that's problematic. And I agree with what Ms. Burris is saying. I think we need to go back to a direct way rather than carrying them around through all these glorified formulas that they're putting out now, and teach them a direct way. And we were talking about, I think you said something earlier about the teachers, rather than the teachers showing them and then they work it together and then they go into an independent, they're going to try to struggle first. They're already going to struggle with math because the brain is not akin to doing math, you know, without being taught a formula or a particular procedure. So if we're allowing time for them to struggle and then we go back, I think that's wasting time for us to, you know, they're spinning our wheels. We're gonna let them struggle, and then we're gonna go and pick up. Well, we've wasted time when we could have taught them how. And then if there are some who can catch on and run with it, that's fine. Those who can't, that's when we put our attention and we work with them and bring them along so that they catch up with those who picked it up the first time. But when we waste time allowing them, well, let's let them struggle and see, you know, let the cream rise with those who can take it, move on, and those who can't, we go back and we try to bring it along, and that's gonna strengthen their rigor. And no, I don't think so. I think it's a waste of time, and I think it's a waste of our money and effort in doing it that way. And I'd like to see, or at least us have, I think you talked about parents, information where the parents are being taught what these formulas are, so that when the kids do come home, the parents say, okay, so that's what they showed you. This is what they told us at the meeting, or this is what they said how to do it. But if a parent is going off their own knowledge from when they were in school, they're totally lost. They get frustrated. The child's going to kick back. That's not what my teacher said, and now you've got a problem. If the kid doesn't want to do their work, or they don't want to have the help from the parent, and I think that's problematic.
Yes.
I understand. And
Now,
I appreciate that perspective, absolutely.
Is all of this, state mandated? This is what the state tells you to teach?
Yes, Ms. Leverett, and that's what I was going to add. The state standards that we are teaching in math, that comes from the State Department. That's not something that we can change. And I pulled up the standards, and I was like, let me look and see. So, for example, I'm in 3rd grade. One of the indicators says, determine the value of any collection of coins not to exceed $5. Write the amount in the form of dollars and cents using the decimal notation. Limit to penny, nickel, dime, and quarter. So I think the state this year has tried with the new math standards to simplify it. Well, I will not negate anything that was said about the former math standards. They were very much more global, and teachers and educators had to dig down in it. But the state really has tried with the new indicators to break it down to simplicity to help with that. And I think, Mr. K, just to your point, we just need to continue to do what we're doing with our parents, having parent engagement meetings, having meetings at the schools, inviting parents in, sending home family standards, friendly standards, to help them each week with our standards to know how to assist. So we can work better on that.
Another thing that I found while we were talking about the classroom, in observing, we have this technology, so our teachers get a lesson plan on their laptop or whatever. The kids come in, teacher greets them, whatever, they sit down, the teacher pulls it up on her laptop, it shows up on the whiteboard or whatever we use now, smart boards or whatever. It shows up, the teacher gives them, tell them, okay guys, work this out, this is how we do it, yada, yada, then the teacher sits down. And I think that's a problem, because when I was in school, the teacher walked around, how you doing with number 1, Johnny? How you coming along? Okay, Cindy, what did you get for number 5? You worked that, let me see you work through that. And they watch the child, they see where the child is messing up, and then they can assist them along the way, rather than the child learn wrong and then turn into work and get a poor grade and then have to be taught. I think we're wasting time allowing them to struggle rather than walking around the classroom like our teachers used to do, go class desk by desk. What did you get for number 10? Let me see you work that out. And then who'd like to go to the board and work number 11 for me? See what the problem is. Okay, if anybody else is doing that, this is where you're messing up. Let's not do that. Instead, go here. I think that will assist us in getting our kids back up, because we lost a lot of time with COVID, and I give credence to what you said. But in order to catch up that gap, I think we need to cut some of these roundabout ways and get more direct to try to bring them up to where they ought to be before they're lost, and then we say, oh, well, they were in the gap, they were doing COVID or whatever. We can't sit on our laurels because of COVID. We've got to do what we know is right to make sure to bring them where they ought to be, because our job at the end of the day is make sure those people get a diploma and they graduate and they're successful, productive citizens in our community.
Yes, sir.
And I think the only way to do that is to go back to the brass tacks, the way we did it. Make sure you're watching them, make sure you're teaching them a direct manner. I don't know about this new formula, but if we're gonna use that, I think we need to, like we said, share with the parents, let the parents know this is how we're doing it, and, this is how we're gonna go about it. But we need to make sure that we aren't wasting any time, because we don't have time to waste.
We don't, no,
We
sir, we
definitely
don't. And to your point, and I will say this, that is a tier 1 issue. And what I mean by that is what happens in the classroom every day, not interventions, not pull-out, not anything else. And that is something that is my soapbox that I've been on this year, and how we are going to improve tier 1 instruction and give that classroom teacher all the resources and strategies that we can give them to make them a better teacher. Some of our principals, to that to that degree, have gone in and said, you do not get to pull out a Chromebook and use a Chromebook because we need direct instruction going on for the first 30 minutes of this period or this block. And they're going back to that direct teaching and that instruction.
Thank
So
you.
I'm seeing that kind of filter out in more and more schools
Yes, ma'am.
based on the administration in that school.
Just a quick comment and good observations, Mr. Kay. A number of years ago, I went in my wife's kindergarten classroom. Now, this is kindergarten. And she's got math things going on. And I was very skeptical. She was teaching 10 frames, okay? Because if you can count to 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, kids very quickly can go to 100 by counting by 10s, 10, 20,
Right.
30, 40. We learned to do that quickly. And I thought, why are we doing that? And over time, I watched those kids be able to do mental math. They can do it on paper. They could do it in their mind much better. The concepts of math is what we need. And when we learn just rote memorization like we did, then eventually, as you grow older, you're going to start to put those connections together with the concepts. But we're teaching concepts along with trying to teach them the skills. So I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Years ago, we did balanced literacy. Some kids read by sight, others by phonics. And one way or the other is not always good because kids learn in different means. We all learn to walk, talk, ride bikes at different rates. So, but I truly was amazed and became a believer in teaching those concepts. I mean, they could do math all horizontally, vertically. I mean, we're talking about kindergartners, number problems, word problems. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And so give it time. The problem is kids that transfer to us that don't have those concepts. You know, that's always a problem. But if we stick with it, if we got good scores in 7th and 8th, that tells me a little bit about, we're laying a good foundation. We just need to figure out what's going on grades 3 and some of these other grades specifically. And that's never easy, but I think a balanced approach, you know, if kids not getting it, they just need to memorize something, they need to memorize it.
And to
But-
Mr. Deep's point, any of you that would like to visit a kindergarten classroom, I ask you to take it because there's a lot of foundation laid there that did not happen when some of us were in kindergarten.
Right. And I'm seeing way more manipulatives than I've ever seen, which is very, I will say, time-consuming to get these things together to get ready for a single lesson. Then it may change tomorrow and the next day. So all those things need to be taken into consideration, which goes back to departmentalizing. It's getting more and more time-consuming, I guess I'd say, for the teachers.
I'd like to say I think part of it is we went from pencil and paper to Chromebooks and using the mouse or whatever. You know, there's multiple choice tests probably on there and it's all automatically graded. I mean, it's all been computerized. I think that's part of the issue.
And some of that is we're pulling back. For example, we have the waiver that has been approved in 3rd grade for our writing assessment so that 3rd graders do not have to put it into the computer. They can do it because they're not used to keyboarding. And so we have taken that on the last couple of years and saw that it helped our 3rd graders during that assessment time. And so we have let our teachers know and our schools know that that has also been approved for this year so they can practice in that modality with the students so they know what's coming at the end.
Right, well, that's good, because, yeah, they need to write. But I think the kids at the stores that can't count change back, I think it's because they're using a computer and it tells you how much change to give out. It doesn't allow for counting back, really, so I blame it on the computers, you know.
Yep. That system was invented right here in Anderson for a lot of restaurants because kids couldn't count back. Point of sale, punch the button, how much they punch everything. Hamburger, this, that, the other. You don't put numbers in, and it spits out what it costs and how much you give back. So,
Well, and technically, all that comes from them having to make money, and time is money, so
Yeah.
they've got to get people in as quick as possible.
So yeah, I find myself asking Siri, "Hey Siri, what's such and such 5 times 4?" You know, or 100 times. And she answers quickly.
So we can look at the next piece of what we have in our strategic plan at student growth. And as you can see here, we acknowledge that this is an area of concern, that we have been working toward a plan for this, and I mentioned it in our MTSS process a few moments ago. We must, however, preface that this data review by noting the significant lack of direct comparability with the 2022 and 2023 data. Changes in testing standards in science, ELA, and math, coupled with phased-in accountability measures, mean that a consistent basis for comparison will not be fully in place until the 26-27 school year. And what I mean by that is because we had new standards in ELA last year, we do not have a direct correlation in measurement going back to those standards, and now this year we're having new standards in math. So and we skipped a year in science. So looking at the 22-23 data, that will truly not be, and this is a saying that I take back to many, many years ago, but it will not be green apples to green apples until we get to the 26-27 school year to compare that directly. Because of the changes across the state with standards and testing.
And the
And
next,
the accountability system.
and Dr. Kelly said Cognia is now going to a 6-year cycle, so the next
They're
visit,
added a year, yes, sir.
the next visit will be 27, 28?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the strategic plan? Is it staying 5 years?
Still staying 5, yes,
That's
sir.
a problem.
Yes, sir. It's not gonna match up. And that is because they don't have enough folks to do those cognitive visits, is what we've been told.
Yeah, I imagine. The virtual assessments are, you know, just, it's a whole different ballgame when people come in.
That's right. Finally, I want to, well, not finally, but for the SC Ready piece, I want to look at our math, meets and exceeds, our science meets and exceeds. Here you can see that our target in 22-23 was 47%. We hit that. Once again, reverting back to the former statement that I made, we did not have the assessment in 23-24, so there was no data there. In 24-25, we hit the mark also. Once again, not saying that 50% or 52.5% is where we want to be. We know we are working on that, and we'll put some things in place this year across our district, since it is only tested in 2 areas, and that is 4th and 6th grade, just as a reminder to everyone. And then this is our ML population here. If you look at this next slide, and I want to preface this by saying too, while the Education Oversight Committee, who looks at our scores across the state, puts out our report cards and the metrics that you see, they acknowledge that this is actively working, a working issue that they're trying to resolve with the data that we're collecting on ML students. They count for us in multiple areas. They count if we have a subgroup for MLs in a school. They count usually in our lowest 20%, and then they also count when we are just measuring our straight demographics for ELA, math, or science. So they realize that this is a hard hit issue across the state of South Carolina. Our demographics for ML has grown to almost the level of numbers in our district as our special ed population. So we're sitting at about 14% of our total population as ML. And that is right where we are with our special ed population in our district. And just want to, I'm not diminishing that this is an issue, but some immediate challenges that we are working at is providing some tier 1, I go back to that comment that I made before, strategies for our teachers that are in a classroom that maybe have never had exposure to a growing ML population, and now they have a cluster of students sitting in their classroom that need additional strategies. So we're doing some professional development, engaging them with some of those strategies moving forward, so that all students sitting in classrooms are getting what they need when they need it in that tier 1 instruction.
Ms. Elrod, why did the target fall to 41% in 24?
That was a change from the State Department. What I mentioned, that they were looking at those changes across the state. That's when they started changing the calculation. Okay. And then moving on to our high schools with college and career readiness. Our data indicates that college and career readiness metrics continue to trend positively. This success is directly attributable to the strategic expansion of the South Carolina pathways for credentialing. and the development of majors of concentration in high schools designed to better prepare students for both immediate entry into the workforce and successful transition to higher education. Our district has been involved in this model since the inception, and AIT is definitely a credit to this because they play a crucial role in how we are preparing our students for success. And then one of the other measures we have in our strategic plan is teacher retention. And we have been growing in this area. This is what is on the report card and the actual data that we are looking at for the 24-25 school year. I just want to remind everyone in the room, and I will divert to Dr. Kelly and Ms. Bufford if they have additional information, that we did not replace some positions last year. And this could have impacted the numbers that we are seeing on our report cards for not making that as a hit for our latest target there.
Yes, I'd like for Ms. Buffer to explain that because it looks like we're losing folks, but that's not the case. We've lost children. If you look at the enrollment, we've lost children. When you lose children, you lose classroom teachers. The system that accounts for this rate looks at the number of teachers you have each year. So our number last year was lower than the year prior because we lost children, thus not needing as many classrooms. But I'll let Ms. Buffer talk about that.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. So, good morning to everybody. Good morning, Chairwoman,
Morning.
Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the board. So, when we're looking at this data, and looking at the accountability manual and what the EOC publishes regarding teacher retention, what Ms. Elrod said is absolutely correct. So losing some of those positions changes that denominator, and so that does affect here. And what Dr. Kelly said. So when we look at the change from 85.5% to 85.2% this school year, what the State Department does is they take the roster from last year and whatever code that HR puts in, all right? So however we code those folks, they look at that roster, look at their coding, and then they come to the 24-25 year and they look at that same roster. So they're looking to see if the same people have the same codes on those rosters, okay? So a couple of things that affects this is, number one, our coding, all right? So we need to look very closely at how we are coding our retired teachers to make sure that it is matching what the state coding is, so that when they pull those, we can make sure that we capture all of our retirees. Something else we need to look at that we found during this process is that we need to look at our part-time teachers. So, for example, at Whitehall, I had a teacher who retired. She came back as a part-time teacher, all right? But because the coding was not there, she does not show up on the same roster. So those things affect this number, is what I'm saying. So what this shows us is that from 85.5% to 85.2%, we lost about 2 or 3 teachers, okay? Now, what my department is currently doing, we're going teacher by teacher, because I found one just yesterday. I found one that should be included in this number, okay? So that's one of those 2 to 3 teachers, right? So in order to have met our goal of 86.1%, we needed 7 teachers to be retained. So all of those things, it's different pathways that they're looking at to get this number. Whereas in human resources, we look at all of our certified positions, who all is there and who all return to us. So if Jennifer was here and I was a classroom teacher last year, all right, but this year I am a reading coach. That changes my code. So I am not on the list that the State Department is looking at for teacher retention because I'm no longer in the classroom. I am now a reading coach. Human resources, we look at it as, yes, Jennifer is still with us. She's still in our district. So it's just different ways of looking at that data. So we will be looking at this a lot more closely because with Jennifer, It looks like we lost her. We actually did not. She actually got promoted to a different position that just doesn't count in this percentage.
Ms. Bufford,
Yes, sir.
thank you for digging into that, because that's a goal that I've never even looked into that, because it's very easy to pull it right off of here. My suggestion, because there's nothing that ties us to the report card, I mean, the data is there and it's easy to get when it comes out every year, but internally, you could set your own standards and goals and then just track teachers. I mean, it's really a one-to-one correspondence.
Yes.
I mean, if they're here this year and they're here next year, then they're good. And you could also factor in, if you do cut because of enrollment, then that really shouldn't count against, y'all would have
It should be a
to.
ratio, really.
Yeah, it really does. So, but anyway, you're not tied to the report card for the strategic plan. You could do something internally if all that complication, State Department complication factors in.
And I'm like you, I didn't realize, because I just went to the report card and I pulled off the percentage each year.
Yeah.
I really didn't realize who was counted and who was not counted. So for instance, like our DIS, our digital integration specialists, they are not included in this number. So it's things like that that I did not realize until we started digging into this. So you're right, we could do something internally if we all decide that's the way we want to go.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Uh-huh. You're very welcome.
And so one of the other areas that I wanted us just to briefly touch upon, and this is from our report card, and, you know, it's one of those pieces that it can be a little controversial at times, but our data shows that while students and parents are exceeding target in the areas of climate across our district and pulling the questions that the state pulls from the surveys that they send to these populations, the metric for our homeschool relations as rated by our teachers fell below the expected target. This discrepancy identifies a key area for improvement, maybe going back along with what Mr. Case said, with more intentionality toward parent meetings, meeting with teachers in terms of addressing standards and how we can get that information into the homes. And one of the things that I know we're looking at for next year, which I also think will help with this in the school calendar that you have approved, is that October date for PD, our elementary and middle schools are going back to traditional conference days. Because the way that we have aligned that calendar, and there's more PD at the beginning of the school year versus down throughout the school year, we're gonna make sure that that opportunity is there for teachers to meet with parents and in the elementary and middle schools to have that communication and that door open early on in the year. Okay? And then finally, just kind of to sum everything up, I believe this is.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Elrod, if we could go back to that, if you'll go back to that piece there. I do want to mention, she talked about the teacher survey. The teacher survey, when it talks about school-home relations, it did not meet the target, but it increased from last year, right? But go down to the parents. If you look at our parents and their responses to the surveys, our parents satisfied with learning environment, it met the target and it increased 4%. Our parents satisfied with social and physical environments, it met the target and increased 3.4%. And our parents satisfied with school and home relations, it met the target and increased 2.5. I don't want to diminish that, because we have worked really diligently working with our parents to try to involve them, bring them in, parent engagement meetings, conversations. At any event that I'm at, I always sit with the parents. If I'm at the football game, don't look in the end zone. You won't find me. I am in the stands sitting with parents because I want to talk to them and I want to hear from them. If I go to cheerleading competitions, I'm in the stands talking with parents. So I think it's invaluable that to know that we are trying to strengthen that trust factor between parents and ourselves to support our academic achievements, and the surveys are proving that we are increasing that. Are we where we want to be? No. Until we get to 100%, I'm not satisfied. But I do want to let you know that we have been working diligently and intently on that.
Dr. Kelly, I've noticed your your presence at the events that you talk about, and I commend you, and I appreciate you being that visible for the parents and the community. Is this an exhaustive list of the factors that go into climate?
No,
Okay,
sir.
thank
It
you.
is what the state pulls as questions, and we've asked for clarification on what questions are actually in these numbers, and they change them up a little bit every year. So once again, those green apples, Granny Smith apples may not be the same.
Thank you.
And it's a random survey. What
It
grade
is-
levels are still?
It's fifth, eighth, and 11th.
Level.
So there's one at each level that take it.
And
You
Doc-
may be hit twice as a parent if you have a fifth grader and an eighth grader.
Dr. Kelly, you get an A+ for school spirit. That-
Thank you. So just to sum everything up, and this is my visual, I'm a very visual person, and somehow or another something moved on the slide here. But in Anderson School District 5, our instructional division is committed to a layered and unified approach to continuous improvement. This deliberate system ensures that every level from district systems to individual student learning is aligned mutually and supportive. Our process begins with Cognia, which provides the foundational lens through which we evaluate our comprehensive systems and processes. Building upon this foundation is our strategic planning initiative, which translates data into actionable quality control measures for the district as a whole. This framework is then executed at the building level through the principal's assessment of district effectiveness and professional practices, their per-depth evaluation. That tool that the state provides us, which empowers school leaders to drive individual school improvement based on district priorities and school-specific needs. Teams at each school and across the district engage in PDSA cycles in areas of improvement throughout their building or department, identifying a need, making a plan to address the need, studying how the plan is working, and adopting or abandoning the strategy looks at the continuous improvement as an action item within every classroom, every school. Ultimately, this entire structure culminates directly into the classroom with student learning objectives. That's what every teacher is asked to do every year for their piece in their evaluation. By connecting the rigor of Cognia systems, the accountability of strategic planning, the structure of per-depth, PDSA cycles, and the targeted goals of SLOs in the classroom, we ensure all components are working in concert to profoundly support and enhance teaching and learning across Anderson School District 5. Okay. Thank you.
Two quick
Leave that
questions,
slide up, Kelly. Please.
just for my comprehension. So SD Ready is testing against the state standards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the GT students have a separate standard that they're being tested against?
Yes, sir.
So when we say like GT and we look at how they're performing on meets and exceeds, they're testing against the same standard as the, okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. That's correct. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elroy. We're gonna have a test.
I hope not.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Come here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Do you all want to take a break, or do you want us to keep going? You can tell us
Yeah, let's
to take
take
a
a
5-minute break.
Short one?
Wanna
Yes,
take-
please.
Ms. Leverett, you want to let everyone know?
Yes,
who's
for,
watching?
for those who watching our live stream, we are about to take a 10-minute, 15,
5 minute.
5-minute,
It's whatever y'all would like.
5-minute break. The stream will remain live, but the sound will be muted until we return.
So we built it at the right time, it's just now when you do any little thing to it, it's,
Okay. All right. Good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair. Thank you again for meeting with us today. I want to thank Ms. Elrod. She's not in the room, but I do want to thank her for her intentionality and dedication to our students and supporting our teachers. This is the most important work we have, ensuring that our children are successful, and she does an amazing job with that, so I just want to thank her for that. So now what I'd like to do is I'd like to present a proposal for the superintendent evaluation model for your consideration for the 25-26 evaluation. This model was developed after extensive research of superintendent evaluation frameworks used across the state, a review of the South Carolina School Board Association recommendations, and careful consideration of the specific needs of our school district. First, I want to thank each of you for the valuable input in reviewing the data points. Your feedback helped me prioritize which data points to focus on in our future meetings, and the results of those data deliverables are shown on the page with the highlights. It's also on your screen, as you'll see up above. So the data points that you all delivered back to me with information of what was your priority, what was important to you all, these were the results of that. And so those that are highlighted, those had multiple folks reach out about that. So these are the data points that then we're going to use in just a moment to talk about the superintendent evaluation. Now, the selected data points were used to develop a new document that I want to present to you. It's called the Board Annual Calendar. It looks like this, and I'll pull it up onto your computer as well. So what you'll notice at the top of this document, you heard Ms. Elrod talk about the key performance indicators in the strategic plan. That's listed at the top of this document, where it says continuously increase the number of 3rd through 8th students scoring at or above grade level. So I took each of those goals that Ms. Elrod just went over, and I put it at the top. The board goals came from the evaluation letter that I received from last year's evaluation, because I have not received the evaluation letter from this year's. So this information, the board goals, so that possibly could change once I get that summary evaluation letter of what you all put in there for me. Now, the data deliverables, this form here, that you all completed and sent to me, I tallied up, and I ensured that those data deliverables were provided to you each month, and I notated it in the board annual calendar. So for example, if you look at July, this past July, some data deliverables that you all wanted was the monthly financial reports. You also, throughout the state, if you look in September, the state assessment results, those were also on this that you all wanted. So this sheet, all of these data deliverables have been included in this board annual calendar. And so this will give you a preview of the year of where those data deliverables will be given to you. So for example, let's look. Let me see if I can find one for you. Annual tax levy report, we had that. That's the last one on the data deliverables results sheet. That was given to you in October. Let's see, district program data for special education and multilingual learners. That's going to be delivered to you in November. And you can see that listed on the right-hand side. Now, what you also see on the right-hand side of this board annual calendar, you'll see the word goals. And that ties into what I want us to go over with the superintendent evaluation piece. Because what that is showing is I've created 6 goals within the evaluation tool, and then each month you'll be getting data delivered to you that support those goals. You won't always get data for every goal every month, but throughout the year you'll get data at each meeting to support those goals. So, if you would, let's look at the superintendent evaluation. It includes 6 key goals, which support board and community relations, educational leadership, staff and personnel relationships, business and finance, community relationships, and personnel qualities. Now, I chose those 6 areas because I truly do feel like those 6 areas encompass the entire job of a superintendent. There is, all of those are equally of importance. because you have to build trust within your community. I have to build trust with you all. I have to ensure the academic achievement of our students is a priority. Initially, I have to ensure that our fiscal and our physical accounts are well maintained to ensure that that learning environment is there for our students and safety is there. So all 6 of those areas are very important to the superintendency, and that is why I listed those. So if you go to the evaluation model, and I'll pull that up on your computer as well, the first page you'll see is just in your packet, and I'll come down to it so that you can see it on the computer too. In your packet is just the 6 goals, what they are. So if you look at those 6 goals, board and community relations, the superintendent will maintain effective communication and a positive working relationship with the board of trustees during the school year. The second goal, educational leadership. The superintendent will promote high academic expectations and standards to achieve the district's educational goals during the school year. And those goals were outlined for you in the strategic plan. Staff and personnel relationships, the superintendent will effectively manage staff relations and employee situations during the school year. Business and finance, the superintendent will manage fiscal and physical resources responsibly, fairly, efficiently, and effectively during the school year. Community relationships, the superintendent will be accessible and approachable within the community. And then personal quality, the superintendent will maintain high standards of ethics, honesty, and integrity in all personal and professional matters. So those are the 6 goals, but additionally, what I've given to you in your packet on that second page are superintendent indicators. This is not all encompassed because there are lots of things that you'll notice me doing, see me doing as we do conversation, as we do observations, as we're out and about at conferences, as we're doing phone calls, emails. You'll have additional things that are indicators for you of the process towards that goal. But so if you look at board and community goal, it says superintendent indicators are the board annual calendar. So providing you this information so that you'll know that you'll be receiving those deliverables, those data pieces that were of most importance every month. Also, the data deliverables, making sure that we give you the data that you need in order to measure the goal and the performance of that goal. And then, of course, weekly and monthly communication. For the second goal under educational leadership, the superintendent indicators are individual meetings with principals. As Ms. Elrod was talking about, our PDSA cycles, that's continuous improvement framework. That is a framework that we utilize to ensure that everyone is looking at the root cause and not just the symptoms. Oftentimes, we'll say, man, attendance at school is horrible. Well, that's a symptom, folks. You gotta find the root cause. And so the root cause, then we look at it. Is it transportation? Is it that social workers need to help our families? Is it motivation of the students? What is it? And so our PDSA cycles, plan, do, study, act, ensure a step-by-step process for our principals to look at areas of improvement and design actionable plans that then they can work on. Okay, so that's part of that. Also, discussion about teachers and outcomes. And when I'm meeting with principals, we look at the teacher. We look at the classroom. What support do the teachers need? The teachers are doing everything they can do. How can we help them? So we look at that. We look at data, monthly data, 9 weeks data, yearly data, trimester data. We look at that. So we look at our data. And then, of course, we'll be comparison iReady to SC Ready outcomes. And then also, this year, we had an anomaly. We had 4 brand new first-year principals. Now, with any organization, sustainability and consistency, that's the key to success. But when you have 4 brand new first-year principals and they are all phenomenal, there's a lot of things they haven't experienced yet. So every month I meet with them, every month, and we're going through this book study called The Principal Survival Guide. We literally just had this meeting on Monday this week, or Tuesday this week. And so I meet with them every month to ensure that they are having the support they need and having that open dialogue to say, I'm not sure about this. What do I need to do with this part? So we do that as well. Also, you'll get data deliverables. We'll talk about that. So every goal, you'll see goal 1, the data deliverable is marked on your form. So this supports goal 1. This supports goal 2, and on and on. And then, of course, weekly school visits. I've had the opportunity, I love visiting our schools. I hope you get the opportunity to visit our schools when you can. I know your schedules are busy. Mr. Thompson and I, we tend to go every Friday to schools. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Thompson, but for me, it's a great way to showcase, as Mr. K, you were talking about teachers. Are they up? Are they moving around? And I am very happy to say, Mr. K, that when we're there, they are. They are moving around, they are teaching. It's a great way to not only see the outside bulletin board. Sometimes we look at those bulletin boards as being really cute. Those are so cute, but what Mr. Thompson and I looked at are the standards-based. Because it takes about 2 to 3 hours to make a bulletin board. So if it takes that much time to make a bulletin board, let's use standards and instruction to make that, because then it's 2 in 1. So we're looking at those types of things. So weekly school visits, that's another way for goal number 2. Goal number 3, staff and personal relationships. The superintendent indicators is our learning and leadership meetings. Educator exchange, we started that last year. That's where I meet with teachers at least 3 times a year. We bring them in this room. We set up a U, and we literally, the format is what's going well, what's not going well, and how can I help you? And then I open it up for questions. The last educator exchange meeting we had, I pulled up the strategic plan on our screens, and we went through every goal. Talked about report cards coming out. We talked about how student progress, once again, was the key factor that was holding some of us back. And what do we need to do? We talked about the ABT targets and the MAT targets. So looking at that, talking with our staff and personnel relationships, I just really think that those pieces of me sitting in the stands, because I still get questions in the stands, and that's what I want. I literally was at the Westside game Friday night, had a teacher say, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "Sure, talk to me." And all it was, "Can you give me some more clarification on this?" So that piece of staff and personnel relationships, having those meetings. Also, I have student insight meetings. Now, those are fun, y'all. Those are fun. That's when the high school kids come, and they just ask. And I will tell you, I had one high school student, amazing young man. He said, "Can you please tell me what we're doing with these fundraisers? Because we need money, and I don't know what we're supposed to do." I said, the goal of the board is to make sure students are not always being asked for money. They just want to make sure, they don't have a problem with having fundraisers. They just want to make sure that students aren't always being asked. They're like, "Oh yeah, we do that a lot, don't we?" So those are great pieces. And then district leadership. We meet at least monthly with our district leadership. That's not just our principals, that's directors, executive directors, assistant superintendents. We all meet together to talk about the vision, where we're doing, how we're doing it, and what we're moving forward. So that's goal number 3. Goal number 4, which is our business and finance. As you all know, you get your monthly financial updates. We also prepare the annual board approved budget. You will have in January the comprehensive financial audit report. We do that every year. And then again, the data deliverables. So when you're looking at this, anywhere that says goal number 4, that's the data you're receiving that would support the achievement or the progress of that goal. Okay? And then goal number 5, community and relationships, superintendent indicators, parent engagement meetings, attendance at school and district events, legislative meetings. We actually have a meeting. We're very excited about this. November 19th with all of our legislators. So all 5 superintendents and legislators, all of them are meeting at the downtown office. That's where they wanted to meet, correct? And so we're excited about that because it's important for them to understand what our goal is and how we're trying to achieve it and how we can work hand in hand together to support our kids. So we're excited about that. And then, of course, anytime anyone asks me to speak, I do. Because I take this job very seriously, that I am a representative of Anderson School District 5, and I want to ensure that everyone in the community, state, nation, knows about us and knows of the great things we're doing. So that's another way of an indicator for that goal. And then, of course, the last goal, number 6, personal qualities. So the indicators of that is adhering strictly to all district, state, and federal regulations and ethical guidelines, modeling respectful behavior in all interactions, maintaining confidentiality, and then, of course, annual reporting of the state economic interest. So if you look in your packet, and I'll pull this up as well, the next page talks about, and this is something new, that we had not done in the past, but I felt like that it would be very beneficial for you all, is that I will provide a written report for each of those goals to you in September. So you'll get the data deliverables every month. You'll get that. You'll get the conversations every month. But in September of 2026, I'll deliver you a report and I'll give you a narrative of what I feel like we have done in the prior year that supports the achievement of that goal. Okay? So I'll give that to you in September of 2026. And then in October of 2026 is when you would, and I have spoken to the folks that did not like our old instrument, and I think we've encompassed some things for that. You will be able to speak with legal counsel for Anderson School District 5. So as of right now, that's Allison Hannah. You would be able to speak with her by phone to give your comments about each of those goals and the standing of those goals, or you can submit it in writing, whichever is best for you. Both are fine and both are valuable and valid. So you would do that. And then the last piece of it, I get to, because if you'll see, I've listed each of the goals and the Board of Trustee comments there. And then that last page you'll see, and I'll pull that up here for in your computer. You'll see that the superintendent evaluation summary, Anderson School District 5 Legal Counsel will compile a summary of the evaluation feedback provided by the Board of Trustees. The superintendent will receive the evaluation results verbally in executive session, followed by a written summary from Anderson School District 5 Legal Counsel within 1 month. And you'll notice the date at the top is October. I know that was a point of conversation this year. If everything goes as planned, the report cards next year should be released in October prior to that meeting. That should be, and so that would encompass the conversations that we had a couple of board meetings ago. So I'm presenting to you the evaluation, superintendent evaluation, with the 6 goals in the areas that I feel encompass all aspects of the superintendency, along with the board annual calendar that provides data that will be delivered to you all monthly and which goals it orients with. Now, again, any data, as I mentioned to many of you, if the data is not on this board annual calendar and you want it, by all means, just email me, call me, text me. I'll get the data for you. That is not an issue at all. So wanted to give you this information about the proposed superintendent evaluation, and I'll be glad to take any questions you might have.
You mentioned the School Board Association. Did you find something on their website in regard to, flip the page on that. What does that look like?
Talks
Okay.
about what to do in the start of evaluation, the middle of the evaluation, the end of the evaluation.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other comment? And I appreciate y'all putting that on the agenda, because you said a point of discussion in September. It was more, it was a little bit more than a discussion. It was, and I had a problem with the instrument because it was subjective. So, and I appreciate you putting, I wasn't expecting to have something to look at and even approve today. And
We're not
think.
approving.
No,
This is
approving.
just
Well,
discussion.
true, good. So let's keep the discussion going. And I think it's a great first step. Adding the indicators, which originally didn't have. There was a couple of clarifying words and criteria in each question, but they weren't indicators. So you've added indicators, and I do appreciate that. So I brought some information that will just kind of give us a baseline as well when we're talking about superintendent evaluation. Ms. Elrod's last slide, if you recall it, was kind of a stair step of all the accountability that really we have built into the system. I mean, we've got principal evaluations, we got teacher evaluations, we got cognitive evaluation for the district, et cetera, et cetera. The one piece missing on that was the superintendent evaluation, because I think it all needs to be in alignment. So I brought just a few handouts, if you'll give me the opportunity to go over that. I'm going to pass these out. The first is an article from Education Week, which is a national publication. It's been around a very long time. It's very reputable in terms of being up to date, because it's Education Week. It comes out quite often, and they're pretty much in touch with what's going on right now. So when you get it, it says it's a 3-minute read, if you wouldn't mind just reading this, and then we can talk about it. But I think it's a good foundation for us to start some conversation on the instrument. And there's some extras, Ms. Kelly, when it gets to Mr. Hagewood, you can grab the rest of them and give it to your, for you and your folks. Doesn't take long to read. So I'll pick up with the Education Week article and ask if anybody had any takeaways, kind of compare and contrast what these superintendents were saying, what makes a strong evaluation, an effective evaluation versus what we currently are doing. Anybody have any takeaways?
Say quantifiable data.
I would just like a little time to sit and review it on my own and go through everything.
Yeah, this,
I mean, that's a lot to review. I'd like to sit down and look at it myself and go through it at my own pace.
okay. Well, in light of us being here working, the contrast here is what Mr. Thompson just said, is quantitative data. I mean, or qualitative data. Quantifiable, using numbers, using data. When Ms. Elrod was going through the strategic plan, you saw the goals that were set each year, and then underneath each goal, did we hit it or did we miss it? Easy to determine whether, how you're doing very quickly. All of that could be graphed out as well. More graphs, the better, especially for board members. So what I wanted to share with you is I did a little bit of research on other states, and I went to their school board association websites. I didn't find anything detailed other than what Ms. Kelly found, and I found one article, actually it's not on there, but if you Google South Carolina School Boards Association and Superintendent Evaluation, you'll get a document, and I'll go over that in just a second. But on the second page with the yellow highlighted row at the top are, or that section, those 2 pages are some states, some southern states that I looked up. I stayed with southern states. You get into the northern states, and you get into unions, and that kind of changes things. But going from left to right, if you look at that yellow column, you got the state. Of course, Anderson 5 is listed first, which is a district. Then what type of evaluation system do they use? Is it objective or is it subjective? Now, for us, we're using basically a subjective system. All the others use an objective system. How many performance indicators or performance standards do they use? Now, Ms. Kelly just laid out 6, and those 6 are from our current evaluation, correct? And then I listed the performance standard for each state, and then to the right of that is how do you rate those standards? And then finally, in the last column is what rating can the superintendent get? But let me go back to the middle where it says performance standards and just kind of explain that. Ms. Kelly's laid them out, but those are specific areas of responsibility or competency that the superintendent is evaluated on. It outlines the expectations and criteria for the superintendent's role in leading and managing the school district effectively. Each performance standard should have detailed indicators. Now, that's been added. That's what Ms. Kelly brought to us, was some indicators of how you're going to rate those standards. I didn't put the indicators here because it just took too much room, took up too much room. But those indicators measure the superintendent's success in meeting the board's goals and fulfilling their responsibilities. These standards are used to assess the superintendent's performance objectively during the evaluation process. So it's an objective measure. Looking at our evaluation system, which is what Ms. Kelly just handed out, again, it is subjective. There's 6 performance standards, and those 6 are listed. Those remain the same. But if you look to the right of that, what I didn't see are rating scale levels. I mean, there's no good, bad, high, medium, low, satisfactory, unsatisfactory, anything like this, which basically makes it, in my opinion, an opinion survey. And if she's going to provide documents and provide artifacts to us, but still we're going to have to kind of judge that internally ourselves and then submit something to Allison. Then in terms of her final rating, there's really none specified. I think this year, I don't know if commendable was used, yeah, which is, to me, a weak word. I can tell you, I know Ms. Kelly very well, she wants an excellent evaluation or a distinguished evaluation or an exemplary evaluation. She can't even get that. That's not even an option for us. We don't have a rating scale. So we give it to Ms. Hannah, and she kind of, she mashes it all together and then comes out with a word to describe or some description of what kind of evaluation the superintendent's going to get. I'd like to see her get something and have a goal for her to shoot for. And I'll segue into the first state listed there, which is Florida. And I like their system and the way they've laid it out, but it's an objective system. They have 8 standards. And I'm not going to read all the other ones on the next page, but I'm going to read these. Standard number 1 for Florida provides leadership to the school board in implementing the district's vision, mission, and goals. In other models, they call that strategic leadership. Standard 2, assist the school board in the continuous improvement of the school district. 3, assist the school board in implementing the district's organizational structure. Number 4, provides leadership to the school board in policy development and policy implementation. Standard 5, meets established requirements in developing and conducting board meetings. 6, provides leadership as superintendent to the school board in personnel management. 7, provides accurate data to assist the school board in financial management. And 8, provides leadership to the school board in board staff and community relationships. So there's some similarities with those and the 6 that we currently have. The difference here is Florida. If you look to the right of those, the performance rating scale satisfactory and unsatisfactory. I don't like that. I think that's doesn't leave any room for sort of gray areas, or it just doesn't leave a lot of room. It's either hit or miss. So what final rating can the superintendent get in Florida? An excellent. That means that she met all performance standards. Satisfactory meets most, or unsatisfactory fail to meet. So then there's a specific system of coming up with a rating scale on determining those. What I'm seeing now and what we've been given, we really don't have that. We're relying on Ms. Hannah, Allison Hannah, to do that for us. So flip the page, and I'm going to hit quickly these other states. But you'll see a common theme here. Mississippi, it uses an objective system. They have 8 standards. If you look at Florida's, they are exactly the same. They didn't put the statement in front to assist the board or gives to the board. They've left that out, but those standards are exactly the same. You'll learn anything about educators. If something's working, we'll borrow it and steal from others. So you'll see a lot of commonality here. So Mississippi uses eight points, but what they've done, it's different than Florida. They have a 4-point scale to measure those performance standards. Now, under each performance standard, like Ms. Kelly has done, are indicators. There could be anywhere from 8 indicators down to as few as 3 for each of those standards, and you rate those with a scale, a rubric to come up with those ratings. So you got 4 there: unsatisfactory, developed, accomplished, and exemplary. And then the superintendent could get an exemplary, accomplished, developing, or unsatisfactory. That's something to shoot for. North Carolina uses 9 standards. Their performance rating scale is now 5 points, and their superintendent rating scale, 5 points. There's the top one, distinguished. I'm sure our superintendent would like to be rated distinguished. That would be great for her. Tennessee uses 10 and a 5-point scale on both performance level and superintendent level, and Virginia has 8, and they use a 4-point scale. So these are consistent examples across the Southeast of evaluation instruments, and the takeaway here, it's all an objective model. It's all using data that you can give a legitimate rating to. The next thing is it really puts the ownership in the board's hands where I think it needs to be. I don't really think we need a third party to compile all this. If you look at what these school boards associations and the examples I gave you, it's all the board and board chair that's responsible for that. If you Google up or do an internet search on the South Carolina School Boards Association and superintendent evaluation, I came up with this document. It's not on their website, but this document came up. I didn't give it to you as a handout. It links to an article that's very similar to the article I gave you about what a superintendent evaluation process should look like. It's all objective, but what it does in the midst of the article, it points to a thing called, or a system called eBoard Solutions, which is an evaluation model online. So the superintendent has taken what we've already had and she's made some modifications. You might want to look at something that's online that you can. Well, let me tell you what it says is good. This is good for. It allows the superintendent to attach supporting evidence, which is what you're talking about, and linking the strategic plan and board policies throughout the year. Makes it easier for the board members to see the progress made on each agreed upon expectation, and it saves precious time of the board chair by automatically compiling the results as board members complete the evaluation. So again, I don't really think the board needs or should have a third party doing this. I think we need to be driving it. I think we need to remember this is a $163 million enterprise that we're running, and a good evaluation along with what we do to evaluate principals and teachers, I think needs to be, it all needs to be in alignment. So what I would like to recommend, since we're not voting on anything today, is that we continue to look at what the superintendent gave us, have her go back and look at it. My recommendation, we really need some rating scales, Madam Superintendent, to go along with a way for us to judge each of those indicators. Getting narratives I'd like for it to look more like the strategic plan. Did we hit it? Did we miss it? Did we miss it? And that sort of thing. That's just my opinion. But I'd like to open the floor up based on what you've heard and what you've seen and what other states are doing. I'm a little disappointed with the School Board Association not having anything more specific than what they have there for a superintendent evaluation. Many of these states have a systematic evaluation instrument for the superintendent, much like we do with principals, much like we do with teachers. So I throw all that out there for discussion.
Well, I will make a comment, Mr. Dukes, to what you just said. According to the South Carolina School Board Association, a one-size-fits-all superintendent evaluation process is not possible in South Carolina because of the vast differences in district size, complexity, and circumstances. So that's
Their statement, one size, yeah.
After looking at yours and listening to you, with her 6 things that she had, why can't we do something with that?
We can, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, you
No,
saw
I'm-
the different states have, some have, well, nobody has 6, but some have 8, some have 9, some have 10. And those are what she has is very consistent with what those have. I haven't compared and contrasted to see what was left out. Since we have 6 and some have 10, what are the 4 that are missing? What I'm asking for is a way to rate these performance indicators, and then how we can come up with a final rating scale ourselves for the superintendent, not to submit our opinions to Ms. Hannah, and then she has to come up with some sort of rating for the superintendent. Commendable doesn't tell, it just says that's adequate. And I think the superintendent's doing better than an adequate job. I don't think it really describes all.
I kind of told him what you said. I've always thought the description of Ms. Hurd's department, when they get a great review, it's almost satisfied. Well, it's satisfactory. Unmodified. The average person does not know what that means. It doesn't sound very like.
It sounds the
well,
opposite
how
of
did
what
she
you
do?
want.
Yeah. It's not very complimentary. Let me put it that way.
No, so, I mean, if we can have, just like we do
I mean,
with
at the end of the day, it's still going to boil down to your opinion. Nothing for a lot of the stuff, but I mean.
well,
I mean, I know what
if you
you're saying.
if you look deep into what these states have done, the indicators all have rating scales. So it's a little more complicated, going to take a little bit more time for the board. However, I don't think easy should be a reason to do something, that we just, we can give it, call the attorney and spend, 15 to 30 minutes with her, and then evaluate a district that's a $163 million enterprise, 12,000 students, and it's serious business what we're doing, and I think
Serious, but I can evaluate it that quick.
And I saw that you went around to other places, and did you go to District 2? How did they do theirs?
So I did, I sent out several emails trying to talk with folks, and I got 17 responses back. So 17 districts around the state. 5 of those 17 use a rubric that Mr. Dukes is describing. Only 5 use that type. 11 use conversations, very much like what you all do. Some get information like I propose to give to you, and then the board members just converse. Some districts, literally, they just talk as a board. There's not a rubric, there's not a format, there's not a report. They just get together and say, let's talk about the superintendent and what he or she has done, and let's make an evaluation.
I think that's the way District 3 does, if I'm correct.
District 3, actually, they give goals, and District 3 was one that did use a rubric. District 3's rubric was, so they give goals, and I'll go back to Mr. Dukes and the measurable, I think Mr. Thompson said that. On all the instruments that I was able to review, and again, there's 72 districts, I got 17 of them, being very transparent. Tried to get more, just, sometimes people don't want to release how they're evaluated. So of those pieces, District 3, let me pull that out, her rating scale is above expectation, meets expectations, and below expectations. That's the rating that she uses. But going back to the point earlier, every goal that I've seen is not a SMART goal, Mr. Dukes.
No, I don't, I agree.
Every goal, so you were talking about hit or miss, that's not.
Where that's possible.
Yeah, that is not, and so I want to make some points too to what Mr. Dukes was talking about in that article that he passed out. If I can find it, I lost my paperwork here. because several, as I was reading the article, yes, this one. As I was reading the article, when you look at that first paragraph under tie superintendent evaluation objectives to district strategic plan or long-term goals, and if you look at that last sentence in that first paragraph, those often include goals such as improving students' academic outcomes. Well, that's goal number 2 for us. Because that link, if you're looking at the deliverables for goal number 2, you all will receive or have received state assessment results. So that means how did we do on SE Ready? How have we done on end of course exams? Career readiness assessment. iReady fall assessment data, that's academic achievement. District program data, that's SERDEP, that's how our kids are doing in 4K. District strategic plan, that's what we've done. That's measurable data, hit or miss. Discipline report, because that plays into academics. If our students are suspended, if our students are at an alternative placement, so that's for goal number 2. District program data, special education students, how are they scoring? You're going to get that in this next meeting. Multilingual learners, how are they achieving? You're going to get that, so that's goal number 2. And then another goal number 2, iReady winter assessment data, national assessment data, SAT, ACT, the ASD5, which is the military assessment, and AP, advanced placement assessments. You'll also get district program data for Anderson 5 Charter School. How's Anderson 5 Charter School doing? How many students are we serving? Are they making academic achievement? And you'll get those numbers. It's not just a narrative, you'll get data. And then if you look at extended learning program report, that's the after school and before school places that we put in place to help children master standards where they have gaps. So you'll get data on that. Then additionally, goal number 2, iReady spring assessment data. Instructional professional development plan. So Ms. Elrod talked about the PD plan that you're going to get. That supports academic achievement for goal number 2. And then let's see, in June or July. In June, you'll get the substitute teacher report. Well, you're saying, how does that affect academic achievement? Well, when the teachers are out, the most qualified person is not leading the instruction. So that's going to be there. So while the comment was said that they're not, I apologize, I don't remember the exact wording, measurable, you're getting a lot of data that gives you insight into the academic achievement of our kids. So that's goal number 2. So then that next piece, fostering positive relationships. Well, that's goal number 3. The superintendent will effectively manage staff relations and employee situations. And the indicators for that are our learning and leadership meetings, educator exchange, meeting teacher forums, meeting with our teachers, meeting with students, meeting with our district folks, and then also the deliverables you'll get. Now on the goal 3, you don't have as many deliverables for goal 3, but you have the teacher recruitment report that you'll be getting this month. That's goal number 3. And then you also have the safety professional development drills update. That's goal number 3, because when I've gone, and I've told you this before, educator exchange meetings, our teachers right now are the highest satisfaction of safety that they've ever had while I've been here. And I thank Wes Grant and Lieutenant Pillar for doing that, because our teachers feel so prepared in the event that what we don't want to speak of might happen, right? So that's goal number 3. And then the last part of that, maintaining safe facilities. Well, that's goal number 4. That is the superintendent will manage physical resources. So if you look at goal number 4 throughout this board annual calendar, you are receiving or you will receive data that is measurable. So I appreciate that as well. There's nothing worse than having vague goals. But when you have goals that then have indicators that then you have data, it's no longer vague, in my opinion. So, but with that being said, so Ms. Leverett, to go back to your question. So of those 17, 5 use rubrics. That's Anderson 3, Newberry, Spartanburg 7, Oconee, and Florence 1. That of the 17 I have. 1 used goals, but I'm not sure if they had a rubric or not, but just because the email came back and it said goal setting model with evidence, and that was Georgetown. And then 11 used conversations, meaning they get this type of document, the superintendent gives a report, a narrative, and then the board discusses. And those 11 are Pickens, Anderson 4, Lawrence 56, McCormick, Colleton, Orangeburg 5, Florence 2, Anderson 1, Edgeville, and Saluda. So those are the ones that I was able to either talk with, get an email from, so I hear your feedback, but I do need to know as a group, do you want me to continue with putting a rubric? Or do you want, going back, I need clear direction.
All right,
What
before
would you
they
like me
answer
to
that
do?
question, if you'll answer this one, what rating would you like to have? I'll give you multiple choice. Exemplary, distinguished, significantly above expectations. Of those three, which one would you like to have?
I can't answer that because you don't have given me the definition of what each of those entails.
Well, we can't give you any of those because we don't have a way to get there. So what I'm asking for is just a way of the data you're going to give us, the artifacts you're going to give us for us to say, I don't like a 2-point scale like I showed you in Florida, but give us something. Is what you're giving us, is that unsatisfactory, developing, accomplished, exemplary, or above expectations? Give us a way to rate that and then using that to get to a rating for you, which could be exemplary or distinguished or significantly above expectations. Otherwise, we'll never get there. That's just all I'm asking. Some of those things that are harder to quantify, we could do surveys for, teacher surveys, things like that, so to get data. But I really want to be fair to you because commendable, that's good, but I don't know if it's good or not. I mean, it's good, it's okay, it's fair. I mean, I don't know. So to get you to an exemplary or an accomplished or distinguished, we need a way to get there. So that's all I would ask is that we add that piece so we can rate those indicators that you've given us.
And I understand that what you are giving us is what you are doing. And these are the things that you're doing, that you're giving us each month. So I don't understand why we can't discuss it or say that you did give us the evaluation of what you were doing that month, and it did come up to this, or we did find out that that was a true thing. So I don't understand myself about the rubrics and why you want to go through something else other than discussing what our superintendent has done. Now, you could help me with that, but if you're doing something or showing us something that you've already done or you're gonna give us once a month, and it's true information, it's true facts, what do we say? Thank you for that. That was a good job. You did a good job at that. I mean, I don't know. And then when you say that we take, after we say that, then we give it to our lawyer and then she comes up with something. I don't understand that.
That's what the current system is.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one that came up with the word commendable, correct? We
I'm not
we
sure
never
on
we
this
never
one.
mentioned that.
Right.
We didn't
Well,
say.
it doesn't
You
matter.
just mentioned good job. Well, is that a rating? How do we determine? Good job is very vague. So I just like.
So, Mr. Dukes, I apologize.
No, well, I mean,
Well, I'll
just
say
match
this,
it. Match it to what we do with teachers. Match it what we would do.
But there's so much in here that you can't put, there's not a numerical goal for a lot of the students, yes, that is. But all the finance, that's pretty simple to look at, but
Well, if you read if it's not quantifiable, but you see that she attended 100 ball games last school year, is that satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Or is that excellent, or is that?
then you get somebody focused on, I gotta attend so many ball games to help this rating. That's.
No, I'm not,
that-
we're not putting a number to it.
Well, you're saying put a number to it.
No, I said
You
if
just
she
said 100.
did, if she did. I'm trying to
So are
say.
you wanting an overall rating, like overall, or you want it for each goal?
For each of the performance standards.
So you wanting
But-
6 ratings and then a culminated rating?
But you're gonna provide indicators for us, right? And I think we could, for the indicators you provide us, we could rate those as well. That's what the other states are doing. They're rating the indicators to come up with an overall performance standard rating, and then that's feeding into the superintendent rating. I just, out of fairness to you, I think you need a better rating scale, better than whatever the lawyer mashes together
And so
based on.
that's the difference, because the evaluation tool that I'm presenting would be one piece. So instead of an overarching goal, because that's what we have done in the past, that's been very beneficial not only to myself, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Bagley. And it is the process, not that matters, that's utilized throughout the state, where they discuss the superintendent as a whole. Now, they give feedback, right? Give feedback, and that's what I got last year from the letter. Areas that we need to look at. One of those, well, actually, I brought it with me. Let me read that. One of those was because I had cut 1.2 million. How many did we cut? 1.7 million out of the budget. I had literally eliminated positions. I had cut down accounts because I felt like that we could utilize that money in other areas that would help our students and our teachers. And so one of the areas in my letter that I received was make sure not to cut down the budget too much. That's detrimental, right? But in the same time, so there's pieces in there. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Dukes, is if you felt like I didn't do a good job with educational leadership, right?
That's way too broad, because you've got indicators under that.
Correct,
So let
correct,
me,
but you're gonna give me a goal, or you're gonna give me a rating for that goal.
Based-
The indicators.
based on based on
Correct,
ratings for the
correct,
indicators.
Correct.
Yes.
So whereas the current piece of it is, what I'm proposing is you look at the whole job and you say, good or not good. And then within that letter that I have not received yet, so I really don't know, I apologize, I can't speak to what you all discussed because I have not received that letter yet. Whatever it is that you felt like was not, let's say not commendable, since that was the word that you're saying that was used, I haven't seen it. What was not commendable, that would be outlined in the letter. So that then, going forward, I would know how to redirect the indicators on those goals. But what you're asking is goal number one, whatever goal number one was. Let's look at it.
Well, let me go back to your example of cutting the budget. Okay, if you cut the budget and everything's running smoothly with that budget cut, I'd like to be able to rate you significantly above expectations for doing that. Okay, otherwise it just factors into some narrative that we're going to have to give Allison, and then she's going to have to do so. I'd really like to get rid of the third party, because I think the board needs to be driving this whole thing. And I'm not doing it for the board, I'm doing it really for the district and for the kids, simply because if a superintendent, because you mentioned Mr. Wilson and Ms. Bagley use the same model, all they have to do is satisfy 9 people. Make 9 people happy, or 5 out of 9. Make 5 out of 9 people happy, great, even with a commendable. I think it being more specific is more beneficial to you. The more you provide us and give us ways to rate these things, we can make an objective determination, not a subjective determination. And so you've made a good first.
Gives you those specifics.
Yeah, and I've seen some unbelievable calendars in my research, similar to that, of what, comes out each month. So, but being able to capture those things, but in the end, we're gonna have to sit down. I mean, you're giving us artifacts, we're gonna have to sit down and say, is that good, is that bad? Or I'd rather, have about a 4 or 5 point scale to be able to do that.
Well, why don't you make up that scale and things that you have in your head? Because, see, I don't understand it. So why don't you make up that and bring it back to us?
I've provided the information, the contract of the superintendent states that she does that for us. I'm just, as a board member, providing an overview of what I think is effective and giving you evidence of what's effective across these states that do it that way. I'm not married to it. I think we've made a good first step. We're just adding the indicators is very helpful. That was my point with Allison when I talked to her, because I took those little descriptors in each of the questions and tried to match that up with what the question was asking on the current one, and it was just, I was very frustrated with it, very frustrated. And I know it's easy for the board, but I don't think easy should be an answer or a reason for us to do something as significant as what we're doing here. It's really for the benefit of the district and the kids, because if we're holding the superintendent accountable to run the district, that's going to translate down the line. If it's not being measured, our old saying here, if it's not measured, it doesn't get done. So, and I think really out of fairness to the superintendent, I'd love to see her get an exemplary. distinguished, significantly above, okay, as opposed to commendable.
I'd like to make a couple points if I could. You know, it sort of puts some pressure on when let's take these 6 goals, for example, or excuse me, 6, I don't know if we're calling the title headings goals. For example, board and community relations, educational leadership. What are we calling that piece? Not a goal, but
This is the piece you're looking at?
yeah, so I guess there's some pressure too, you know, where if it's, you know, when it comes time for an evaluation, if it's just a thumbs up or thumbs down, I may be in the middle there. So to Mr. Duke's point, if there's some sort of rating scale within there, 0 to 4, 0 to 5, then I don't feel that pressure to be thumbs up or thumbs down. And then as you mentioned, it can be muddied by when you pass that on to the attorney. You know, the attorney may be making their best effort, but may not be able to quantify what we're doing. And then, like, for example, what I did with this past evaluation, I said, okay, there's six standards here, and I assigned them 17 points apiece, and said, okay, the superintendent can get a total of 102 points. And then I went through each one and assigned a number of points, and I gave her, hey, this is what I believe you scored out of 102 points. I think that would be helpful because, again, from our standpoint as board members, you know, there can be pressure to, you know, if I got to give a thumbs up or thumbs down, you know, that's tougher than, you know, giving me something to go 0 through 5. And the last point I'll make is, out of these 6, the board may decide that maybe 1 or 2 is more important than others. So let's say in my case where we said, okay, each one of us assigned, you know, a point value to each one. I may think that business and finance or educational leadership weighs more than the others. So I just wanted to reiterate Mr. Duke's point that it is helpful to have even if we use what you presented here, to have some sort of way to rate those each individually on how we think you perform rather than this or that.
Yeah, I did come across a state that uses a weighted system, and so I'm not necessarily saying that's a good thing. And now, one last thing, we base our whole system on what? A, B, C, D, F for every kid, every kid second grade and above, third grade and above. So that's what we do. Why would we use a subjective system for a superintendent evaluation?
Still very opinionated about how you come up with that number.
I
But we
agree.
can come up
You're-
with a number,
I agree.
but it's based on data, based on data.
Not really. The
I
majority of
agree.
that's not.
I agree, Mr. Price. I do think there's a lot of opinion there. I do think there's some, if you tie some of it.
I mean, we're elected
To the
to represent our
test scores.
constituents and to the thought process.
Sure.
The thought process, what gets us through life. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, and I don't like the terms for satisfactory or unmodified. I don't like those terms. That they're not very flattering. I'm just still saying it. You may say a 3, I may say a 1, so we're back
Right.
to square one again.
Well, not necessarily,
Yeah, we
because
are.
then those numbers can be,
They're not
and
going
for our principals, well, for our teachers, they have a point system, and the highest is 4, and trust me, 100% want 4, correct? Am I right? Personnel, everybody wants a 4. We tell them, oh, you can't live there, you can't get a 4. I'm not telling the superintendent, I want her to get distinguished, exemplary, whatever, I want to be able to give her that rating. But she has ways to get there in some areas, and other areas that might not be as strong, a little bit lower. It can all average out, but then you have a scale to go by and you can stamp it. She gets this, and that's coming from the board. As opposed now, it's going to the attorney, and Allison does a great job, and she inherited that, and you inherited this. But you used the other superintendents. I know Ms. Bagley was a big data person. Mr. Wilson had his style, but in the long run, all you have to do is satisfy 5 people. Make them happy, and you're okay with that current system. Let's quantify it. That's all I'm asking.
Who can be able to
Same.
do, oh, go ahead, because you was,
So how would you quantify the 3 years after COVID, when everything was dropping off? You would give her an unsatisfactory,
No.
I mean, so how would you, you know, when
You-
Tom Wilson went ahead and said, we're going back to school, we're bringing the kids back in.
Right.
I mean, that was a game changer, in my opinion, when a lot of the schools
It
did
was,
not.
absolutely, 100%.
And so I commend him for that. That was very bold of him to go against the flow. So, I mean, I have a hard time. I know when I first came on the board, it was a number system. We got an evaluation, you took it home. It was 1 through 5, I think, in each area that we were, and it was subjective. I mean, it was my first year, and I was like, Ms. Bagley, I don't know what to tell you. I assume you're doing a great job. I just got on in November, and here I am evaluating you a month later. I mean, so, I don't know. I could go either way, but
Were
I
you
think.
not, I'm sorry to interrupt, were you not provided any, and I don't know the system that was used, but what the superintendent's offering are artifacts and evidences along the way, so you don't have to make that guess, you know?
Well, like I said, I came on in November, then the evaluation
Yeah,
was
it's a
in
little-
January. I mean, it was like, I was a deer in headlights.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it was unfair for me to even evaluate a superintendent the first month I was on the board. I mean, so, and you know, and then it was, the first month I was on the board, we were cutting $10 million out of a $100 million budget.
Mm.
I was like, all I was doing was sitting up here till midnight every night. So, I mean, it wasn't all fun and games, but even in that sense, how would you evaluate Ms. Bagley with cutting all these people that were on the letter, knowing that it's gonna hurt the students in the long run? I mean, so she got a bad evaluation that year because test scores went down, or graduation rate went down, or because we cut the budget, or what?
Well, here's the beauty of, and I'm not answering your question, but here's the beauty of what we're offering, is putting the ball in the superintendent's court. She writes her own goals. She writes the goals that she submits. And earlier, we heard the data of how we're doing against our similar schools. I've always felt like that's the fairest way to judge things, because it's similar schools in terms of poverty. And when we like to be in the top third. Now, if she says, I want to be number one in all of them, she might be painting herself in a corner. I mean, you know, one year it might be, but next year it might not be. So, but the ball's in her court, okay?
So does she sandbag? So she gets a
Well,
exemplar?
we have to, my recommendation would be that maybe in April, present a final draft or a draft. We have till July. Her contract says we're supposed to approve this every summer. And so if we get it done by July of 26th, that would be the final deadline to get the evaluation model done, to get what her goals are going to be. We would all have to agree to that. And this is just the first step. And I think she's made a good first step adding the indicators, because that's what was missing and what frustrated me so much. It's not, you know, it was just all opinion. So that's my answer to that. It's up to her to set her goals, and we come up with a scale that's not, it doesn't have to be, it's going to have variations in it, or ranges in it. But the up-down, again, the up-down I don't like. I like a, 4 or 5 point scale. But that would be for her to submit.
The last thing I'll say is, it would be a beautiful thing to, like you said, Mr. Price, a lot of it is an opinion, and a lot of it is inherently subjective. But there are parts that you can say, no matter what Mr. Zug or Mr. Thompson says about her in this area with the test scores, this is what it is. And that also takes some pressure off the board with this up or down thing. And I like that 0 to 5 or 0 to 4 or whatever you mentioned. I mean, I work for a Fortune 500 company, and that's how everybody in upper management was rated. And it gave their respective managers the ability to say, well, I don't think she's bad, but I don't think it's good. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Or, as Mr. Duke pointed out, if I want to say it was excellent, then I can say that without just saying it's good. So I just think having, some sort of way to grade this, we do that to the students. I mean, my daughter comes home with a number on her report card, not a this, so.
Well, good. So do you want her to give us her numbers or whatever she puts on this, or do you want to get the numbers up for it?
She was, that's what the superintendent's saying, is every month, but she's got a calendar. And I'd suggest you, I don't know if you visited those other states, some of I've provided those calendars, or some of them are way too detailed. I mean, they actually list the standards, the board policies, et cetera, et cetera. In this article I gave you to read, it said keep it simple. You know, I'm a big believer in that, keep it simple, but she was gonna provide us that data. That's what we did, and we got along the way, all, those things we got along the way, but we'd have to compile it ourselves. I'd like to, when I get time to do an evaluation, I wanna have it all right here where I can see it, and it's put together, and then we can, and go from there. I can make a determination based on what she says she's gonna do, and what her goals are, and then how did she do.
Okay, well,
It's really, really simple.
hear what you're saying.
Sounds complicated, but it's really
Yeah.
not. We do it for teachers, we do it
Can I
for.
just provide some information, then get clarity from you? I do not want to wait until April because I'm in my year right now. So y'all are evaluating me without a tool. I don't have anything.
We need to amend the contract then.
So
Which we can do.
it was my understanding I was coming today to bring this to you for discussion. And then from that discussion, glean if any revisions need to be made. And then I was gonna put this on the agenda in November. Because this, we don't have a tool that we're evaluating. So that's where, and the goals, I was going to keep as they are, Mr. Dukes, knowing that the deliverables that you have provide you the measurable pieces. So the achievement pieces are in your strategic plan that we went over. Hit, miss, so let's say it was a 1 to 4 or 1 to 5 or 1 to 3. 1 bad, 3 great, 2 not real sure. Most of those we hit. Now it's still gonna be subjective because just like the GT piece we talked about, we hit it, but we had a 10% drop. So are you gonna give me a 1 because it really dropped, but we hit it? Do you see what I'm saying? So I was not planning to change these goals. These are the goals. I gave you a calendar with the deliverables that gives you data. And if I need to, I'll be glad to every month present you with a notebook with it so that you can add it to your notebook. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And every time you get something, we can add it to it. Now, if you want me to put a rating, I can do that. That's not a big deal. But I had not planned to revamp this whole thing because we need to make a decision.
It's not true that we need to make a decision because the contract we signed with you doesn't require us to act until the summer. So coming and saying we need to act right now or act at the next meeting is not,
But I
that's
think
not
we're
true.
behind the ball for this school year.
You're changing the
I agree.
rules through that, so if you want to
Yeah, I
want to
think
approve
we're
it by this summer, it will be for the next school year's way
Right, I think we're
understand
behind the ball
yeah.
for this school year,
That's,
Mr.
that's fine, and we can do it soon, but there's not a pressure to do it
Yeah.
in November, so.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, just out of fairness to you, keep the 6 that you have,
Okay.
that you're used to working off of. I just would ask that you would give us something to quantify those.
Okay, so you just want a scaling. Is everybody in agreement? I know we're not
Yeah,
voting, I just
yeah.
need clarity.
And I think if you want
To put a
we want to
scale on it.
change it, we do it, all right, the school year starting, contract starting now from, it would be, what would we get, no,
Yeah, I
27,
would say
28
we
school
would need
year.
to need at least June, May or June to get this finalized. If you don't like the tool that we're utilizing, that I'm proposing, that we meet again like May or June, so that it's done before the next school year.
Yeah, and that's what the
Yes.
contract says.
Yes, so we're just behind the ball a little bit for this school year, so that's why I don't want to wait, unless we just, we don't have anything right now. Nothing's
Right.
been adopted.
Just do what
So-
you're doing with that and give us that
And I'll put a
number.
little scale on it.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Coupled with that scale, the rating scale, we also need to revamp the final rating levels. I think we
yes.
want to do that.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Gill.
that we have,
Final levels?
right.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So rating scale for each goal,
Yes, ma'am.
and then final levels.
Right.
Okay?
And
I
give us
can do
maybe
it.
3 or 4 or 5 choices rather than just yay or nay.
Okay,
Oh,
3 to
yeah.
5.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what you said?
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
I agree about adding the rubric. I think that's important. The current evaluation is very vague and subjective, and I would like to take it out of the third party, Ms. Hannah's hands, really, and it would put it back in our hands. The final summary, she does the summary for us and puts all our info together, and just puts it in her words, but I think it could be better just if it was from us.
And so the final evaluation piece, we have 3 minutes because your next speaker is here, but we can come back to it after that speaker. Your final evaluation piece then, the summary letter, would be written by the chair.
Yeah, she could take all of our evaluations, put them together, you know, with our score, our rubric, and do the summary.
Okay, if y'all will give me feedback on that, I know I'm gonna stop so we can get her presentation up, but if you'll give me feedback on that last comment so I know how to move forward with
Right,
that.
and these are excellent. I love the 5-year, these are all measurable. These are great.
Yes, ma'am, that's from the strategic plan. Yes, ma'am.
But I think it simplifies it. If we go with a rating scale and final rating levels, if we present scale, a quantify, a zero in on a scale, zero in on a number for each of these performance standards, whether we give it to Ms. Hannah or not, I think that simplifies it, that takes it out of her hands. It's no longer subjective because we have given her data.
I see what you're saying.
And we've given
Yes,
her
sir.
concrete numbers to go on, not something that she thinks up and comes up with a name like, oh, that was commendable or whatever. That we have a number.
Okay.
And so whether it goes to her or not, it's no longer subjective and it's no longer her opinion like Mr. Dukes stated. It's no longer opinionated because she has to go by what we have given her. And we have the numbers, she has the numbers. So if it comes back and it's not, it doesn't line up with what we said, we go back and say, no, that's not what we have presented. That's not what we submitted.
Okay.
We have numbers, and our numbers say that she's more in distinguished as opposed to commendable.
I like the first one.
Yeah, and add
That
those
sounds so good.
numbers up. and
Well, when we
whatever
leave
comes
the
up.
night that we vote, we'll have a rating.
Right.
We have a distinguished superintendent who's gonna get a contract for this, at this amount, and then she can fill in the blanks with a nice letter if we need to do that. Fill in, the details.
All right.
Thank
I will
you.
take that information and I will put it on the agenda for November. We'll present it, vote on it, do what you would like to do with that. But we now have Ms. Cleveland here. We're very excited that she's able to join us. She's from the South Carolina School Board Association. You all had requested for Robert's Rules of Order presentation. She has graciously agreed to come and provide that for us, and so I will turn it over to Ms. Cleveland.
I did too, yeah.
Welcome, Ms. Cleveland.
Good morning.
How are you?
Happy to be here with you all.
Ms.
Thank
Cleveland,
you
we
for
thank you
bringing
for
us some
coming. We hope you
sunshine.
had a nice ride.
Thank you, darling.
Yes, ma'am.
Is
Thanks.
that a clicker?
Yes, somewhere under, we have our technology person here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it was.
Uh-oh.
Good morning, everybody. Like they said, I'm Rashida Cleveland. I'm the Director of Policy and Legal Services with the South Carolina School Boards Association. And so today we're gonna do just a beginner-friendly Robert's Rules discussion. It's basically to kind of refresh your memory on what the rules are and how they work within the meeting. So, have, any of you ever been a part of a meeting where people talked over each other, wasn't sure what to do next, or decisions took forever to make? And so, I'm sure everybody has, or at least seen a meeting like that if you weren't a part of one. But Robert's Rules of Order was designed exactly for that purpose, to prevent those things from happening. And so today we'll take a simple step-by-step approach, sort of a guide that will help you run your meetings in an organized and fair, efficient way. You don't have to be a parliamentarian to understand the rules of order. I myself am not a parliamentarian. but the rules are easy and they help you keep your meetings on track. So hopefully the goal is by the end of this presentation, you all will understand simply the basic principles, key motions, and practical meeting tips that will help you as a board make decisions smoothly and respectfully. And so let's get started with the rules, and hopefully we can help you make your meetings a bit more productive. All right, so meeting management, these are Robert's Rules of Order. Hopefully you all have at least one of these that you take to a meeting all the time. I preferably like the Robert's Rules, newly revised and brief. I think everybody, it's a small little book, I think everybody should have that with them at each board meeting. The picture there, that's actually, I see Ms. Cheryl, you have that, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's a
So
thing.
that is actually Henry Martin Robert, where we get our rules from. If y'all are anything like me, when I took on this position as a staff attorney over 5 years ago, I didn't have a clue who Robert was or why he had rules. And so as I began to study this and doing these presentations, I learned a bit more about him. And so many of the meetings like we have today erupted in conflict amongst members. And so in response to that, Mr. Roberts developed the rules so as to prevent any poor performance and to improve his poor performance in leading the meetings. And so why do the rules matter? They matter because they provide structure for fair and orderly meetings. They ensure that everyone has a voice and decisions are clear. These rules support transparency and accountability in governance. And so some of the core principles that they support is the majority rules. The rights of the majority are respected, and you discuss one item of business at a time. Everybody has equal opportunity to speak, and the rules apply to all. And so as I prepared for this presentation, I went into your board policy, and I see that you all actually have a policy dedicated to the rules of order, and it specifies that Robert's Rules of Order is going to be the rules that govern your meetings. And it also talks about how you will address one another, the decorum, how you'll handle motions and points of order, how to limit debates and suspension of the rules. And so I do like that you all have this policy, and I recommend that you are following this policy closely. Remind yourselves of what it says as you move forward in your meetings. Okay. School board meetings, this is your next policy. And so what happens before a meeting, in my opinion, is just as important as what happens during a meeting. And so typically 3 things will happen before the board has a meeting. The meeting schedule is established, the meeting agenda is prepared, notification is sent out of the meeting. And so your policy outlines that process. And so again, this is one of those things. Familiarize yourself with your policy. Make sure that that's exactly the practice that's being followed in every meeting. Another thing that's important, understanding your role. And so the board chair or chairwoman here, you must understand your role within the board. One of your roles is to facilitate the meeting, enforce board policies related to conduct at meetings, answer questions related to parliamentary procedure, and work with and consult with the superintendent with regards to various matters as it relates to the district. The board should always strive to conduct its business in an open and public manner. And so that is exactly the purpose of what FOIA was created to do, is to help you all to do that. And the first step, according to the rules of FOIA, in creating an open and public meeting would be the board agenda, correct? And so the meeting agenda is the foundation of every good meeting. You have to have a good meeting plan, and they must be conducted according to the established agenda or an agenda that's been properly amended. And so we'll get into amending the agenda and things of that nature in just a moment. This is a sample agenda that I created. Your agenda may not look exactly like this, but it should look similar. Most boards have a prescribed order of business that they use, and so I just included this as an example. I took a look at some of your agendas, and they actually kind of look similar to this, and so that's a good thing. You also have a policy dedicated to how your board agenda will be prepared, and according to that policy, The superintendent, in cooperation with the board chair, will prepare the agenda for each meeting. It also outlines who can recommend topics and things to be listed in the agenda. And so, again, familiarize yourself with your policies and make sure that the meetings are followed according to what your policy says. This is just highlights, again, what should be included in that policy, and I reviewed your policy, it is there. Who's responsible for the agenda? Who can suggest items to be added? Determining the deadline for when things can be submitted to be included on the agenda. Determining what is timely for discussion on the agenda, and the process for altering or amending the agenda, and then the process for approving the agenda at the meeting. Amending the agenda. Robert's rules and FOIA clash here. You always want to follow South Carolina rules of FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act. You would not follow Robert's Rules of Order as it pertains to amending your agenda. And so according to the rules in our state FOIA laws, once an agenda for a regularly special, called, or rescheduled meeting is posted pursuant to the subsection, which is 30-4-80, excuse me. No other items may be added to the agenda without an additional 24 hours notice to the public, which must be made in the same manner as the original posting. Then, after the meeting begins, an item upon which action can be taken may only be added by a 2/3 vote of the board of the members present. If the item being added is one of a final action item, then that requires 2/3 vote and a finding of an exigent or an emergency circumstance. So you cannot add anything unless it meets the criteria listed here in FOIA. And I put this in here just so that you all would have something in your slides. I provided it in handouts so that you can refer back to it, just a model to show you what is required to amend your agenda, because you want to proceed here with caution. The key takeaways, like I said, the agenda must be posted 24 hours before the meeting. The board can only amend up until that 24-hour deadline or at the meeting, and you must fall within one of these categories: discussion items, 2/3 vote; anything with final action, 2/3; and an emergency circumstance. Consent agenda. Do you all use consent agendas ever in your meetings?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good practice, because they allow you to dispose of things that are routine and procedural and don't require a lot of debate. And so I always recommend that boards utilize that tool just to get through the easier items on the agenda in a swift manner. So moving right along, we'll jump into motions. Motions are broken down into 3 categories. You have your main motions, secondary motions, and then restorative motions. And motions are simply formal proposals by members in a meeting that the board take a certain action. And so that proposal may be that the board take a substantive action or to express a certain viewpoint from a board member. Your main motion is going to be the thing that gets everything started. It is the main motion that introduces the subject matter for discussion at the meeting or the proposed action. Your secondary motions are used to help the board decide what to do with the main motion. So you want to get the main motion in its best condition before it goes before the board, and it enables more than one motion to be pending at a time. So there's 3 categories that fall under secondary motion. You have your subsidiary, your privilege, and your incidental motion. And later in the presentation, I selected what I thought were the most commonly used motions, and we'll get into discussion as we get there. Your last category is your restorative motions. These are motions that bring the question again before the board for consideration. So these are the kind of motions that enable the board to reverse or reconsider a decision that was previously made by some other motion, either in the same meeting or another meeting. These motions, either by their adoption or their introduction, allow the boards to reopen a completed question, like I said, during the same meeting, or take up a matter that was temporarily disposed of in a previous meeting, or change something that's previously been adopted but still in force. Now, these motions won't work in all cases. Say, for instance, the board has voted to pay a vendor, and that check has gone out, it's been cashed, and the work is, you can't go back and vote to reconsider things like that.
Ma'am, could you, excuse me, I hate to interrupt, could you elucidate, that third bullet there?
Can only be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side.
Yes,
So that is either the winning side or the losing side.
right.
So say for instance, you voted on the side that won the motion, maybe it wasn't a majority, but you voted. You are able, as a voting member on the prevailing side, to say, hey, I got more information after the meeting, I want to reconsider that last motion that we voted for.
When making that motion, do you have to identify it as a restorative motion?
Yes.
No, you will say, for instance, the motion to reconsider.
Okay.
That's a restorative motion.
So if I was on the non-prevailing side and I attempt a restorative motion, the chairwoman has to,
Exactly.
and then what would be the procedure that we would dispose of that restorative motion made by someone that was not on prevailing side?
So if it's made by someone not on the prevailing side, then that motion is not in order at that point. And so the chairwoman would then say, well, the chairwoman may ask if she is not remembering which side you voted on, she'll ask, did you vote on the prevailing side? And then if you say, oh, no, I didn't, well, no, that motion is not in order.
And the chairwoman has to table that.
Mhm.
Okay.
When you say table it, we'll go back at what time?
Well, not necessarily.
wouldn't go back
table
at all?
it.
Well, you would-
He's using the term, it's basically dispose of it.
Right,
So
dispose of it
we're
completely.
not voting on it, it just dies because it's not in order. It's not a properly made motion because he did not vote on the prevailing side.
Oh, okay.
And I do have some scenarios and things like that to kind of help us work through it, and I do believe I have one that addresses just that and how to move forward.
Thank you.
So we'll get to it later. This right here, I call it the life cycle of a motion, and it just goes over exactly every step in making a motion. So we all know it starts with a board member making a motion. Another member seconds that motion. The chair then restates the question exactly as stated by the motion maker. Then it's given to the members for debate. Once debate takes place, you know that the vote is put to vote, and then the chair must announce the result of the vote. And so that's the cycle in which motions move. So a way to kind of remember that you're following that cycle is think idea. Somebody has an idea of some action that they want the board to take. A motion is made, discussion, vote. If you break it down in that way, you really won't miss a step when you're going through the process of the motions. It only takes a second. So a second is simply an acknowledgement by another board member that this matter is something that should come before the board for discussion. It does not in any way imply that the person who is making that second agrees with the main motion. They just agree that it should come before the board as a whole for discussion or action. And so when a person makes a second, the chair does not need to necessarily recognize the person that wants to make a second or recognize the seconder. That person can simply just yell out second. The chair may ask for a second. If everybody's being quiet after a motion is made, chairwoman, you can simply say, is there a second? I see most boards use that as the method, particularly when board members are quiet in meetings and no one jumps up immediately to make a second. So types of motions, like I said, I tried to pick out just the ones that I thought were the most popular that are utilized in meetings and ones that are sometimes misused, so as to not belabor you forever with all of the various types of motions. If you ever looked at Robert's rules, there are so many different types. And so again, the main motion, of course, we'll list that again because everything starts with the main motion. Like I said, it brings the business before the board for consideration. The main motion is the basis for discussion. You can only have one pending at one time. And so they should be worded concisely, unambiguously, and leaving no room for misinterpretation or confusion. If someone makes a main motion and it is not clear, chairwoman, you should ask them to restate them. You can also assist with helping them to get the motion out in the best way so that it's clear for the entire board and the public, so that everyone is clear on what it is that the board is working on. Amendments. Amendments is sort of where everybody kind of gets hung up when it comes to the rules. So amendments are secondary motions, and they are used to modify the wording of a main motion. So there's 4 basic forms of amendments. You can either amend by inserting or adding words or paragraphs, by striking out words or paragraphs, by striking out and inserting words or paragraphs, or by substituting paragraphs or substituting the entire motion. These all require a majority vote to pass when you're dealing with amendments. Your motion to table a matter and your motion to postpone. So we'll start out with the motion to table, since we just talked about tabling. A motion to lay on the table is used to temporarily set aside a pending motion until later in that same meeting. You're gonna pick it up before that meeting is over. You're gonna bring it back from the table. That does require a majority vote. The difference in tabling and postponing is that a motion to postpone consideration of the main motion is to do so at a later time, either also in the same meeting or the next meeting that you have. So it could be, say for instance, if you did 2-day meetings and you had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, you could bring it back tomorrow. Or in the November meeting, you would bring back a matter that was tabled at that time.
So that should be a postponement. Table has to be done in the same session. So we've been wrong on that. We've tabled things. So postpone it, moves it to the next meeting.
Yeah, it's better to use most people. I'll be honest with you, you see a lot of boards use table in that way, but if you can remember, postpone it if you know you may not get to it at the end of that same meeting. It's best to use the motion to postpone and say that we're gonna postpone it until the next meeting.
Okay.
If that's done, does it have to come back? I guess what I'm saying is, could the chair then make a decision in their agenda planning meeting to not put that on the agenda? Or if the board says, we're postponing it till next meeting, it has to be
It
there?
needs to come back. If the board says it's coming back the next meeting, and you can dispose of it at that time.
Thank you.
The motion to refer to a committee. I don't know if you all utilize committees. Do you at all?
So,
Some,
Sometimes,
On and
okay.
off.
And so those are good motions to utilize when, the board is trying to make a decision. For instance, I was sitting in on your evaluation discussion. Say that was happening at a meeting and you may want to say, let's refer this to a committee to gather the data that's needed so that we can come up with a rubric for the superintendent's evaluation. That would be a way in which you could utilize referring it to a committee, just to allow you to get more information, so that you can make an informed decision on your pending motion. It also requires a majority vote to pass. And I did include in your handouts a table, because I'm not going to get into whether it's debatable or amendable, but I did include a chart that would provide that information for you that you can have as a guide at each meeting. Next is the motion to reconsider. And this is a motion that's been adopted in a meeting, but say for instance, new information has come to someone's attention on the board, and it causes them to change their position or think that the board should change how it voted previously to change the outcome. So say you come into knowledge that maybe you're talking about voting or purchasing new computers for the district. And at the time that you made the decision, you didn't have quite all of the information you needed to make an informed decision on what's the best computers to buy. Do we have enough money? If you come into that information after, you can vote to make a motion to reconsider your previous decision now that you have more information and can make a better informed decision.
Do you mean at the next meeting or?
Yes, or at the same meeting, because sometimes you may adjourn or recess, not adjourn, excuse me, you may recess for a moment, and during that recess, get some additional information that's useful in helping you make a better decision, and so you could do a motion to reconsider in that same meeting. However, this motion can only be made by a member who initially, like I said, voted on the prevailing side. A majority vote is required for this as well. The favorite motion that everybody's favorite, the motion to adjourn. Of course, that's just the motion to end the meeting, and majority vote is required for that as well. The point of order, this motion is used to correct a violation in the rule. Chairwoman, you are responsible for deciding on every point of order.
I've heard you say that a lot, a point of order. Okay.
You should be using them.
Okay.
every time you notice that there's some break in the rule, use your point of order. Don't use it frivolously, but of course, use it. Help the meeting get back on track. If debate is going too long or things are getting contentious, anybody can raise that, and Chairwoman, you decide. Point of privilege. This, like the point of order, is something that is used to interrupt the main business before the board, and it deals really with things that are related to the comfort of the board as a whole or an individual board member, or situations that are so important that the board must interrupt its current business and decide immediately. And of course, the chair, again, you would make the decision on that, and you would go forth without debate. For example, it may feel a little cold in here tonight. You could say, a point of personal privilege, can we adjust the temperature in the room? Or
Every month.
We just have a signal for that.
Now we got point of privilege.
I always remember point of order, point of privilege this way. I think of them as problem solvers. They're problem solvers. If there's a problem in the room, one of those things is going to solve it. And this is a ladder of motions, and we created this. It's just to show you what is in order. So you look at it actually from the bottom up. So the lowest ranking motion is the main motion. Everything above that would be in order when the main motion is pending. So as you move up the ladder, if you are dealing with a motion to postpone to a certain time, anything below that motion at that point is out of order. So if you hear someone make try to make a secondary amendment or something underneath that postponed to a certain time, then you know, point of order, that's not in order. The motion is out of order. Lay on the table, if someone tries to make a motion for previous question or anything like that, it is underneath that on this ladder, it's not in order. The highest ranking motion, as you will see, is a fixed time to which to adjourn. And before we move on, I always include this slide just to remind you again on amendments, just because people tend to get hung up on those. And so, again, a motion to amend, modifies the main motion, requires a second, it's subject to debate, and is amendable. Main motions are limited to an amendment and an amendment to an amendment. That sounds a little confusing, but someone can make an amendment to amend the main motion, and then another member could make a motion to amend that amendment. And then whatever the outcome is, of course, the pending motion, if both of those amendments pass, Chairwoman, you would then restate the main motion as amended. The amendments have to be germane to the pending main motion. So it can't be about something that was not a part of the main motion or some topic of discussion that was not a part of the main motion that was before the board. Executive session. This is another place where Robert's Rules of Order and our state FOIA laws clash. You follow state FOIA laws regarding the executive session. And these are areas or topics that a public body can discuss in executive session that will allow them to close the meeting to the public, and they must fall in one of these 5 categories. And so the statute requires that before the board enters executive session, you must vote in public on the question to enter into executive session. That motion must state the specific purpose. So you can't just say, I move that we go into executive session and nothing else.
Got to name all the things while you're going
You
into
must,
that.
and they must fall within these categories. If they are not within these categories, it's not appropriate for executive session.
So-
And you face violation of FOIA.
So are you saying one of these 5,
One of
that's
the-
why you're going in there to fire employee A, and you state it's a personnel matter, that's specific enough? Or do we have to say?
So you don't have to say the employee name,
No.
in fact, you should not.
No.
But you wanna say for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to personnel terminations, personnel hiring, recommendations for hiring, student disciplinary matters, just a little bit more than just simply saying, oh, executive session, personnel matter, that's it. Just provide a little bit more. You wanna be as specific as possible so as to avoid any issues as it relates to FOIA violations. And so, once you vote on the question to go into executive session and that vote is favorable, Chairwoman, you would announce again the motion to enter executive session, and you would restate that specific purpose that you're entering, one of those 5 categories, for entering the executive session. Once you are in executive session, what can you do in executive session? Can you vote?
No.
You have to vote
Can you
coming
poll
out.
members?
No.
That's correct. So the only thing that you all can do once you're in executive session, aside from your discussion, is to vote to come out of executive session and return to open session. And then an announcement is made when you come out and you return to open session.
And if we
That
go into
also-
executive session for, say, contract matters, that's all we can discuss, nothing else.
That's
Okay.
correct. You can only discuss what
What is listed.
on the
Okay.
agenda for the executive session and what you have announced the purpose of that discussion is going to be. And so if you know that there's an additional matter that needs to be discussed in executive session, then that needs to be in the amended agenda.
Okay.
Question. This is also the time that we formulate the main motion too, right? So before we come out of executive session, if there's gonna be something that we're gonna vote on, that's the time to formulate your motion, right?
No, because that's
Or
almost like
formulate your-
polling.
No, I don't mean like polling, I mean, say
Like
how
saying
we're gonna word it.
how you're gonna word it to
Right.
come out and what decision you're gonna make.
Right. No,
Yes.
right, not the decision.
Not
but-
necessarily the decision, but hey, we're going to move forward with this or take action on this.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
But the thing you want to remember with executive session and coming out of executive session, on your agenda, I hope that you all are listing that, action on items discussed in executive session. I say put it on every agenda, even if you don't need it. Sometimes you come out of executive session, there is no final action to be taken. You all just had a discussion, it's not time for final action. Still have it on your agenda to give it, because if you don't put it there, then that, again, provides another issue with FOIA, where you come out and you take action, you did not list an item on the agenda for action on items discussed in executive session. And one small thing I want to note, some people ask me this, or and some kind of know the rules, but with the executive session, who's allowed in the room? Is it just the board?
The board
Personnel
and the
be
people that
present?
have pertinent, I guess, skin in the game of what you're gonna discuss that's been itemized before you went into executive session. So if a person who is in executive session, they have to have, some type of stock in what's being discussed that's germane to the topics that you pinpoint.
That's correct. So, and any guests that the board or staff that the board feels should be a part of the executive session. You can have other people. So say for instance, I'm here today, you all have an executive session later. If you all invite me to stay for that executive session, then I am properly within the room.
So we can invite people to stay.
Yes.
Ooh,
Now, you don't have to, but you can.
Well,
I'm
of
just
course.
putting it out there that you can be in the room. It's not just that only the board, you know, some people don't recognize that you can have personnel in the room if necessary, or district staff, or if you have a parliamentarian that serves that is not a part of the board, but they serve as a consultant for the board, and you want them to come in executive session.
In other words, you
make
couldn't
sure
have a
that
private
they
citizen sit on the executive session.
as a guest, if the board so chooses.
But there's no guarantee they're gonna remain
Question.
quiet.
Yeah,
Better not to do
I
that.
don't recommend it.
How would you deal with the situation where, say, I invite someone, but Mr. Thompson doesn't feel like that person needs to be a part of the executive session? So how do we deal with that
As a board, you all have to decide that collectively as a group.
before we go into executive session? We have to decide that.
Yeah, you'll need to decide that
In
before.
open session, we discuss, well, I don't want him to.
No.
How
I
do we
wouldn't,
do it?
I wouldn't even recommend dealing with that at that time. Beforehand, if you know ahead of the time when you set your agenda what you are supposed to be discussing in that executive session. Ahead of time, determine if you're going to have a guest so that that can be dealt with, or you can have an understanding of who wants that person in the room or agrees that that person should be in the room.
Should that be a 2/3 or a majority vote?
I don't have a recommendation on how to vote on that.
Okay.
If I had to lean one way or the other, I would say a majority vote.
but it'd be best not to have that.
It would be best.
Would you say that someone who is in executive session who is not a member of the board is bound under the law not to talk about it or bound under board policy? And I'll relieve you of saying you're offering some official legal advice, but I'm sort of curious if they are bound legally, or if you know if they're bound legally to not. And it's okay to say you don't know. Or-
Yeah, offhand,
That's
I
fine.
would
Okay.
be leery to
Thank you.
answer that.
Thank you.
One final question, going back to the specificity of an announcement to go into executive session. For example, today we have discussion of proposed sale or purchase of property, but let's say we're gonna buy something, and I don't know which one it is. Can we leave it just like that, or we have to say we're gonna be purchasing a property?
You don't have to say you're going to be purchasing. I would say, what property, what's the address? The map number or something, just to add a little more specificity.
Oh, you're saying that
you
that's not even,
know.
that's not even specific enough, is that what you're saying?
It may not be. So
Oh,
that's one
gotcha.
of those things where I can't say that. The court will say that that's not sufficient.
Mhm.
I don't know, but to avoid getting to that place,
Gotcha.
you want to be as specific as possible.
But sometimes you're wanting confidentiality if you're gonna buy a piece of property, because if the public hears it, somebody's going out there and try to outbid you on it.
But I think that's why we go to sell, to consider, to buy. We name all those things and we just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. And that works,
Okay.
but just a little more.
A
than
little
just-
more.
Yeah, just a little more, because sometimes that can get you in trouble. And a good resource would be AG opinions on FOIA violations. And you will find a lot of great information there of how other boards in the past or other entities in the past have made missteps by just simply not, maybe using a few more words, one or two more words would have done it, to meet that specific reason requirement.
AG meaning Attorney General?
Attorney General. And those are available to the public on their website, but that's a good resource sometimes when you wonder, would this be a FOIA violation? I can assure you, with a lot of things, somebody's done it before. So you can get a good answer as to whether or not that thing that you're doing will be okay. I also included this, just to sort of help you as you begin to think about how to say things on the agenda. As you see, the easiest ones are like student discipline matters. That is sufficient, because you can't say a student's name, you have FERPA and all of those things, that student privacy rights are protected, as well as your staff members. You don't want to use names ever, and I also listed that at the bottom. You don't want to name individuals or entities in your executive session reasons for entering.
I think we usually list it as employee or student discipline, termination, or something like that. right?
And that's sufficient.
Okay.
Because you don't want to put any names or, I don't even recommend you using initials sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I know
Stay away
that,
from it.
that was on ours last time about personnel doing something, and it was, and somebody asked me the other day, what happened? I said, I really don't know. I said it was just on the agenda for it, but I said what they did, I don't know, and I didn't.
Yes, ma'am. And you wouldn't want to share if
No.
someone just walks up to you and says, I want to.
But I didn't know, so I couldn't share.
Answered it, yeah.
Any questions on the executive session before we move on?
Are you gonna, can we get a copy of this electronically? Are you gonna leave it with
Yes.
us?
I can definitely.
Fantastic,
send you one.
okay.
Debating the motion. So one of the primary duties for you, Chairwoman, is to facilitate debate by doing the following: restating the motion, so that it's clear what the issue being voted on is. Once you restate that motion, it belongs to the board. So at that point, Chairwoman, you cannot close the debate as long as any member desires to speak. Now, of course, there are motions that if debate is going on too long, you can make a motion to either limit or extend debate. So if debate is too short and you feel that further discussion is needed, there's a motion that can be made for that. But so long as any member desires to speak, Chairwoman, you cannot close that debate. Every member must have the opportunity to speak at least once before another member speaks a second time.
We be here at 12, 1 o'clock.
Well, that's where that motion to limit the debate will come in, so as if we can close it and not be in this room all night.
Okay, but when it says every member must have the opportunity to speak once before members speak a second time. So they can speak a second time if everybody else has spoken.
If everybody else has spoken that wants to speak, everybody on the board may not want to speak to a matter, but so long as everyone has had the opportunity to speak. When we talk about debate, this is where things can go wrong, very wrong or very right. And so what are some inappropriate things that can take place during debate? Personal remarks.
Shut up,
insulting-
stop talking to me. Shut up,
Yeah,
don't do that.
that kind of thing. Insulting language, attacks, vulgarity, obscenity, inflammatory language, criticizing one another regarding your motives, or why are you making this motion? Why did you vote that way? It's not appropriate. Remarks that are not germane to the pending motion. These are all things that you, Chairwoman, should ensure, and everybody on the board, that does not happen during debate. I have a little warning sign. Any of that comes up, be warned that that's a problem.
You can't be fined, okay?
So the vote, the common voting types, general consent, unanimous consent, voice voting, show of hands, roll call, ballot, paper or electronic. Do you all use electronic ballots? Okay.
We have it.
Okay. According to, I was just checking, because according to your policy, DEF, it says that you all use a yes or no voting style. And so is that correct and in line with your current practice?
Question.
Yes.
This is not particularly for our board, but this is to help me out when we go to the delegate assembly. Because I noticed that we call for voice votes, but sometimes you can, it's kind of in between, you can't tell if they're majority or if, who's in the majority, whether it's yea or nay. And I've heard the motion move, House divided. Could you explain that?
Okay, so when the house is divided, then you can call for a count.
Is that the same as
So-
roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna go through, and then we tally up, so you'll see some of the staff, we're running around the room getting the tally, so that we can get the accurate count of the vote and see who is actually the prevailing voting side.
Can you call for a roll call vote? Even like say with the simple, if you wanted to be a point of record, how someone voted, you could call for a roll call vote?
We actually can.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that way, and the chairwoman, if that is the case, once you all vote again, then you would say the outcome of the vote, and you would say, we have 6 here, 2 here, however you're going to spell that out in your roll call vote, just as you would do in your yes or no vote. So you're still gonna mention that outcome, particularly for your minutes. That's where that becomes important. If it's unanimous, then you can say unanimous, but just simply saying a majority, you want to say, 8090, however the count, you want to spell that out, when you announce the vote, what the actual outcome was for your minutes. All right, so.
Does that have to be called for by the chair of that house, that roll call, or is that
No.
being?
So let's practice. I put together some scenarios here that will sort of help us work through what we have learned and heard here today. So the setting for this one is a scenario based on amending the agenda. The setting is that the meeting is underway, and during approval of the agenda, Board Member Tigger brings up a new urgent item. And so he says, Madam Chair, I'd like to request adding an action item to tonight's agenda. Approval of emergency repairs to the middle school HVAC system. The heat failed over the weekend and classes cannot resume tomorrow without repair authorization. Can the agenda be amended during the meeting to include this item?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's pertinent for the operation of the school, and it's something that transpired, just came up out of, it was spontaneous, basically.
You need 2/3, correct?
That's correct. So you'll need a 2/3 vote, and it does involve an emergency circumstance. For our next scenario, You're assuming that the next order of business is additional technology funds available in this school year's budget. Can we have a motion on this matter so we can discuss? And so board members spend the money, makes that motion and says, Mr. Chair, I move that we purchase new laptop computers for the district staff. Board member Dollars says, I second the motion. Then a point of personal privilege comes in. Board member Mr. Freeze says, Mr. Chair, it's cold in here. Can we adjust the room temperature?
Sandra.
Yes, we say that all the time.
Is that in order?
I don't know, I just be cold.
That is in order. Right? Until, let me go back. Madam Chair, after that point of privilege is made, you of course would adjust and then address that opinion. And once that's resolved, once the temperature is adjusted, you would proceed with the main motion as originally stated. So you would jump right back into the business of the board after you've addressed that point of personal privilege. And so that main motion would be, it is moved and seconded that we purchase new laptop computers for district office staff. Is there any discussion?
Did that change? Go back to the original motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
I move
I
that
got it,
we
okay.
And so before you're able to proceed, board member, I disagree. I make a motion to amend the main motion by inserting the word MacBook before laptop computers. Then board member I interrupt, says we should use that money to paint the boardroom instead.
Yep.
That's out of order.
That's out of order.
Point of order.
What should happen, a point of order should be made to discuss that. Now the pending motion is the amendment, so we're going to assume now that, remember that amendment to add MacBook before laptop, now that is back before the board. So now the pending motion is the amendment to insert the word MacBook before laptop computers in the amendment to the main motion. If the amendment is adopted, the main motion will read, we purchase new MacBook laptop computers for the district office staff. So this, Chairwoman, is an example of how you would restate the amendment for the board. Right? Let's see. Then we get a point of information before it makes it to discussion. And board member Ms. Inquisitive wants to know, how much will this cost us? Is that in order?
Not until we get it to
No.
discussion, I would think.
Point of information.
It's a point of information, so they just want.
But that's part of the discussion, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
You can ask for make a point of information before it gets to discussion, because once the chair restates it for the board and the board begins discussion, it belongs to the board, so there's nothing else that you can do with that motion. You have to dispose of that motion before you can move to the next thing.
Did Ms. Inquisitive say I have a point of information? Or I need
Yeah,
a point
I think for some reason it's clicking out of order, but the point of information actually should have popped up first.
First, okay.
And then that statement, so it's
Okay.
not popping up exactly as it should in the presentation. I do apologize for that. So, after that, we're putting the vote to vote on what the amendment is. So the chair would then say, it appears the discussion is at an end. If we've had discussion and you're ready for the vote on that amendment, this is what it would sound like. The amendment, the proposed amendment is that we purchase new MacBook laptop computers for district staff. All in favor say A, all opposed say no. For the next scenario, we're gonna do one on policy revision. The setting is that the board is debating a proposed policy revision about student cell phone use during school hours. The chair would state the next item of business is policy revision, student cell phone use. The motion is on the floor to adopt the revised policy as presented. Is there any discussion? During this time, member Marty McFly says, Madam Chair, I move to table the motion until our next regular meeting so that we can review feedback from the school administrators. Member Doc Brown says, second. Is the motion to table in order?
No, it should be postponed.
Obviously, motion postponed, correct?
Has there been a second on the original motion? Does that matter?
So for this scenario, you gotta assume that it was.
Okay.
Right. So actually, for this one, you could use a motion to table or a motion to postpone. So if you proceed with, so if you proceed with tabling this motion, and you know you're gonna pick it up at the next meeting, you can say we make a motion to table it until the next meeting. Or it can be picked up at the same meeting if someone is able to provide that information during that same meeting. So if someone provides the information that's needed during the same meeting, you make a motion to bring it back from the table after all other pending matters on the agenda have been discussed. So this would be the last thing that happens before the meeting adjourns. You would address this motion during that same meeting. If you postpone it to the next meeting, then it will come up at the next meeting before all other matters are discussed. Next scenario, let's rethink that. At last month's school board meeting, the board voted to reject the proposal to purchase new interactive whiteboards for classrooms. At this month's meeting, one of the members voted on the prevailing side against the purchase. Has received new information about state technology grant that would offset the cost, and they want the board to reconsider the earlier vote. The meeting has not yet adjourned and no other business is pending. How should the chair proceed?
If that particular member Minnie Mouse, was on the prevailing side, as it stated, then that person is allowed to bring up a motion to reconsider.
That's correct. If they voted on the prevailing side.
And not necessary to amend the agenda to get that done, correct?
No.
Okay.
There's no need to amend the agenda for the motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Because you're just taking it no matter, like I said, you want to avoid things that can't be undone when you're bringing that motion to reconsider. And so here is how it should be handled by the chair. Chair would say it has been moved and seconded to reconsider the vote by which the board rejected the purchase of interactive whiteboards. Before proceeding, may I confirm, were you on the prevailing side of the original vote? Member Daffy Duck says, yes, Madam Chair, I voted against the purchase. Madam Chair would then say, thank you, the motion is in order. The motion to reconsider is debatable only to the extent that the motion being reconsidered was debatable. Discussion is now in order on whether to reconsider the vote and then proceed with that motion and disposing of that particular motion.
Question.
Yes.
So the person who seconds also has to be on the prevailing side?
No. Remember,
That's
a
what-
person who seconds
Mhm.
the motion, they do not have to agree with the content of that motion that they're seconding. Right? They're just saying that it should come before the board, not necessarily that they agree or disagree with the main motion.
Then my question is, why would member Daffy Duck be the one who says, yes, I voted on
I'm
it?
sorry, that's a typo.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So that actually should have been a different name. I do thank you for catching that.
Yes,
So let's just assume that's a different name.
all right.
Question,
Yes.
how do we know which is the prevailing side when it's in discussion?
So, when you vote on a previous matter, if it passed and you voted for it to pass, you're on the prevailing side. If it failed and you voted against it, and that motion failed by a majority vote, and you were part of that, then that's, or 2/3 vote, and you were a part of that 2/3, that's the prevailing side. So it can go win or loss. It's what side won.
So it's
The
after the
opposing
fact.
side
It's
wins.
after the vote.
Say it
So
again?
then it's after the vote.
Yes.
Okay, I missed
Because you're
that. I'm sorry.
reconsidering something that either has passed previously or did not pass
Okay.
at the last meeting. And so what side did you fall on? All right, so if you voted for a motion that failed, then you're not on the prevailing side if we're reconsidering that motion. If you voted for it to pass, it passed, you're on the prevailing side. Executive session. So the purpose on the agenda is that student discipline matters will be discussed and to receive legal advice regarding a pending litigation. And Chairwoman, you would say at this time, the board will entertain a motion to enter executive session. Can someone make the proper motion to enter executive session based on the purpose that was listed on the agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter executive session to discuss student discipline matters and to receive legal advice regarding pending litigation.
That's exactly how that should sound. That was our last scenario, and so before we have further discussion, and I think I do have a few minutes for questions. The bottom line of all this is that the purpose of the rules is to facilitate the meeting and to protect the fundamental right of the majority to rule and the minority to be heard. And so, how do you have effective meetings? These are just some best practices that we've come up with. You want to speak only when recognized by the chair or the presiding officer, except in cases where you're making a point of privilege, point of information. Those times, second, you don't have to be recognized by the chair. Other than that, you want to speak only after being recognized. Recognize that every board member requests to be heard. You want to recognize everyone who desires to speak. Raise a point of order if you feel that a fellow board member is failing to operate within the rules. The presiding officer, chairwoman, you should be ruling on every point of order. One motion at a time, one person at a time. You want to end your meetings at a reasonable time. And also, you want to remain impartial and tactful throughout your meetings.
Say that last one again. In the meetings at a reasonable.
In meetings at a reasonable time.
Thank you. Thank you.
We don't want to be here until
Wow,
8
we
in
gotta
the
go.
morning. We can avoid it. And so, lastly, I do have a question for you all. What are some things that you would like to do differently or better as it relates to Robert's Rules of Order in using them within the meetings?
I think we should make sure we're doing it right. There are people that critique you and look for every little reason, and we just want to make sure we're getting it right, correct.
Especially in terms of executive session.
Yeah.
Yes, and especially now with our meetings all being live streamed as well as work sessions, you do want to make sure that
Yeah.
you're doing everything correct. Any questions?
This was very helpful, the handout.
Yes.
And I will make sure that.
So email it to us, thank you.
I will make sure that I email that.
Thank you.
I'll get it to Mr. Newton in a PDF form for you all.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Cleveland, we greatly appreciate you coming to do this for us.
Thank you.
And you gave us Robert's Rules cheat sheet at, I think, the February conference last year. I lost mine, so thank you for bringing this back.
You're welcome. And I also included a little script, if you will, that will help you how to accomplish things in the meeting so that it can ensure that you're using the proper wording as you make specific motions. So that is the last page of the handout. It spans over quite a few pages. but that should be helpful. As always, if you need anything else, my contact information is there. I am always happy to help, whether it's a policy matter, a culinary procedure matter, give me a call. Thank you all for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Drive,
for
drive
coming.
carefully going back.
Madam Chair, would you like to take a break? Lunch will be served around 12:15, but I would like for us, I know we probably need a break, but I would like for us to discuss one of the policies before lunch so that we can make use of our time. So do you want to
You
take a
wanna
break?
go ahead and discuss the policy now?
I'll be glad to. I didn't know if anybody.
Anybody
Okay, that's-
need to take a break or, because it's
I need a break.
11:25.
I do.
You need to,
Yeah, I got a new medicine. I apologize, everybody. I'm in and out. I've got new medication that's coming.
okay,
It got me up and on.
You're
all
fine.
right, that's fine. Yes, we'll take a break.
Okay, so.
Short break.
Oh, just read this again, I'm sorry. For those watching our live stream, we're about to take a short minute break, and the stream will remain live, but the sound will be muted until we return. Thank you.
We're waiting on two.
Got two, right?
Let me see.
I'm trying to avoid last year.
Running out of things.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, for having Ms. Cleveland come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we back on? We're back on. Okay, all right. Due to having a little bit of time before lunch at 12:15, I would ask if it would be okay with you all to go ahead and just pull one policy up so that we're using our time wisely, making sure we're covering everything. So what I'd like to do is for us to look at policy BID, board compensation and expenses. And I've asked Mr. Newton, he will now lead our discussion on policy BID, board member compensation and expenses. In February of 2025, the Board of Trustees made a motion to seek guidance from the Ethics Commission and to explore policy options related to board compensation. Mr. Newton has followed through on that directive and gathered the necessary information. So at this time, I'll turn the discussion over to Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Yes, it's the first policy listed under the policy tab towards the back. What you'll see is just the draft language that I kind of put together, and all that was based on the conversation that took place at that February board meeting. If you remember, the only real action that was taken was instructing staff to go to the Ethics Commission, garner more information. So, there's a lot of conversation that took place that evening, but, we still had to come back and revisit it with an actual policy. As a reminder, we did request that formal opinion from the State Ethics Commission. That's also included in your packet back behind the policy. If you look at the policy itself in red, the amount included came from that February conversation. I know there was conversation regarding $300 a month for each member and $350 for the chair. There's a wide variety of policies kind of throughout the state. People have implemented it differently. Truthfully, I think calculating it, just based on an annual rate, kind of seems the most straightforward method. Some say, 300 a month. Some say, you prorate it out, just do it differently. I know Greenville actually, that they use the same language about, computing it at an annual rate. And then, plus that way, if it were to be implemented, that's something that's very easy for Ms. Hurd and her staff to do. That could be a monthly, check, or however, finance can work it out. So, that's the first part. The second paragraph is the staggered start date. And so, because as you know, in the ethics opinion, currently sitting board members can't vote on anything during your current term that you financially benefit from. So it's staggered. So that, if it were to be enacted sometime before the election next year, so seats 2, 5, 6, and the 2026 at-large seat, which is Ms. Bird's. That was the most interesting thing, because there's really no differentiation in how we define our at-large seats. So I just, put the date on there, 2026. It could begin after the 26th general election, and then seats 1, 3, 4, 7, and the 2028 at-large seat held by Mr. Thompson would be after the 2028 general election.
Now, why did you, question,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
why did it say that the board have to be done after 2026 election? Why couldn't it start at that time?
No, you can't vote on something that you would financially benefit from while you're in your current term.
In other words, like Paul and I don't run again to 28, so we couldn't.
Correct, yeah. So if you vote on it,
It wouldn't
wouldn't
take place
effect
till
for
after
those
our
seats
term.
until after the November 2028.
But the others
Right.
would.
Correct,
The
yeah.
next election.
Yes, the next election.
So you're saying some people will get paid after the 2026 election,
Right.
and then the others wouldn't get paid until after the
If
2028?
they get reelected.
Yeah, yours is coming up
one coming up, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Kyle,
Yes, sir.
just thinking about clippings I've seen from years past, I've seen districts get in trouble where board members are paid, but they did not attend the meeting. So we're gonna have anything about board attendance in here?
Yeah, correct. The way this is written, no, yeah, this is just based on an annual rate. No, you're right, there are some districts that, I can't think of any offhand, where, they get paid per meeting.
Right.
That's written in there, some are, $50 per meeting, $100 per meeting. So some are written like that.
I'm just thinking about the budget process, and I wanna have a discussion maybe in November, or January about, are we gonna do committee of the whole, which doubles the number of meetings that we have for a short period of time to get through the budget process. So you're looking at a per board meeting of $300, it would benefit if you word it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, you got finance meetings, or, whatever meeting, also you
Right.
have 5 meetings, and yeah, but the way this is.
And I think the
written,
only downside of that I see is that somebody thinks, well, they're calling meetings just to get
for no
paid.
reason,
They
instead
call
of
a meeting.
To get paid, yeah.
Yeah, but no, the way currently reason, again, this is
That's happened too.
totally whatever y'all want to do with it.
I mean, I
There's a
can see
variety
that.
of ways that
Yeah.
people
I have
have
a question.
implemented this
Yeah.
across the state.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Newton, like say with this month, we had a board meeting, and then we have this work session. Would that count as two?
I mean, those two the way this is written, there's
Doesn't matter.
nothing about meetings, doesn't matter. You can meet December you don't meet, still get paid. You can meet 5 times in January, still the same amount as December, yeah. So the way this is currently written is purely, essentially, you have a flat rate, $3,600, doesn't matter how much you meet, or don't meet throughout the year. 42 for the chair.
Okay, well, 36 is how much money a month?
$300 a month, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how many, we meet the third Tuesday for 11 months?
Yes.
Okay, so I was thinking that we were getting the money for the 11 months, not 'cause we met today, not 'cause we'll meet tomorrow night, or nothing like that. That's what I thought. I thought it was the 11 meetings that we had. But now I'm hearing that every
It's every
time you
month,
meet,
yeah.
you get the $300.
No, it's every month, based on the way it's worded.
This
Yeah,
is
so
saying-
that's
Well, you-
11.
yes, the way it's
Averages
worded.
out.
Every month.
Yeah,
Averages
it just averages
out.
out, yeah,
Every
say
month.
you get $3,600 per year, and that's how it's computed, yes. And so, as Mr. Dukes mentioned, there are some districts that do it per meeting, to where, they may meet 4 times this month at $50 a meeting, and that's $200, in December they may not meet at all, and they receive no compensation.
Oh,
So districts do it a variety of ways, yes, sir, Mr. Bud.
well, I was thinking
Are
that.
they, I guess, to clarify, are they getting paid every month, or is it one check per year?
So, really the way that, when I was going through and I kind of wrote it out, computed an annual rate of $4,200, that gives kind of a little bit of flexibility to finance. I mean, I don't know what would be the easiest way for them to do it. If I kind of envisioned a monthly, just check. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. And so that's why I'm breaking it out to where there's a set amount, every month, the 15th to the 30th or whatever, you've got the same amount coming out of finance.
I don't think it would be fair to y'all to make you wait an entire year to get what you are due each month, for the travel back and forth to the meetings, to the schools, the things that you do. So my thought and vision would be a monthly, you would get it the night of the board meeting.
Mhm.
Now, if you had multiple meetings, again, this is just what I was thinking, what we would do whatever the board determines, but the plan would be that you would have it at your seat each board meeting, because it would be a live check.
Right.
Based on some of our past meetings, by the hour might be.
That might be good too. Might go
Might
back and
look
do
at
that,
that.
then we make
I'll
25.
remind y'all, keep meetings short. It was in Robert's rules of order.
You gonna harp
Is
on
that
that?
Paul's rules of order?
Yeah, Paul's rules of order.
It's Robert's rules.
And I did send this language here to the legal counsel at the Ethics Commission, just said, hey, do you mind taking a glance at this, have any thoughts? And, she was very complimentary, said, hey, this looks good. But anything that we, do, we're not in a massive time crunch, but obviously we need to do it, I would say several months at least in advance of the 2026 elections. I mean, that makes
And
sense. So,
from what I understand, the 4 of the districts are seeing what we do to do it as well. or look into it there.
Yeah, and I know the school.
Nobody's ever known how to do this.
Yeah, I know the school board association, they puts out, who's compensated, who's not, and I think it's about 2/3 compensated, about 1/3 not. None of the Anderson districts and none of the Spartanburg districts, which that kind of skews it there, because right off the bat, you've got 12 districts in those two counties.
Mr. Newton, do you happen to know that, like, for example, let's say there was a vote to raise that amount, or change that amount, raise or lower that amount, would they then have to wait to the following election, your understanding? It's fine if you don't have an answer.
I don't want to make it sound like 100% no. I mean, I would think if you're adjusting that amount, I would think you would probably have to wait.
I don't think you do, because I think Charleston tried to do it several years ago and got crucified over it.
Well, I've seen what some districts in their policies, what they did do is they tied it to like teacher raises or things, so a percentage. So they tied their board compensation to the average, teacher salary increase each year. So, for example, I'm trying to think back, I think Greenville, their policy is either 2013 or 2014. I think their salary's like 10,400, something like that, or when it was originally set. But they tied that into the percentage increase each year to what, the teacher saw. So I think some districts did it like that.
That would solve the problem long term for any other boards down the road, that this number was set back in 2025 and now we're in 2050, and I'm just thinking long term, it's just something they don't have to do adjust anymore.
Again, there's a wide variety,
I think Pickens had to adjust theirs because it was set back in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, and then some, Oconee, I was looking at theirs, Oconee is compensated, but the Oconee County Council determines each year what the school board is going to make, because Oconee County Council has the fiscal authority over the school.
Well, we got the county
Which
board.
brings up a good point. The county board does our budget, so, they're gonna have, in a small way, they'll say in that too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of overlapping pieces, much more so, and even in the ethics opinion you see, because I know sometimes people try to draw kind of correlations between the school, school district compensation and like, county councils or things like that, but school districts don't fall under home rule, which was that big law in the 70s that kind of gave, other forms of government a little more discretion. And so that's why, this goes to, the Ethics Commission, their opinion, they cited a lot of laws on the books that, kind of talks about how, the different hurdles that school boards face when, you're looking at implementing school board compensation.
My last question is, do we think we maybe need to get some sort of advice on putting something in the policy about if you don't want to take it, how the district would go about? I don't know if it would have to be paid out and then given back. I don't know. Some people even, especially for tax purposes, may not want it paid out. Can we just check and see if there's necessary language?
I think we misheard, I even thought if you wanted to leave it in like I hate to use the word, recreation fund, if you maybe want to have it set aside in your name to donate to schools, you said you could work it however somebody wanted to, really.
Yes, but I do think Mr. Thompson brings up a good point, because if we don't have a way for you to deny it and it gets left, that's gonna be taxable to Mr. Thompson. And I'm gonna give him a 1099 because he got $300 a month from us and what he chose to do with it. So if there are ways that we can, allow board members to set aside budget accounts, I do agree that I think that we're gonna need some guidance from somebody
Yeah.
on those, because as you guys change, it goes back to, I'm not sure who, I think Mr. Duke said it about the budget. If you go to paying per meetings, then that's very hard for us to set as a budget, for the general fund budget, because there may be things that come up that are very important that we need once a week on for several months, and that suddenly takes that budget a lot higher.
But really, that would be trivial with our budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much money.
Yeah.
But again, it's just,
Yeah.
if we're trying to be transparent to
Yeah.
the taxpayers, I want us to make sure that they know what the budget is for the board compensation. And then to your point, if you don't wanna take it, is there a way that it can be set aside for you, kinda like county council does for the recreational funds or whatever they would like to call them? Or does it just need to be that you are not taking the compensation, that it stays in the general fund budget for students?
I think Mr. Duke can handle that, put that together for us.
Yeah,
The language for that, you can handle that.
Yeah, we could definitely investigate, and that's one reason we wanted to bring it up today. Again, we don't have to have any action over the next month or two, but it's good to just go ahead and start building that framework, so, come spring, we have a general idea. Just trying to kind of take the pulse of the board. Just again, based on that February conversation, I feel like the 300 for the members and 350 that seemed to be kind of the target date. And again, I wanted to kind of put in front of you, just kind of computing it at an annual rate and not doing the per meeting thing. I mean, that seems like a more simple, straightforward process. Again, even some things Ms. Hurd just mentioned, just, for projecting. So if that seems kind of decent in your mind, definitely go back and get a little clarity on, about, those who wish not to take it. And again, I wanted to make sure, the staggered implementation is something that, that the board kind of seemed good with. So again, we'll bring this up again probably, January, February, with a little more detail. But just want to kind of get on your radar just to make sure there was not anything that y'all were expecting that you don't necessarily see reflected here, or anything kind of way out, right here.
Right, I just want to make sure, like Ms. Hurd said, we can deny it and not ever have it taken out.
Yeah, no, we can definitely figure out, what kind of language we need to include. We'll definitely get some guidance. And I will say this, the Ethics Commission, the legal counsel, Ms. Lasher, she's been extremely responsive, which has been great. I mean, she's been very helpful through this process, because, we do want to make sure that anything we do, is in line with, what the state wants us to do and what we're allowed to do. So she's been extremely responsive. And I will say on this policy, I did strike out 2 items in that last paragraph where it actually talks about board travel outside the state, because there's a reference to the National School Board Convention, and then South Carolina doesn't really participate in National School Board conferences anymore. And so I just actually, since I had the policy, I figured I'd go ahead and take that extra language out all the time. So that's the only other revision to this. But again, we'll keep working on it over the next couple of months, and we'll have some clean copies for you to look at. And if there's anything else, you wish us to ask for some clarification, we can definitely do that.
I have an item I'd like to address while we're discussing the board compensation. Now, this is not board compensation, it's something different, but I'll explain it if everybody's all right with me discussing it.
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay. If y'all can remember, well, let me approach it a different way. In past times, when a board member got to the end of their service on the board, whether they retired and didn't run again, whether they were ill and were not able to run, or whether they passed, it's been procedural that the superintendent would give that particular board member a gift. Say Miss Leverett was on the board for 8 years and she decided she wasn't going to run anymore. Then the superintendent in past times has given a gift to that board member, whether they purchased it. I know at one time when I first was on the board and then I got off, I received like a clock or something. I think another board member received jewelry or whatever, but it was just kind of up to the whim of the superintendent. I think based on what I'm learning, the climate of our board, we need some policy on paper, because it'll come up that we don't have a policy that states how we proceed in situations like that. And I don't want to leave it to the superintendent to say, oh, I like this person, I'm going to give them this. I didn't really care for that person. I'm going to give them a little certificate or whatever. So I think we need to have something kind of, some guidelines to go by.
Give us the name.
So what I would like to see is that after a board member has served on the board from 0 to 8 years, that they receive the superintendent has the discretion to give that particular board member a gift, a monetary gift, and we come up with the amount. Once you've gone beyond that years, 8 and 10, 20, 30, then it's a different amount. But I like to see board members, when you relieve, that you're not just gone and say, thank you, we appreciate it, all those years that you spent, But I like the superintendent to be able to give them something that they can appreciate and say, my constituency and the board and the school district appreciated my service. So I'd like to see us draft a policy that the board can say, okay, we have something on paper. The superintendent's not just going off a whim. The superintendent has our guidance to give that board member who is no longer going to be serving on the board to receive a gift. I say it's a gift because it's not compensation. They're no longer on the board. They're not receiving compensation. It's a gift in thank you for your service. And so I'd like to see us draft a policy for that. I have just some rough language, but I'd like to see us tweak it. based on whatever we decide. It says, upon leaving the Board of Trustees, members will be entitled to a service gift up to 8 years of service. An additional amount, if you have additional years beyond the 8 years, that amount is increased to whatever the other amount is. The compensation or the gift would be paid out the last board member at the last board trustee meeting attended by that member. So once that member attends their last meeting, the superintendent will present them with that gift of service. And I'll leave it open for any discussion. Anybody have any yay, nay, or any discussion about it? You think it's a good idea? I bring this up because, you know, lately I've been dealing with some health issues. Things get kind of, get where I haven't been able to serve, but I don't want people to think that I'm retiring or I'm leaving, but I do want us to have something in place in case something like that happened. In case my health failed me and I was no longer able to serve, I'd like to be able to have a policy to know that this is going to, that the superintendent is able to give me a gift without anybody saying, why'd she give him that? Why'd he get this? We have a policy, something with some teeth to it. And it's not just on a whim, oh, she liked Mr. K, she gave Mr. K a gift. Well, she didn't care for Troy, so Troy got a printed off certificate off the Xerox copy. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'd like to see us have something with some teeth to it. If anybody feels like that's out of order, I'd like to hear it. You disagree with it?
I don't think it's out of order. I'd like to see what the legality of it was before I was able to say. I don't know one way or the other. I don't have any legal opinion on it.
Well, anything, like Kyle said, anything we do, we run past the ethics commission or whatever, so this is just for discussion.
Yeah, my only comment would be, do we have a policy already established? For example, if, I think of Miss Hewitt, she passed away, or she got sick and she had to step off the board. We've had that happen from time to time. So how do you replace them? Build a rule to an existing policy, then we wouldn't have to pass a policy, and as long as we agree to it, the administration pulls it, it'd be easier than a policy. Because I'm a little concerned about a policy for something a board member's going to be receiving in the future. But if there's something already established, if we could just write a rule to go along with it, it would solve the problem.
To my knowledge, I don't think there is.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I think it's just been out of the kindness of the superintendent's heart, they
Right.
decided to do something for somebody.
Yeah, but if
I'd
we could
like to
attach
see-
a rule, then it would give the specific, you put your
Right,
exact,
right,
whatever. Yeah.
okay. So rather than a policy, we could attach a rule.
A rule, yeah,
Right.
much like we did the Good News Club. The real meat to the Good News Club is in the rule, not in the policy. It's really in that rule.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so.
What you mean, like we did the good news?
Well, I shouldn't have said Good News Club. When we changed the rule to allow 10% of our rooms for charity.
When we do that?
Last meeting,
Organizations to meet.
organizations, we talked about
Yeah, we talked about it.
waiving fees. Well, we've got one reading on it. We got another one. I think we got second reading coming up. Yeah. So we got another reading, but we attached that rule which established that 10% at each school, which is really important.
Thank you.
Well, that's all I have. Come back, we'll sharpen it up a little bit, answer those questions, and probably come back at the beginning of spring, again, we'll keep chipping away at it, and then have you a copy. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we have a few minutes. We probably will not be able to finish this policy prior to lunch, but I have not been given information that lunch is here and ready yet, so I don't want to waste any of your time. So we'll move forward, and we'll stop when lunch is ready, and then we'll come back. So Mr. Galloway will now lead our discussion on policy JJE, student fundraising activities. Several board members requested that this policy be reviewed and revised. Mr. Galloway has completed this work through careful research and collaboration with our school administrators, so at this time, Mr. Galloway, you can propose the revision.
Yes, sir. Good morning for a minute.
Morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Today I'm presenting the draft policy, and you'll find it in right behind Mr. Newton's policy. Draft policy JJE, student fundraising activities, which is proposed to replace the district's current policy JJE, originally adopted in 2016. Through meetings with all of our principals and conversations with our neighboring districts, we were able to develop revisions which streamline and modernizes our approach to fundraising by clearly outlining what activities are permissible, reinforcing safeguards for students, and ensuring alignment with our current state regulations via our Smart Stat standards. This update maintains the focus of protecting instructional time and student well-being while emphasizing the fundraising efforts to directly support student activities in the educational missions of our schools. In addition, I'm introducing a new administrative rule, JJE-R, which provides the procedural framework to support policy. You will find that behind policy JJE. The rule details requirements for organizational approval, outlines the written documentation needed for fundraising requests, and clarifies the roles of principals and the superintendent in approaching such activities. Together, the revised policy and new administrative rule establish consistent standards of accountability and transparency for all fundraising activities across our schools. So please follow me in your notebook to the policy section. I will go over the key points of policy JJE. The first bullet, no one may solicit monetary contributions from students at any time. So the purpose of that is to ensure that students are not pressured or exploited for money by staff, peers, or outside organizations. The next bullet you will find that students should not be compelled to contribute. This reinforces that all fundraising participation must be voluntary, preventing coercion or pressure. The next bullet, students in grades kindergarten through 8 will not participate in door-to-door fundraising. This protects our younger students' safety by prohibiting door-to-door fundraising, and also allows them to serve as couriers for approved activities. Schools will not host paid admissions to school-sponsored activities during the school day. This prevents inequity among students and keeps school day events accessible to all. Fundraising campaigns sponsored within the school must be in support of specific student activities or projects that will contribute to the improvement of the school's program. This ensures that fundraising directly benefits educational or student enrichment activities. The principal will approve and supervise each campaign. This provides oversight and accountability by requiring principal approval and supervision. The next bullet is that students may not participate in fundraising activities during school hours without the express approval of the principal. This prevents disruption of the instructional day unless the principal deems it appropriate. Our next bullet and last bullet is that students will not solicit personal contributions to meet the basic needs of the school or to finance extracurricular activities. This just basically clarifies that students are not responsible for funding essential school operations or extracurricular activities. One thing you also find in the last paragraph is that we up the amount of Smart Snack standards that can be sold at the school during the school day to 30. Right now it's currently 10. The state max is 10. So when schools and principals would like to sell things during lunch, they will submit a request to our culinary department, which is Mr. Quentin Kavanaugh, and he'll approve it, and they can sell those things as well. So again, the policy that I presented to you all mimics our neighboring districts, to be honest with you. We had a lot of great conversations, and obviously it was needed to be updated. The original policy, I think it mentioned SACs, talk about accreditation, so we don't even utilize SACs as accreditation. So that is our policy, and of course, the administrative rule behind it just basically outlines, and I'm not going to read it to you verbatim, but those bullet points, Anderson 1 through 4, and not to say that they are our model example, but it keeps us consistent across the board. But Anderson, because we did not have an administrative rule at all for this policy, so we basically were able to look at what they had and felt that it would be good practice for us to utilize the Anderson School District 5.
So we don't do any fundraisers now?
We are doing fundraisers now, yes ma'am, we are. But you know, this policy right here streamlines it. The principal approves it, makes sure it happens under these parameters. And all of our schools were in agreement that these things can be followed.
In other words, it doesn't take it out of the hands of some of our high school kids and some of the stuff they do, they'll still do their fundraising.
That's right, that's right.
Okay, I think
the main thing is that, and the schools have been doing this, but the principal needs to make sure they're supervising these things.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that because they're not doing it, they are doing it. But this right here clarifies a lot of things. One thing I just want to highlight that was Not in anyone, this is something that we added for Anderson School District 5, is the fourth bullet in the original policy, not the original policy, but the drafted policy of JJE, not that administrative rule, was that schools will not host paid admissions to school-sponsored activities during the school day. So, in other words, schools cannot have, outdoor recess, if you pay $1 or something like that, because everyone will not be able to participate in that. I'm not saying that's happened, but I'm just trying to give you an example, what would not be allowed.
I think you mentioned pajama day or something.
Yeah, hat day,
hat
and
day.
somebody
Hat
didn't
day.
have money. We used to put
So
hats
that's
on
the
their
stuff
heads
it would,
anyway.
okay.
If
The
they had to-
principal just have to approve those.
Okay.
And
If they
Dr.
had to pay.
Dr. Kelly has been very, clear in her expectations of what can and cannot happen in our schools during our fundraisers. So.
Just make sure that your principles are clear, and obviously y'all have gone over that. I know when I became a principal, I was told, you get 2 fundraisers a year, that's it. And that didn't include PTA, and it was basically the yearbook and school pictures. Was about it. So,
I'm glad you mentioned PTA, Mr. Dukes, because just having conversations about neighboring districts, the PTA sort of serves as a separate entity.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing as well.
but they can't, they shouldn't be soliciting kids to raise
Oh,
money.
definitely, of course, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do
Okay,
we
well,
have,
I just remember something that Mr. Thompson had said earlier, and I can remember when I was at school. It was said it was a hat day, and we all bought hats from home, because if one child didn't have money to wear a hat $1 today, then you put this hat on anyway. Okay, so the principal knows what he can do and what he can't do, but he still can raise money. Okay.
Yes, sir.
how do we have it in our policy as proposed that no one may solicit monetary contributions from students at any time, but we still have fundraisers? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't want it anyway at all.
Well, I don't know if this is where you're going with that, but the pressure should not be placed on the students to participate, which is clearly outlined in here, but there are things like, for instance, PTA may raise money during, to do grounds or something like that, during, not Halloween, but during Valentine's Day and whatnot. But again, we do not pressure any kids to participate.
Into anything.
If that's what answers your question, Mr. Word, I want to make sure it's clear in your.
I think if we're gonna still allow fundraising, but put conditions on it, it's hard for us to say no one can solicit contributions at any time. Does that make sense?
I agree.
Not
I mean,
from
I
the
was gonna
student.
say the principal will approve or supervise each campaign, which contradicts the first bullet.
I don't think we want to get away from having fundraisers, because there are, they do support a lot of our sponsorships, a lot of our clubs and things of that nature. But when I think of the word solicit, and I guess I'm thinking around pressuring folks and needing that
Guilting
that
them
from
into
them,
doing,
like,
guilting
get
them
over
into
here, I
doing
need-
it. Yeah.
yes. So that would be my interpretation of that.
Well, if you, going back to Madam Chair's point, if you have a hat day or something like that, and that becomes a campaign to raise some money, whether it's for PTA or to pay for field trips, things like that, if you don't, you just say, I'm gonna have a hat day, bring $1 to wear a hat. Well, you're not putting a lot of pressure on them, but the kids that show up and don't have the hat, that's peer pressure. That right there distinguishes two different groups right there. And that's what we're trying to avoid. That sort of thing should be eliminated, period.
Right, I was at Concord, and it was pajama day. I think they paid maybe $5, and there were several kids that they didn't. I said, why don't you have on your pajamas? And it was like the money, $5 is steep.
Well, if a parent has 3 children, or 2 children and younger, that's not 5, that's 10 or 15. That's a lot of money to wear pajamas.
Well, I don't mind investigating that at all, but again, we don't want to put kids in situations where they feel like they can't participate, or they would like to participate, but they hinder because of monetary
It's almost
situations.
like,
Right.
So, I definitely take your point.
Title I computer room, they could only go in there.
They anybody who it was.
Yeah, and that, just
To
as
me,
we said, with the
that's
hat day,
Okay.
you had a hat, but I don't know how you gonna work that. Do they sell candy anymore? They used to sell that candy
The
for
world's
us.
finest.
Yeah. Do they do
It got
that anymore?
smaller.
If they have a PTO or whatnot, they may participate. in something
Oh,
like that.
okay. I wondered if
Now,
they
I will
said it.
answer that, Ms. Leverett. I canceled that this year until we discussed this. Because typically, those candies have to go home with kids, and then the kids give it to their parents, and then their parents, or they sell.
Oh, well,
And
that happened.
so
Yeah.
I have stopped that, Mr. Galloway, for PTOs as well, until I got clarification from you all.
Well, that
So,
happens.
yes.
They eat the candy and never give the money back.
Yes, yes. And
I've
going
been
back
there-
to
I've been
Mr.
there, done
Thompson's, no one soliciting monetary, I think that piece is going directly to kids during the day saying, I need this.
Right, give
For
me some
example,
money.
we've had some folks this year want to raise funds for their student council. And one of the recommendations was that they proposed, they had a football, and they had the football cut up into different sizes. One size was $10, one size was $20, one size was $15, $1, $2, whatever it may be. And what they were going to do is walk around the school and ask kids to sign their name and pledge that money. Well, I said no, because that's what I think that is referring to, is going through the school day. Now, that is not a new custom. When I and Amy Hurd were cheerleaders at Westside High School, we were mandated every week to sell buttons as a cheerleader with ribbons for the games. And if we didn't sell those, we had to pay for them. And so we would go around harassing other students. Look, you want a button for $1? I need $1. You need $1. So that's what I have in my mind, Mr. Thompson. That statement there is that we won't go straight to a kid soliciting money. That's what, not the pieces of having, I don't know, whatever they have for fundraisers. Y'all look at them more than I do. But that going straight to a kid saying, I need $2. I need $10.
I thank you for that comment, Dr. Kelly, because that's kind of in line with what I was thinking too. And just to your point about cheerleading, that's one of the reasons I spoke to Tom when he was the superintendent about us making sure that we funded cheerleading like all the other sports. It's a sport, and it gets expensive. Especially competition cheer gets very expensive. And I had two daughters, and one was a cheerleader, and she needed more money for what she was doing than my other daughter did for playing, basketball. And I said, this is ridiculous, how much money they needed for that. And they were required to come up with that money.
Yes,
And I felt like we should be funding it just like we fund football, basketball, baseball. It wasn't fair to those girls. So we fully fund that, right?
No. Not
Cheerleading?
Not for middle school cheerleading.
They each have their own. We fund it. We fund cheerleading outfits and things like that. But if they want extra money to do
Right.
extra things with, they have that opportunity.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I would like to say the world's finest chocolate bar, those are great. But,
I'll make sure I
I mean,
that.
that's
They really are.
reasonable, but when my kids went to Varennes, I remember one fundraiser, and you had to sell 5 items to go to get in the bouncy house, the party that they had. I mean, and the items were steep. They weren't the dollar candy bars. So I ended up buying 5 items just so they could go,
Right.
and because, and I didn't want to pass around the thing at work, like when I work, do you want to buy some of these items? So I ended up just buying them myself, which is, that can get steep with some of those. The items went way up more than candy bars.
And to Ms. Burr's point, I think it's a good point that we put in there that our principals will approve and supervise each campaign so that they have to have oversight over what's going on and make sure we don't get into a situation like that. Because when you have more than one child, like Mr. Dukes was saying earlier, you get 2 or 3 kids out there, you paying or buying and all this, it gets expensive after a while. So it's good that we have our principals supervising it, but they need to have the understanding of what our expectations are for them for the overall school. So I think it's good that we're addressing this and outlining these particular bullets.
And if you could just bear with me, just going back to the rule, I just want to just read over those bullets just to make sure these are the expectations that we have when we are requiring folks to, when they would like to have a fundraiser, that they include the dates of those activities. The type of activity must be clearly explained. The name of supplier or sales items or activity. Intended use of the money raised and how can these funds use, how can they improve the school? So those are things that the expectations through our administrative rule. And of course, with the administrative rule, things can be added as well. You see there's a need.
Question.
Yes, sir.
This last bullet.
So we're on the rule or we're on the policy?
I'm in the original revised, the
Okay.
first page.
Okay, yes, sir.
At the beginning of the school year, from what I understand, the Ethics Commission stated that as it relates to materials, you can either set a materials fee or you can ask parents to donate supplies, but you can't do both. And I think at the time that the Ethics Commission put that policy out, we were doing both. We were requiring a materials fee, and we were asking them to donate or bring materials, bring supplies at the beginning of the school year. And I think we need to look at it, make sure we're not doing both, because the Ethics Commission said it has to be one or the other. So if you have a materials fee, you can't ask them to donate supplies. If I'm correct, I think that's the way they worded it. So I think we may want to look into that.
Do we have that now?
We
Yeah.
do.
We do have fees.
Don't
We have fees.
We do both?
We have those who do without, those who qualify for free reduced lunch, obviously that'd be a tad bit different. Is that correct?
Any Title I school, we do not charge material fees. Non-Title schools charge material fees, and the schools keep the money. That money does not come to them. And
But-
then everybody is charged a technology fee. Everybody.
Right. But now, where we are at our schools, where we are charging a materials fee, are we asking them to donate supplies?
You mean, you're talking about for individual students, Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
You're talking about like a box of Kleenex or something like, or you're talking
Well,
either or?
glue stick, paper, composition
There is a supply
notebook.
list. There is a supply list, but a lot of title schools use their title money to purchase supplies for the classrooms, so there is no ask. But I can clarify that, and we do put out supply lists every year for students at every grade level.
So are we?
Is that that's a recommendation more than it is a requirement.
That is correct.
I mean, that's telling parents, this is what your child's gonna need.
use.
But generally, it comes into the classroom, and the teacher collects it and then keeps all that and distributes it during the year. It's generally how it works.
I can remember Lakeside years ago, Rolf
If I could
was
run through a
spending
couple
$90
quick
bucks
scenarios so I
putting their
can
use.
see
That's the
how this
problem.
policy may or may not be capturing it. Just a couple problem areas that have been brought to me, or people who have a sort of complaint, and then I'll give one anecdote. I'll be real quick. Hat day. Is that pay $1 to wear a hat? Is that still on the table with this,
No,
or
that's-
it's not, or it's not gonna happen?
I would talk to Dr. Kelly, but I don't think it would, no.
Okay. What about, pay $5 for a teacher to wear jeans?
No, she
Ms.
won't pay $5.
Well, I mean,
Is that-
and that's totally different, that's dealing with
Adults.
adults.
Right,
Adults.
so it's not captured. That's all I'm asking. Is it captured? It's not captured.
It's not, this is just for students.
Getting a text message that says, let's just say, little Timmy Thompson has a $200 goal to fundraise, whatever, I think. Ms. Burris, we talked about this. I've had some parents say, well, that makes it sound like my kid's behind or has some goal that's not being met. I don't know what a third party is being used to send out these text messages to say, well, you're currently meeting $0 of your $200 goal. And some people feel like their kid is unnecessarily behind or being overburdened, by having this large goal, so to speak, and it being marketed that they're sort of behind in what they're supposed to be doing.
So if you don't mind, do you mind if I address that one? So that particular piece was at Southwood Academy of the Arts, and that was a fundraiser that they used. It was called Pop for Kids, and they had an amount that they wanted to raise for an outdoor learning lab, 8th grade dance, and teacher incentives. I think those were the 3 goal areas. And it did come out as $200, but thankfully Ms. Burris brought it to my attention, and when we investigated, that was a typo. It should have been 20. dollars.
My.
But yes, so they fixed it. Mr. Lockus worked with the company. It went through, it was a default error, so they fixed it. So yes, but that doesn't take away from, there is a goal attached to every kid. That doesn't take away from that, but what they did is try to take that and put it in so that it was reasonable, $20. And if they don't make it, it's only sent out, that type is only sent out to people that the student gives emails and cell phone numbers to. So it's not sent to everybody. The students have to provide, they give the information to their parents, and then the parents provide either emails or phone numbers if they want to. They don't have to. And then when that information is provided, it's entered into the system, and then they get those automated messages asking for help.
And then
Well,
last question.
What if they don't raise the $20?
It's fine. It's fine. But again, the people only get the solicitation if the parents give the information.
That means that I want to do this, so I'm gonna send it out.
I want to participate.
Yes.
Thank you for addressing that so quickly, Dr. Kelly. And, but yeah, on the original message, it didn't say what the fundraisers were for either.
I mean, I think I understand, I think I know the answer to this question, but paying to play in the gym during the school day is not gonna happen anymore.
And that's, again, that third, fourth bullet, schools will not host paid admissions to school-sponsored activities during the school day.
Right.
Is there anything you all would like for me to go back and look into prior to presenting this at our next board?
Bullet number one, no one may solicit money, contribution from, I think we need to clean that up a little bit somehow. Make it, clarify it. Either strike it or clarify it.
Students should
Let me
not-
ask you this,
To me, that's an ultimatum.
About it.
I can't get past that first one, because that's an ultimatum.
Let me ask you this then, because the whole purpose of that bullet is just to put the emphasis that we're not gonna pressure kids. We're not gonna be all in their face trying to get $5, $10 from whatnot. But there's another bullet that may can take care of that. And hold on, what was it? Well, I can't. How about this? I can go and I'll talk to the team, and we can be a little bit more. I can be a tad bit more clear in that, and then I don't mind having conversations with you all throughout. One at a time, something like that. Prior to that, that way we can sort of clean it up, so y'all can feel better about it. Okay? Anything else that I can do to assist you all with this?
This doesn't deal with money, but all those hat days, pajama days, sock days, and all those sorts of things, I know the superintendent knows this, are a distraction in the schools. And limiting the number of interruptions, and that's an interruption. I mean, all-day interruption a lot of times. So just have principals look at what they're doing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I guess in what school can handle that? Maybe our schools can't handle that, because I know the school I work at, they did it yesterday, and it wasn't no distraction or nothing. It was just
I think,
Well,
I think
Pajama
those
day.
type activities would be best limited to the final day of testing, like the day after testing, or something like that. We've gone through a week where we did nothing but map tests or whatever. Then that Friday, we don't have map tests. There's no real lesson plan to be covered that day. Then it's not a free day, but
Well, I know some of the high schools, like when Hannah and Westside play each other, that's a big rivalry.
Right,
And
right.
they have different activities that goes on. And
right.
they don't wear pajamas.
personally, that was part of my experience.
Yeah,
I
Spirit
think
Week.
These kids may
Spirit
not feel the
Week,
same way,
yeah.
but you have no Spirit Week's not charging. It's something totally different.
Right.
Right.
But I will say that is an exciting week to get them pumped up to play the game on Friday, then get over it and go back to class on
That's-
Monday.
Right.
But
Not yet. That's one time during the season, which is fine. But,
Yeah.
seems
But
like
have you ever
they're popping up a lot, and the distractions are not necessarily discipline issues. It's the teachers got the kids are excited, and it changes the whole personality climate of a classroom.
Of the school.
Especially if the teacher's wearing something, try to discipline somebody with, you got your hat on, you just don't look normal. We always, when I taught high school, we loved picture day, because the kids back then, they actually dressed up to come get their picture made. They wouldn't fight on that day. They didn't want to mess their good clothes up.
Feel good.
So,
You feel good about yourself too. That helps a lot.
So,
Yeah.
you realize, hey, these kids can really behave. It's expectations.
Well,
Dr.
I'll
Kelly.
Maybe
push your
we should have
concerns,
dress up
and
day.
then,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'll push your concerns, and also I'll definitely clarify in that first bullet. This is the second bullet. Students should not be compelled to contribute. That's the one I was thinking about in regards to like pushing them. That's the purpose of that first bullet. It's not to necessarily beat the students over the heads and get them to participate, but maybe possibly. And I can ask you all, would bullet 2 suffice in regards to that?
Think about it.
I still think we need to elucidate a little more on bullet 1.
And we can strike, what I'm saying, we can strike bullet 1 and go, and again, right now may be an opportunity to have those conversations. We can do that, but just think about that, and I'm sure you all communicate with Dr. Kelly, and she'll let me know which direction to go.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Dr. Kelly, you can release the hold on the candy bars under this.
Yeah.
I will, I'll let
I
them
mean,
know.
that can be done, because I've been asked.
Yeah, and that's the truth, and I will always be honest with you, I said no. Until we decide what we're allowing students to participate in and not participate in, we will not be doing that.
Okay.
So I will let them know that they can. All right, lunch is ready, so we can break for lunch. If you don't mind, I will say grace before we go to lunch, okay?
Sure.
Dear Lord, I just thank you for this time that we have here today, and God, I just thank you for each board member. Lord, I thank you for your dedication to our children, our families, and our staff. And God, I just pray you continuously be with them, be with me and our leadership team, as the decisions we make will help support our families in this community for the betterment of our children. So Lord, we thank you for this food. Everything we say and do, God, I pray glorifies you, and Lord, we just pray we use that nourishment today to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
So we're going to,
All the kids were going to
Lunch
Brooklyn,
is
that was
in
at
this
college.
room AB, conference AB.
okay, so we're going to lunch, so we're just gonna.
We need to
Test, test.
Thank y'all so much. I was about to get hangry.
We're good? All right. Welcome back, everyone. During lunch recess, Mr. Newton found additional information about the policy EID that we were discussing, so I'm gonna bring him forth before we move forward with our long-range facility.
Ms. Laster must have known I was bragging on her and her fast response time. So I sent her some additional language to kind of clear up some of the questions. So I went ahead and I inserted another line into that top paragraph after talks about the numbers and the $3,000 or $3,600 and $4,200. The last line: if any board member wishes to decline compensation, those funds will remain in the school district general fund. So she went ahead and signed off on that as being adequate, which is great for Ms. Hurd, because that way, the money never, hits your account and you're not taxed on it. It can just remain in the general fund, for other purposes. So I'll go ahead and have that included in the next draft. I know there's some other things we're kind of want to clean up, but I figured we'd go ahead and circle back to that one since we got such a fast response time and you all are still here. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, Mr. Grant will now provide an overview of our long-range plan and facility needs, including the progress we've made in addressing those needs and the potential uses for the property recently acquired between the district office and Westside High School. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Grant.
Are we supposed to be in executive session?
Not for this.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Madam Chair, good afternoon, board
Good
members. Great to
afternoon.
be with you today. As Dr. Kelly said, we have two topics we want to talk a little bit about. Just take some time while we are all together with you to share with you a couple of things. We've had some, questions like how much have we done towards the 2023 facility study. So we want to show you that information. Talk about your ideas relating to the new land that we purchased here beside this building. So let's dive right in. We have captured and continue to capture.
The mic's on.
Okay.
No, just didn't know if they were on.
We're good? Thank you.
Okay.
So what Dr. Kelly has asked me to do and I've provided here is to show you guys what we've done over the last 2 years as it relates to items within the 2023 facility needs that were on that list. What have we done in 2023? What did we do in 2024? And also to present day. So that's what this list is.
Yeah.
You can see this, what year we did it, whether it was a scheduled item or was it unscheduled. And by unscheduled, it was still on our list of needs to do, but it wasn't planned for at the time it failed. We might have planned to do that in 12 months, but it was, perhaps was a piece of equipment that failed that we couldn't wait and we needed to fix it right away. So I just wanted to share this number with you. Some of the big numbers that you're gonna see here, just to go over a few, I know it's a lot on the screen, but it's things such as the new roof at T.L. Hanna, it's new HVAC systems that we put in at Calhoun Westside, bleacher upgrades at Hanna and also at Westside, a new practice field at T.L. Hanna, new teacher laptops, the Southwood restroom renovations, Whitehall stacking improvements, along with the network resiliency that you guys allocated funding for. Those are things that are the larger things that are on this list. And then you can also see smaller items as well. But I did just want to really draw your attention to the total amount that we've invested over the last 2 years. $43 million is quite an investment that you guys have made, and I thank you for that. When you have 3 million square feet of heated space, it takes a significant investment, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
How many?
We have approximately 3 million square feet heated, almost 700 acres of land. This 43 million, many of you will remember the discussions we had surrounding ESSER. 57% of this number came from those ESSER funds, which we were glad to have, those federal funds. The other 43% came from sales tax, capital improvement designations, along with general fund dollars. So just kind of want to give you an idea of where that came from and how the progress we're making. We're going to continue to document this journey. to show you how we're chipping away at the needs assessment. But also, we're capturing, I guess, in a summative format.
Gus, can I do a point of privilege? Can y'all get my screen? It's not shared.
Very good, Mr. Dukes.
Learned a new
Point of
skill.
privilege.
It's very good, Mr. Dukes.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
I'm impressed.
Mr. Zug reminded me of that.
Is it just not on yours, Mr.
That's
Dukes?
just mine. Craig and I have a thing. Mm-mm. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have
Yeah,
no
we
privilege
was
here.
on to what he had, now we're back onto the board, so.
Yeah, so he can look at that.
You can get the letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez. I am so sorry.
As we work through the point of privilege,
Motion to revisit.
Well played.
we'll tag back in where we were. We did, and we want to continue to do, allocating the dollars that we just mentioned over the last 2 years. So we've documented this here. As you can see, that first year was really
It's not, now it's
front-loaded.
not working for anybody, is it?
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
No, it's,
When I tried to connect, it was like.
See what you did.
I know. I have no privilege here.
while we're doing that, I would
It's
just
giving
like
me
to
problems
say,
ever
you know,
since
it's a great opportunity for me to say this now, we're waiting on the screen to come back, but it is a large commitment. It is a lot of money that our district needs, and I do appreciate all of you guys commit to us, Dr. Kelly's leadership and supporting us and the needs that we have. It is tremendous. You guys know it, we couldn't do it without these funds, and we greatly appreciate those funds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Grant. And let me say, it makes it easier for us to approve things when we know that we have people that are experts in what they do and they are dedicated to the job, and we have that in our district, and that's a good thing, and it makes our job easier. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. K. Appreciate
Yes, sir.
that. We got a great team,
Yes,
great team here, Dr. Kelly, and we have a lot of great people working that aren't here, and they help us do these things, and they're tremendous for our district.
This thing.
We appreciate that comment. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
It could be. Let's see.
Right, if we didn't have the money, we'd be selling a lot of candy bars.
That's a great point, Ms. Burrs, you're right.
World's finest.
Yes. So you guys still don't have it on your screen?
Yeah, so keep going. I'm gonna look on Ms. Leverett.
Oh, so
Everybody
everybody
else
else
has
has
it.
it?
I won't keep
gonna-
looking. I
he
was-
gonna
I
look
was-
on
let
my
me check
paper.
one
There
more
we
thing.
go.
Okay, so everybody else has it, okay, thank you. So we've documented, the amount of funds that we've allocated and spent over the last 2 years, and you can see that here. And as I mentioned earlier, the first year in schedule, $30 million, that was in large part from the federal funds that we had help with. So that's contributing there, and then you had the 2 years after to present day, those are the funds we've allocated. So it's something to be proud of. Our district's no different than anybody else. It takes a lot, requires a lot, and you'll see these numbers. It's not uncommon to see these around other districts our size. Unscheduled repairs and things that we've made, you'll see those dollars listed here, and as you would hope and expect, those numbers are a lot less than scheduled, which is what we would like to see. We'd like to continue to get those numbers down, but you can get a sense of what we're spending there. But all that to say, to summarize this one sheet, we're gonna continue to build out this sheet, but we spent $43 million towards the $246 million that we needed. While we've made great strides, there's still a lot of work to do. So you can see that there's still a balance. Using 2023 dollars of roughly $200 million, it's still needed there. That's a big expense. But I just want you to think about that number as we get further into the conversation about other things, so that you guys can remember that perhaps. Okay? So we want to give you that update there. I'll pause in case anyone had any questions about that before we talk about this. This is going to be more of a kind of open-ended dialogue, if you will, if you afford me the opportunity to do that.
Yes.
We wanted to take this opportunity to show you the new land, the land we own, from the property we're sitting at now, all the way to the other side of Westside High School. I tried to portray the acreage that we own outlined in red. So hopefully you can see that. We own everything inside the red here. The most recent property that we purchased is right here. That's this property right here. So I wanted to give you that visual. We're all sitting in this building here just to get you on accordion and the buses, the lights behind us. But we wanted to just take this opportunity to stop and pause and kind of garner some feedback about how you guys might want to see us develop and use this property here. We've heard some ideas, and I'll mention those. Some may say, well, let's just simply land bank it for future use. That's one option. We've heard, let's look at putting in a visitors football stadium parking lot here with a second entrance for visitors at the football stadium. We've heard that. We've heard possibly a new school here. Keep in mind, this is probably 19 acres, so that makes putting a school there very condensed, if you will.
Does the pond put any restrictions on like wetlands or?
If that's delineated wetlands, we definitely have to work with that, around that, to make sure we are addressing that. But if we chose, whatever we choose to do here, we're gonna have to deal with the entrance and exits with DOT. A new school there will get a little more complicated. But that's one option we've heard. We've heard a new transportation building
Yes.
is needed. It could go here. One element that I would like to mention before we solicit feedback here is the transportation building. Dr. Kelly and I talked about this. She brought up a great point. Let's just put it closer to the buses, which I think is the better use of that land. If we were to construct a new building for transportation, we believe it would be much better served to put that building right here, much closer to the buses, and it still leaves us freedom to develop this however we want it to. So, just want to mention that. We don't have any preconceived notion about what we want to do. Kind of wanted to open it up to dialogue.
Wes, if we did a transportation building back here in the back, is there enough, because I know you gotta have so many parked for occupancy, would that be enough to cover that as well on the existing track we have,
For
or?
transportation,
Yeah,
they would still use the parking lot that they have now, which is right here.
I'm talking about for the employees in the building, don't you have to have so many parked for occupancy?
They're all parked.
They're already
together.
parking here.
So,
Okay,
same premise. It's all the same parks that would be needed. We would have ample parking lot.
yeah, but you're gonna lose part of that.
Well, we put it in this grassy area
Oh, okay,
and yeah, I see what you're saying. We wouldn't construct on top of any existing park.
okay,
We would do it.
I got you.
Yeah,
But now, Mr. Price, that's a great question, because if you're going to build something there that might encompass folks from downtown, if you're selling that building, that's additional occupants coming back. So that is a great question for that, if you're going to try to build something that would occupy
Parking's always been a chore
the
here.
folks coming back from downtown if that building
Dr. Kelly.
sells.
I'm not interested in selling the building downtown at all.
Okay, I will retract my statement.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I have noticed, and since we've added the additional parking here, there does seem to be, the guys that are here more frequently, they can speak more to this, when we have programmatic things here, but I don't see us really maximizing all the parking spaces here much anymore. Certainly when we're leveraging the back parking lot. So I just want to pause and solicit feedback here, because we're obviously interested in what the board would want to do with this new property. We've not, like I said, we've not taken any steps towards anything.
How many structures are on that property now, Wes?
We identified, I think, 7 structures in the most recent property we purchased, and then we have the house that
It
we
was
purchased
recently
prior
bought
to
a
that
couple
from
years ago.
Getsinger. So 8 properties.
Mr. Grant, could you show me where that church is on here?
That church, Mr. K is right,
In the part that we don't own, right?
it's right here.
Yeah.
Correct, this is Getsinger Road. So,
Hindsight's 20/20, we should have bought that when it was for sale, that little church.
Well, it's still, it's unoccupied, isn't it?
Somebody's been working on it, that's all I know here, I don't know.
there's some obstacles between us here and the west side. We have all these storage buildings, we have the church, and then we have this warehouse that I think now is called, Price Collision. If you made you open up a new business, Mr. Price.
Yeah, I need another one, yeah.
So, you're saying where your air, where your area is, all of that's ours too, so we own the church.
No, we don't own
That
the
part
church.
in there, we don't own.
We only own what's inside the red here. This we do not own.
Okay, gotcha.
And I think the body shop's actually for sale, didn't y'all, but it's occupied.
We toured it, it'd make a great warehouse space.
That's about all.
Yeah, I think it would take a lot to
Could,
Yeah,
I
well,
think it's overpriced, but I know this has been mentioned several times to me about we have so many paper records we have to store. If we had somewhere we could securely store those and get them out of the schools.
certainly an option to use it for storage. I think that's about the only
Good it could
good
use.
option that building
Yeah.
could help.
And I don't know if that would be big enough for what you would need to store.
It's plenty of space for storage. I just think it's gonna take a lot to renovate it, so, if you wanna make offices or something like that. Be a little tricky.
I mean, I don't, again, I don't know any of this. Is there a need? Do we need to do anything with it? Is there a need to do any, I mean, does West Side need any more classrooms or?
The west side is nearing capacity, but we've looked at enrollment lately and it's stabilized to slightly decline. So we're watching that closely.
There's still a lot of development going on, all right?
That's right.
And I think the biggest issue we see with Westside and Hannah, honestly, is parking for the football stadiums. It's awful for both of them.
That's right.
So parking is an issue?
We
Yeah.
have
At
seen
football.
parking to be an issue 7 to 10 times a year.
Yeah.
So that creates a challenge. And one thing we could do is, you could leverage, now that we have a connection between these two properties, we could somehow create a walkway, if you would, or will, and you leverage the parking here during those events too. I mean, so, most of the time, all this parking is needed is after hours, so nobody's here, so you could park here too. But as far as need goes, we're hearing, Ms. Leverett, has indicated to us, she has an interest in the transportation office having a new building.
How many people are in transportation?
Mr. Galloway?
Like, as far as, we have 115 bus drivers, but stationary downstairs, probably around 7 or 8. But we have, well, let me sort of explain that a little bit more. We have folks who do midday routes as well. And they're coming in, they eat their lunch down there, so, but as far as the office, probably about 7 or 8.
So how many offices do they occupy?
Currently, probably about 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have restrooms and break room? Or do they use this break room?
The
They have
host
their own.
downstairs.
The dungeon.
The dungeon. Yeah, they have all those equipment things, but it's the way it looks and what we need to do for them so that we can get new bus drivers. Maybe we can get some things better for the bus people if we get them in a situation where they're a little bit better. 'Cause when you get off the bus in midday and you have to go in somewhere that's not as nice as other things are, or even as nice as the upstairs is. If you've been downstairs to that, dungeon. But
It
that's
goes
what,
toward morale.
yeah, but that's what I would like to get started with, something building for that. And the other thing about the bus, have somewhere out there too for the washing of the buses, for that thing, like you can just drive in and it washes the bus and you pull it on out,
Okay, yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
And I had a talk with one or two down there, and I did talk to, I could not breathe in there with him. We was just in that little room there talking, and there was another person in there. There's about 3 of us in that little tight room talking, and I was getting claustrophobia then, but yeah, I would like to see some that done before we do anything else, and with some other things that we have to do. But I like to put that on board, building that for those buses down there.
I'm just asking, Wes, looking at the pond that's there, and Paul would probably know this better than I would, but is it even feasible that you could do over there the detention pond back here and route it to that, or is that not feasible or possible, or?
Depends on how we develop that, because elevation wise, it all flows down to that
Flows,
bottom
yeah.
pond.
Yeah. Probably a lot of grading runs that way. The reason I was asking about all those structures, I just think we need to get rid of them ASAP, because if we don't, they're gonna get occupied by homeless people, I'm just being honest.
Honestly, they're a liability.
Yeah.
Being vacant, sitting there, could be somebody's going in there we don't necessarily know about. We had a quote that was given to us to abate the hazardous material. I think that was for 7 structures. Keep in mind, we've got 7 structures. I think it was approaching 100,000 to have the abatement done and demoed. Maybe $4 a square foot after you abate it, something like that, $5. So demo wouldn't be that much, but I do think it's important to consider that.
The other members of the board, do you know what that looked like? I don't even know what, cause see where, if we go all the way down the road, and like the church, and something else is down there.
Storage.
So all back behind that is land that we own.
Yes, ma'am. If you turn down Getzinger Road,
Uh-huh.
where the church is on your left and the collision shop is on your right, Price Collision,
Mhm.
if you go down Getzinger Road between those two, everything past that collision shop on the right we own, all the way to the cul-de-sac. And then when you get to the cul-de-sac, the house and beyond we own. Yes, ma'am.
Was it not determined during our inspection period what part was wetland? Or is,
We do have that on the survey, yes, sir. It is delineated.
do we know approximately how many acres? It's fine if you
I
don't have it on there.
I remember reading that report, and it was a small amount around the pond. It
Okay.
looked like it was wetlands. It wasn't a large portion of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, I don't know
That's
the
okay.
exact square feet or, I know it didn't look like acres to me. It was more square feet.
Could those structures, they're houses, right? Could they be, you know, moved? You know how people will take houses and move them?
Interestingly, you say that, Ms. Burke, I'm glad you mentioned that. We did attempt to auction this house here, the first house we bought. We put it out on, Mr. Orr helped me put it out on the Gov Deals auction to see if we could get somebody to buy it. We didn't really care if they gave us a penny, just so we don't,
Get rid of it.
just so we don't have to pay to abate it and demo it. Nobody would bid on it.
Wow.
Nobody. So I assume we would have similar challenges here. We don't mind trying, be glad to try. I just wonder if we'll have the same challenge.
Right, well, there's signs all over the place saying we buy houses.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
But they want
But-
to
Yeah,
keep
they
the
don't
land
want
to
to
do
do
it.
it.
They don't want to.
They don't want to buy
They
houses.
don't.
Most of the structures, other than that house, are pretty dilapidated, aren't they?
There was,
Is that these along the road front up here too? These
the ones that
towards-
are along the road front are extremely old.
Yeah.
They haven't been used in quite some time. The 2 homes that we purchased, they both had people in them recently. In fact, the tenant that lived in this house that we most recently purchased just moved out right before we acquired it. So they've had people, the home, have had people in them recently, but those other structures are just old and haven't been used in quite some time.
And I will put this out there for just FYI, Centerville Fire Department's having a fit to control burn them anyway. They look for that for training purposes.
Sure.
That, they asked me the other night about it again.
And just to that point, Mr. Price, if years down the road, somebody ever questions us about abatement of this house, that they did the control burn right there, that home was burned before we
Yeah.
took on.
Yeah.
There was mention at some point about a road to access the West Side Stadium for the visitors team. Is that, how big a need is that?
It's during football season, but I mean, that's
Yeah.
4 or 5 games. Well, you get your JV. The whole thing, most schools like to get away from now, they're trying to split up home and
Yeah,
away
that's
crowds.
that whole thing.
And that will let them come in from a different area, because
Yeah.
it was set up and you keep them apart during, now they come right back together after the game. And I know a lot of schools now just have them completely separate sides.
We really just wanted to float the idea out there. We're ready to get started as soon as you guys are, but maybe we pondered this a little bit.
Well, that's kind of my thought. We need to look and decide, get some input instead of, well, we should have done that, do a long-range plan on it, make sure.
Lane maintenance is a good option too.
It doesn't cost us anything to sit there.
The wonderful thing here is we've acquired land between this building and West Side High, and we've got a wonderful opportunity. We could do something. So,
Could we get a price on cutting a road from over, where your area is straight across to the stadium?
yes, ma'am, we could. We sure
How
could.
about, what's at the end of Getsinger Road? Is that a dead end?
It's a dead end road. And that home there is adjacent to.
There's one occupied home there on the left, isn't it?
That's the one, if those of you that attended West Side football games, you remember somebody would always start a fire.
Yeah.
Smoke the stadium.
Yeah,
up.
it's awful.
That was the home right there that we're talking about.
Wow.
So, the smoke stopped.
No, they started two more Friday night on the other. We had to call the fire department to go put them out.
It seems like it would be good they could park down there, the excess, and then you could have a little golf cart going back and forth, carrying some people.
Could you extend Getsinger Road for something like that, Wes, or would it, does that
I
make?
think we've got total, we own
That's
that
what I was
property
thinking.
now, so we.
Take advantage of what you already have
Yeah.
there, and this is shortest route to the
Yeah.
back of that stadium.
Because we could demolish that house there, put a parking lot there, and have a roadway to the stadium.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to Ms. Burns' point, maybe your referees, maybe your coaches or something.
If you had like bus parking for the opposing team at least,
Right.
and
That's right.
most schools don't bring outside of BHP and Hannah, you don't have big crowds anymore, unfortunately, for away teams. If you at least had the buses, the officials, and visitor park, especially for handicap, because if you're I mean, they'll shuffle, Jeremy does a great job, like Tommy Bell does, shuffling the handicap folks in parking, but both our stadiums built for, it's all about handicap issues.
That's right. And not to mention the safety aspect of this. If you go to other stadiums around, you likely see the home team fans and the visitor team fans separated.
Mhm.
And we don't really have that luxury here. To make matters worse, here at Westside High School, they're closely funneled in together, where at least at Teal Hannah, they are a little bit separated as you approach the stadium. Here, it's anything but that, funneled to one area. So that could help us from a safety standpoint too. But I don't wanna belabor the point unless somebody has more to add. Feel free to give us
So
feedback.
if you did decide to control burn those structures, you'd have to have them abated anyway.
I would definitely recommend that.
But I mean, I don't want to do anything.
Right. I would, but then, after that, we can.
Okay.
Just looking at the GIS and the topography, I mean, there's quite a bit of topography between this office and there. Even, like, it starts dropping off real quick after the football stadium down that east side of the property.
Right.
Yeah, it starts dropping off 10, 20, 30 feet real quick down to that pond.
Would it be
But
beneficial?
Getsinger Road is pretty level coming in. It's about a 10-foot difference. But then you'd still have to do parking somewhere in there. Not sure how much you'd get I mean, not a lot of property.
I think our most developable, the property that's probably the least costly to develop, to Mr. Zode's point, is gonna be in this area here.
Yeah.
The elevations really change here, which you would expect with the ponding this way. And on the back side of the football field house, it drops drastically. So I think our most economical property to develop is gonna be right here, from a civil standpoint.
Where's the does that pond have an outlet? Or is,
This one?
yeah,
I don't think so.
There's a creek back there.
I think it's just a.
I don't think it's,
Yeah.
I
It's
couldn't
not a-
see it. I
it's-
couldn't see an outlet on the
Yeah.
topography. I saw that our overflow dumps into it,
Yeah,
but our overflow goes out to the northeast.
that's right. Yeah, we're draining this pond
Yep.
this way.
Mr. Green, if we looked at developing that area that you said is most economical to develop and put a building there, would it be possible for us to run a road down between, what does that area look like down between the pond and the retention pond?
We went around.
Could we run a road down somewhere through there instead of, so we wouldn't interrupt this area here for building up front? So we used the parking lot and we went down,
Came around.
yes, sir, either that way or, but is this here? Is that developed, could a road go through here or would it have to go around this way?
I think we can look at all of those options, and honestly, for the most part, all of those are options. It's just how much we want to put forward from an economical standpoint. But I think, to answer your question, I think the options are there, Mr. Kevin, to
Right.
do that.
Yes. And I just say that because, I still think we're gonna need, at some point, we're gonna need space for building.
That's right.
Classroom space or something. And
And
I
that's
wouldn't
why-
want us to take up any of that space because we already said that that's confined area.
That's right.
So I wouldn't want to take up any of the usable space for building by running a road there. I'd rather route it around.
That's
And that
right,
way
it's similar to our discussion about the transportation bill. Try
Yes,
to keep
yes.
it off. And I think that's a great point. And the reason we want to talk about this in a planning session like this is to, at the end of the day, we want to master plan this site.
Right.
Not just 10 years down the road, 20, 30 years down the road, 50 years. So as we think about that, that's the only thing I would encourage us all to think about. West Side will have needs, clearly. They currently do not have an auditorium at West Side High School. Hannah doesn't have an auditorium, but just to talk about some of those things.
Would it be beneficial to look at cutting the trees down or just leave them until we decide to do something?
I think until we know
Just leave it
maybe
be.
how we're gonna use it, maybe we could incorporate that landscape into something in the building,
Yeah.
that'd be good. But we just asked you to think about this, Dr. Kelly's glad to capture the feedback and tell me what you guys are thinking, and we'll go from there.
I think we establish the program needs, and then you start looking at master planning the site.
Yeah.
But you gotta have somewhere to start.
Right. Well, thank y'all. I think we have more to talk about, but we're gonna move into.
And I think Mr. Bud, thank you, Mr. Appreciate it. You made a valid point, a program need, and that's what we're gonna do next, is because, as you all have heard from your constituents, and as I have heard in conversations with parents and teachers, there's three things that always come to mind. What are we gonna do about mechanics? What are we going to do about Robert Anderson being so large? And what are we going to do for transportation? Those are the three projects that continuously, in my short tenure here as superintendent, that have come up most frequently. And so we wanted to come today to bring you the funding piece. Where are we with the funding piece? What do we have available right now that would be able to offset some of those programs that have been brought to our attention? But unfortunately, where we are right now cannot fund all of those. All right, so Ms. Hurd is going to come and she's going to give you an overview. And while she's setting up, we have currently around $90 million on hand. We have saved our 1% sales tax money. We have utilized the funding over the last 3 years at the end of the year where we transferred money into a capital projects account. We have $90 million in our hand, and I think that speaks very well of you and what you've done with the taxpayer money and the funding that's come in. So $90 million will take care of one of those options.
Yeah, but we gotta have our fund balance reserved.
The fund balance is there as well.
Okay, that's outside the fund balance.
That's outside
Okay,
fund
okay,
balance.
okay.
So Amy's gonna talk about that. And so that's why I want to bring it to you. I want Amy to give you an overview of current sales tax, where we are with our capital project, and then how we can possibly move in the future funding those options. Because renewing that 1 cent sales tax will help us greatly with that and will not increase millage for our constituents. But not renewing the 1 cent sales tax, even if we don't do any of the things we talked about, will increase millage. So I'm gonna let Amy come up He'll come up and talk about that, and then we will take questions on that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. We will jump right into it. Dr. Kelly had a lot of the information that I am going to share with you. The biggest thing that I want to make sure that we recognize is two things as we get started. First off, a lot of this is estimated dollars. We are sometimes taking educated stabs in the dark at some of this information. Some of it.
We lost this on our computer.
I'm trying to fix it, sorry. Y'all see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
So just as we were saying, a lot of these are estimated numbers, so please just keep that in mind as you, as we go through this information. Additionally, you will hear some information about the downtown building, and I just heard from Ms. Leverett and Mr. Kay. We hear you. I had prepared this presentation prior, obviously, to standing up here right now. So please know that we heard you. I do have some information about that in this presentation. So just wanted to let you know that we're not trying to go against your wishes. It was just done earlier in the week. So just to kind of start off, like Dr. Kelly mentioned, the three major things that she is hearing about as she is working in the community and as you guys are communicating to your constituents and to Dr. Kelly is obviously the rebuild of McCants, an additional middle school somewhere. If you did not use the land we just discussed, we would need to purchase some land. Where we purchase the land will determine where we purchase and how much we purchase will obviously determine the land cost. So what we did was just kind of take an estimated guess based on the land that you guys had looked at that was close to T.L. Hanna, just to have a maximum estimate of what we would spend. We would expect and like that to be a lot less than that. But just if the board's initiatives are 2 middle schools, that takes $156 million immediately for that. Additionally, what we looked at was an addition to this building, Pyramidary Road building, to be able to house the downtown staff as well as a new transportation area to move them out of the basement. Again, shot in the dark. This is finance only, estimating 14,000 square feet from something that Mr. Zug said at the last board meeting, about 365 square feet. So I am way out of my wheelhouse estimating construction, because that is not what I do. But I wanted you to know how I was coming up with these numbers. I know Mr. Grant uses about 13% for architectural CCI, and sometimes when we have furniture that needs to go in, to that, and then also, just as Madam Chair was saying, estimating a cost for a bus washing station. So that is where this number comes in. I will have to rely on folks if this is something y'all want to do, Mr. Grant will have to get some folks to estimate this to say she was not right. But just so you would know how I come up with that. So those 3 projects right there would cost about $163 million. So as Dr. Kelly said, where are we right now? Our sales tax funds that come in from the Department of Revenue are held at the county level. They are in a bank account. Each school district has a separate bank account, but they are held by the county. Sales tax. So sales tax comes from Department of Revenue, goes straight to the county. The county then disperses that to us. They hold it for us. Our capital projects funds, as we talked about, that gets moved at the end of the year, any extra that we may have in the general fund that the board approves to move into capital project, that is sitting in a bank account with all of the general fund operations. From an accounting standpoint, we have everything separate. We can account for every dollar of it, but as it's earning interest, it is sitting in one bank account with general fund, capital projects, that's all in one bank account, but sales tax is a completely separate bank account that is manned by the county auditor. I'm sorry, treasurer. So I talked to Jason Phillips in the treasurer's office. As of 9:30, our bank statement had $51.9 million in sales tax collections. And those of you that were here in 2021 will remember that our bond payments go out through 2031. but our collections for sales tax stops in 2030. And I felt very strongly back in 2021 that we asked the board to please reserve the payments for the bonds that came after the collection stopped. So the August 2021 board meeting, the board reserved $9.94 million. That's the bond payments after the sales tax collection stopped. So we made sure that we didn't spend those. The last thing that we needed to do was to spend the money that should have been used for taxes. So we have that reserved. Always keep that. Anytime I ever give you a number on sales tax, I'm going to go ahead and pull out almost $10 million before I tell you what the cash available balance is. So that's how we come up with $41.9 million. Then if I ran the accounting report for our capital projects fund as of 10/10, and the amount that is encumbered for other projects that may have been approved by you guys was $53.6 million. However, in a separate account outside of the undesignated, we've always talked about the money that we got for the for the McCants land when we originally sold it is sitting in an account. There's the $4.1 million. It is sitting there. So we have that in addition to the 53. But you have, you are in the process of purchasing that land back, so we will need to spend the approximate $5 million. It'll probably be a little bit more than that with legal fees and closing costs, but a good round number is $5 million. So that has to come out of the money that we have available. The overage is going to come out of the undesignated money. You guys approved the AIT restrooms. This is the Anderson 5 portion that you approved at our last board meeting. And then Mr. Grant and his office will be bringing forward some future needs that would also need to come out of this money in the near future. And so you can see the estimated cost right now of what that would be. So from a capital project standpoint, we have about $48 million that we can allocate out however the board, Dr. Kelly, would like to do. So that is where we come up. You add those two numbers together, that's how we get $90 million that is available for whatever the board would like to do as of right now. So you could say, let's go do something, and we've got $90 million that we can spend right now to get that going.
And none of this is addressing the adult ed building.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Got that on there in just a few seconds. So then we were looking at, all right, so what is coming? What do we have left? From a sales tax standpoint, as of the end of the year, you guys know when I talk about sales tax, I always tell you that it's 2 months behind. So we, as of the end of June, so those June collections would be what we got in August. So we really are just now starting into the new year from sales tax collections, but just hang with me, I'm sorry, I make this complicated. As of the end of June, we have 56 payments left of sales tax collections coming in. We've received the July amount already. That's what we got that we shared with the last board meeting. We should be getting the August collections tomorrow or the first of next week. But what I did, so we can estimate out what could potentially be coming, again, this is looking back as a trend, just as a starting point, is I took the previous 55 months collections. Now, you've heard me talk about every month when I stand up here that it's continuing to grow, it's continuing to grow, it's continuing to grow. So, some of those 55 months previous may be lower than what we get in the future. However, we could have an economic downturn, and we may not get in the next 55 months what we got in the previous 55 months. So I just needed you to know actually how I calculated that. So I took what we actually received in July and then went back 55 months to say this is an estimate of what we will collect for the remaining amount of time of sales tax. Then I've got to go look and say how much is left in our bond payments. Because you guys know when I stand up here and talk to you about sales tax, we get a sales tax number and it's broken into two pieces. So they give us $1.3 million. 20% of that immediately goes to help offset your debt millage to lower it for existing debt. And then the other piece that's left has to pay our sales tax bond payments, and anything more that we receive, we can add capital projects that we're doing. So when we bonded out the $60 million in 2016 and 2017 after the sales tax was passed, we are making payments on that till the 2031. And I actually have, this is what we have going forward. These are the actual payments from this fiscal year all the way to the time it stops. So that this is where I actually got the numbers, but you can see the payments that we make. So we have $34 million that we still have to pay on what we collect in the future. So that gives you $20 million up to spend, an estimated number of what we will collect. However, in those actual bond payments here is that $9.9 million that I subtracted off already for you guys. So if I didn't add that back, I would be remiss and saying there's $10 million more dollars, because we've already addressed that, because I just feel very strongly that I know we're gonna continue to get payments, but the most fiscal thing to do is us to set that money aside and not spend it. So, but I wanted to make sure that that was transparent, that because it's here and on the previous page, I needed to add it back. So you have $30 million of potentially future income coming in. Again, this could be a little high, it could be a little low. Economy continues the way it is, this may be $5, $6, $7 million low. Budget cuts or economic downturn might be $5 or $6 million too high. But I wanted you to know the logic that I used to get to this number. So let's look at the summary. So $90 million right here, we have that already, ready to go, sitting available for us to start making payments to wherever we need to do that. Here's the estimated amount that you have through the end of sales tax collections. If we wait, if it goes all the way through February of 2030, we would have about $120 million available with no tax increase for additional debt. That's the funds that have already taken out all of the debt payments for the current sales tax bonds. So we could spend about $120 million and not incur any new additional debt. Now, what we cannot do by law is say, well, Amy, we got 90 million and you're gonna get another 30, so I know you're saying there's 120. Could we go borrow $50 million and make payments on that? We can't do that. The previous superintendent asked that of the state because the sales tax collections were coming in so high, because Department of Revenue dictates how much, when we went for the sales tax, could be bonded out. So we received that from Columbia. That was not something that the school district, any school district did. They came in and said, they ran their own projections and said, this is how much you can bond because this is what we anticipate your collections to be. Because we knew they were coming in so much better than what the state projected, we asked, could we go back and issue more bonds and use the sales tax to pay? They said, no, not during this time frame. This is all that you could get. So I just wanted you to know that. We can't get, we got 90 million, but this 30 million's coming. So through June 30th, you've got the 120 million that wouldn't take any additional debt onto the taxpayers. But since we've talked about it, just, again, want to make sure that everybody is aware. If we sell the downtown building, those funds would go back into capital projects and would increase this number to be more funds that you have available for projects that you want to do. But since I know Mr. Grant and Dr. Kelly are working on an appraisal for you guys, but right now, since we didn't have anything, I didn't put a number in there. Okay, so then if we start looking at what can we do with the 90 or 120, whichever way you guys want to look at it, one option was to reserve 78 million for a middle school. Not a particular one, that would be the choice of the board if that's the most important project for you guys, and it seems to be the one that's discussed the most. So if that is, and it's a very expensive project, so if that is something that is of interest to the board, would you want to reserve 78 million? And then that would leave about $12 million left of the current money. And then you're still gonna get the future money coming in each month and year. So what are some things that are being discussed? We've talked about two middle schools, one on this side of town and one being a rebuild up at the McCants site. Mr. Grant just gave you a great update on the facility needs study is what that should say. And we spent 43 million, but we still have 203 million left of needs from 2023 that we have not addressed. So we know that's a large number. The transportation addition and or addition onto this building to house everybody in one building is a topic. The adult ed renovations, the board has talked about those as well. The outside camera project has been a board request that will be coming forward to you guys. I put Westside Athletic Parking, this was really what we just talked about. I wasn't sure what the board wanted to do with that, but what I meant by that line item right there was what you just talked about. The land that was purchased between here and Westside, if you wanted to make it additional parking or whatever. So that's what that is. And then I know that Mr. Grant and his team have some information on the McCants fencing project as well. Those were just some of the topics that the board has requested or that we've talked about in the last year, 10 months to a year. So we have 90 million. You're going to have up to 120 million by February of 2030. We are estimating $78 million per middle school. I know Mr. Grant's going to talk in a little more detail later about that. The hope of the district, and I think that I can speak for you guys as well, is that our goal is to in hopes, renew the sales tax again to ensure that our constituents, your constituents, the taxpayers of Anderson 5, do not see a tax increase on their tax bill. That everything we're projecting and doing is through those lenses. If that is not the case, we have options for additional funds to meet these requirements or meet these projects if you decide to do those in the future. In the future.
I hear you, what you're saying. And I hear that, my thing that I thought we was doing with McCants was building there.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
what this cost is. It's a little more expensive, and Wes, please correct anything I'm not saying accurately. It's a little more expensive building on site because the intent is not to interrupt the educational program, so it'll be done in multiple years in steps.
Okay, so what we need another middle school.
I think the thought was if we wanted an additional middle school on the west side of town to lower the size of Robert Anderson.
A ninth grade academy, sixth grade academy, so we would have to look at some type of building for the.
So we built Robert Anderson to be.
No.
That's what the community thinks. That's why we're losing students.
I
They
heard
don't-
Dr. Kelly say, please jump in anything. Students at Robert Anderson are not overcrowded. Every student has a classroom, has the same space as anybody. They are not overcrowded at Robert Anderson. So that is not the reason for an additional middle school. It was more.
It's the community stigma of 1,200, I mean, they're, irate is a mild word for how they feel about the size of Robert Anderson.
So you're saying that Robert
Now, the
Anderson.
flip side is you don't hear any issue, I mean, the kids will tell you.
Well, see, initially there were disciplinary issues and there were
Yeah.
bullying, and then we had problems with people. Some kids had complexes, and there was some, it got drastic in some
Middle school,
situations, and so we started hearing feedback saying Robert Anderson's too big, too many kids over there. Well, it was problematic to take a Lakeside, one existing school, and merge it with another existing school, and that school lose its identity. That constituted problems that we had among the student body that was there at the time. So that's where the stigma that the community is talking about came from. So that's how we got to this point, saying we need to look at some type of solution for Robert Anderson.
One thing that's been, one thing that's been done this year, and I know Dr. Kelly can speak to it with Mr. Noble and Ms. Elrod's help at the beginning of the year before Mr. Noble came. I know she's been instrumental now, and Dr. Kelly. We have a sixth grade academy. So they are all in one building. I believe they have a different bell schedule. They do everything separately than the other part of the school. So they are in the same building, but they are treated like it is a whole separate entity in a building by itself.
They have separate dismissal procedures as well, so the only time they interact with 7th and 8th grade is if they have siblings or they're riding with them.
And that, I understand the thinking on it, it makes sense. But to Susie Brown out here pulling up, she's still dropping off a kid at 1,200 school, still, in her mind. Now, I think we've all seen the data. If you combine Glenview and McCants, you've got the same disciplinary issues, but they don't believe it. But you're losing kids in the McLeese area to District 3 because they will not come to Robert Anderson. They will not come there.
Yeah, okay, I've heard that there nobody
I mean,
wants
that's
to
fact,
go
like,
there.
because District 3 had open enrollment. I think they've since shut the door.
Well, let me share this right here with you, just so you see it,
That's right,
because
they will.
as you make decisions, I want you to have everything that Dr. Kelly and I know as of today. And this was prepared by our financial advisor, Compass Municipal Financial. And, this is what our tax levy will look like. You come down here, we're starting right here in the 2026 year. You can see that, our advisor thought that our millage would be 13.6, as all of these are your different, bonds, the dark blue, let me see, the dark blue and the yellow. The dark blue and the yellow are the 2007 bond referendum, so the top and the bottom are the bond referendum. The two in the middle are sales tax bonds that we did, and so you can see the payment, how much is needed of each bond referendum that goes with the millage. So he anticipated we would need 13.6 mills. Our county auditor determined that we only needed 12 mills, so the actuality of this for this year is 12, not 13.6. But let's just look at his projection. You can see this goes all the way to 2040, because that is when our current bonds will expire. So we have bond payments for one reason or another until 2040. The reason that is, we went to the public back in 2007 with a bond referendum. North Point, Glenview, Robert Anderson, every elementary school had science labs. We updated vestibules. Most schools got something added in the 2007 referendum. All schools at the elementary level, and then we added the 2 middle schools. And so that's what the top and the bottom is for, the 2007 referendum. And then sales tax, which a lot of the high schools has gotten stuff in our sales tax bonds. So we've kind of hit everybody through the years. But 2007, is when it was approved by the voters. In 2008 was the first time that the bonds were actually issued. They were 30-year bonds. So some of them expire. You see the blue expires in 2038. The second portion of that bond referendum, which was $143 million, was issued in 2010, and so that goes through 2040. So that was a 30-year bond as well. They were pushed out that long to keep millage low. And but what I wanted you guys to see is this is actually, again, from the financial advisor. This is through 2030 is when sales tax will end, February of 2030. So you can see a fairly substantial jump from 13.8 to 13.8 to 19.8, a 6 mil increase by not adding any debt whatsoever. That is just the sales tax ending. But we had 2 months of it because it doesn't end till February. And then remember, we get collections 2 months behind, so we're gonna really have 4 months of collections in 2030. So 2031 is the first time we don't have any sales tax collections to offset the debt millage. So 25.2 will be the debt millage, or maybe it'll be 2 less. But it'll be in this ballpark right here. And this is just showing you, this is what's gonna happen with millage, even though you guys don't issue $1 of debt. If the sales tax actually ends. If this does not end, it will probably stay in this range, because I assume the board will at least want that in the referendum to keep a minimum of 20% to still offset the debt. Could go up to 30. I believe, Mr. Newton, we were only required to do 10. So when the state approved our initial referendum to go out, we said we're going to do 10% to offset debt to keep millage low for our taxpayers. And the 5 superintendents at that time said, let's make a good faith effort and do 20% instead of 10. So you guys can keep it at 20, you can move it to 30. Whatever you guys would like to do is what we can do. Just remember, it comes off of what we can spend. But if sales tax continues, if it's renewed and it continues, then we would not see this spike in millage as long as we continue to have the reductions with the extra collections of sales tax going into that. So just wanted you to see that, and then very, very briefly, I'm just gonna discuss this briefly. Board members and school districts have the authority by the state constitution to get 8% funding. I've got all of the articles and the sections so you can go read it. We can have 8% of our assessed value, and this is actually in the audit report that you get every year. We calculate what that amount is. So Anderson 5 can go borrow $36.7 million without asking the taxpayers through a referendum. It will impact the taxpayers because it's going to increase our debt. We would be going to get bonds for $36 million. The purpose of this worksheet, the purpose of this funding source is for it to be a short-term funding source. So typically school districts do 8% funding in a 3 to 7 year payback time frame, because if we were to go get our 8% money and something major happened at one of our schools, we would have no funding to get it from. Because you have you have to ask the voters for a referendum. So if we've used our 8% money and we've used our sales tax money and our capital projects money, the only thing we have left is fund balance. And so I believe one of our schools, an HVAC update or a renewal of an HVAC system is about $20 million. So if we determine, okay, we're gonna do 2 middle schools, and that's gonna take all of our current money, everything we're gonna get in sales tax, and then we're gonna have to have all of this 8% money. If something else happens, we have no way to go get it. So I need to say that. So that's why it typically has a short payback. So if you pay $5 million a year in 8% money, whatever we pay this year, we can go back and get it next year. That's what a lot of school districts do, is they do a continuing rolling of their 8% money, so their debt millage always stays flat, and they get money every year. So for us, it was about, I can't remember, I've got it somewhere, $5 or $6 million per year, and it will take 14 meals for us to do a 7-year payback on $36 million. So it's steep.
How many meals?
14. We currently have 12. So actually, I do have that graph.
But we can't increase it that much. We can only go 8.
Debt millage, you don't have a cap.
Oh, you don't?
Only operating millage. So yeah, debt millage, we can do whatever the voters or the 8% allows us to do on debt millage. So this is what would happen if we get all $36 million. Again, right now, this would be 12. It says 13.6, so we'll go with that, just so y'all can see the jump. But if we got the 36 million, you would go from 13.6 to 27.6, and then at your highest, you would be 36.9 mils. That's for a $36 million 7-year loan. And again, that hits taxpayers. That hits every taxpayer. Y'all know I love to stand up here and talk about what the residential taxpayers don't pay for the operations, but the residential taxpayers pay debt millage. The cars pay tax millage. Your RVs, your boats, your airplanes, your businesses, everything that's taxed.
I don't have
It's
none
hit
of
with that. So just want you to know that. You also, so I've run calculations for referendums. I don't think that's what you want to do, but if the board ever if you get to the point where you say, these are the projects that we deem as a board we need to do during Mr. Grant's capital planning, long-range planning that we're talking about, Dr. Kelly, Mr. Grant, board, we do a long-range planning, and we say, let's go back to the first page, we want to do all $163 million. Just these 3 projects is going to take a bond. We're probably going to have to get into a bond referendum if the sales tax is not renewed.
Well,
That's a big question, and I know our hope is that it's been renewed. We feel like we've tried to be good stewards. We've tried to be very transparent with what we spend it on. The very first projects we did was what we told the public we were going to do. And then any other additional projects was after everything that we told the public we were going to do, we are continuing doing with the extra amount of funds. But, so our goal and hope is that we continue the sales tax would continue, and that, when and if it is renewed, we would be able to go and bond money up front to then cover the projects and pay it back over the collection period. But if that is not the case, you know that your options are, we couldn't do the 3 projects that are listed right here, which means all of the other items that we talked about, capital needs, everything else, anything that we did would have to come out of the general fund. Any requests that you guys had would have to come out of the general fund, or you're gonna have to look at 8% funding or a bond referendum.
After all of that being said, look like we can't do nothing, then, can we?
No, we have
I mean, all that you said to me is just
So in other words,
like,
between the 90 and the 8% money,
mm,
basically got enough for you 2 mil, but it wipes you out, is what you're telling me.
Well, we need 156 for the 2 middle schools, and if you did the 90 and the 36, you got 126. So we're still 30 million short. But you should get the 30 million through the remainder of the
That's right,
current
yeah.
sales tax. Yes.
I just don't, I know some school, I think District 3, I think they rely on that 8% money, or did one time, and that just makes me nervous, because you never know what's gonna happen to the economic downturn though.
If you use that money, there is nothing
Yeah.
to go get. There is no safety net. Your savings account is
We're
gone.
knocking on doors, telling we need money to fix that.
I don't want to get
Because
into fundraiser policies.
I know what
to
people
decide.
talk about, a cut confidential laws, the expense, kind of like the county as well, the expense of maintaining buildings is astronomical.
And that's a very valid point. I shared this information, not this presentation, but I shared this information with our administrators because they're asking for things as well, things that we would love to do for them. And I said, folks, I want you to see the money we have, the 3 things that constantly are coming up in conversation, and they realize we don't have enough money. I said, so if we took every bit of this money that we have and put it towards a school, and if I put it towards maybe even the needs assessment survey. I said, when a chiller goes out at your school, I have nothing to help you with other than going to general fund. And I said, so we have to be very, very smart in what we're doing. But you do have 90 million, which again, I'm going to praise you all for that. That is huge that you've saved $90 million that you could do some of these projects with. But to capture all of the projects that you all and I are hearing from the community is going to take the renewal of the 1-cent sales tax at a minimum or other revenue.
Wes, as far as these chillers, do you have a shelf life, or do you have, or is it just they go out? I mean, how does that work?
They do, and we have a list of priorities for them. They all have a shelf life. We typically say 30 years, generally. But, that's the number that's in that 200 million. Just about the Kelly's point. Those are things that are critical to the learning environment, and we've identified them in that 200 million.
So I would assume the schools built back in the other bond referendum are pretty good shape as far as chillers and things like that for the most.
Necessarily.
Okay.
It all depends on what was scoped at that time. A lot of the renovations done back then was
Done too cheap.
finishes and fire alarms, things of that.
I'm talking about the new schools. It'd be like the Glees and Glenview. Glenview
Right.
and
Those, at least the
Midway.
Midway.
and North Point. Okay.
And
Have,
so,
have we replaced any of our existing schools? Any of those been replaced
We
recently?
have replaced them to Dr. Kelly's point, when the need's there, we address it, because we have the safety net funds to deal with, and we're grateful for that, and we're able to address it then. But, I think we gotta caution ourselves about, I think it's important we see how much need is out there before we commit
To doing
$63
it.
million.
that's the $90 million that we have right now is obviously more than capable of covering the needs. If you remember Mr. Grant's sheet, he had scheduled expenses and unscheduled. They're about $400,000 or $500,000 per year. Your capital money is where we're funding that. So it's not having to hit your general fund. But if you go reserve all that, when he has unexpected needs from a school that come to Mr. Grant and Dr. Kelly's department, it's gonna have to go to the
In other
general
words, it
fund.
makes us all sleep well at night knowing we don't have to worry about it if something goes out.
It's not.
Just like your house, you've got a fund there to take care of it. If we did all this, all of a sudden, you're holding your breath every night when you go to bed.
We haven't borrowed against our 8% funds since the 2007 bond referendum. So that $30 million has always been sitting there because we captured everything that we felt like our district needed back in 2007 with that $143 million referendum. So we haven't had to go, which is a good thing. So between sales tax and the referendum, we've been in really good shape. So we've had that safety net sitting out there if something major were to come along.
And that's good, even going through the huge economic downturn you had back in 2010, not that, so that's good.
Yeah, so we had that. And then as I wrap up, I just want to transition to one thing that we discussed back in August when we did the transfer of funds to the capital projects. One of the comments that we talked about, I know Mr. Thompson and I talked about this a little more at length maybe than the others, but was one of the major components, and I still talk about it every month during the financial statement, but one of the components that's leading into a large fund balance over the last several years since 2020 is our large investment income percentage. And again, as we talked about, the $90 million and then the general fund money's all sitting in a bank account earning 5% interest now. I think it's 4.4. So we're getting a good interest rate. It's safe in state invested funds that are 100% collateralized, so we're not worried about losing those. But we're getting a large interest income every year that's actually rolling into fund balance. So I believe last year we had over $5 million of investment income that was not budgeted. And so that rolls into fund balance that we in turn move into capital projects if the board approves to do such. So one of the conversations that we talked about during the meeting was, could we go ahead and just move that investment income that after we meet the budget of the general fund over to the capital projects fund? And I said, I'll go back and I'll talk to the auditors about that. So I did. And they said, no, Amy, that is not something that you can tell the board that we've met the investment income budget. I think it's $175,000. And so now you can't just move money into the capital project. That has to be a board action item. Anytime money is moved from the general fund to the capital projects fund, it has to be a board action item voted on by the board. So I know it's just discussion. I'm just bringing it forward to you. We don't have to change one thing. We can allow our investment income to continue to roll into fund balance into the general fund. And then if we have additional dollars that we would like in August to move from the previous fiscal year over to the capital projects, that would incorporate the investment income that's been earned throughout that year. However, if the board would prefer to go ahead and move the investment income that is sitting in the general fund over to the capital projects throughout the year, we can do it at whatever rate the board would like, monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or we don't have to change a single thing. But if we are gonna move any money from the general fund to the capital projects fund, it does have to be a board action item. Not something that I can do on my own. So I just want to share that with you.
Theoretically, hypothetically, if you started today, we're gonna build 2 new middle schools. If the funding is there, you're looking at what, 2.5, 3 years out?
And then we've got that to share in a few minutes, but to answer your question, we think, talking with Michael, not just me, we're talking with Michael Jr., the architect, he would need 12 to 14 months to design it, and then Thompson Turner would be, depending on how we built the school, if it's a phased approach in mechanics, it may
That's gonna take a little longer.
longer than 2 years, but if it's a new site, new build, 2 years, so a 3-year process easy.
And if you did a second middle school on the west side cluster, you gotta secure some land somewhere too, which is another problem.
We could accelerate the construction project timeline by perhaps putting a site bid package together first and let the work commence and then let the school design occur while that's happening. We could accelerate a little bit, but I would think about it 3 years.
Okay. And our contract with Thompson Turner, how long does it last?
Mr. Thompson asked me that recently, and I believe it's the end of 2027. It's either the end of 2026 or end of 2027.
But in your opinion, that's been the best way to go for construction.
So by far, from a school district perspective, you can not necessarily negotiate, but everybody can get one team as a school district, an architect, a contractor. If you go another approach, which we did, you're constantly fighting with that contractor because something perhaps wasn't in the design or it's out of scope. You end up spending money on the back end.
Thank you, Wes.
I'd like to preface this question with the subject is something that was discussed in executive session, so I'm going to not speak to it directly, but there was some talk about something with Robert Anderson a while back. Is that dead? Okay.
That was my next, because thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to mention it, but I didn't want,
Okay.
with,
Prepared for that today.
Okay.
with that. Okay, executive session, okay. Thank you, Bill, for, because that was on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't want to say anything, okay.
In
Mr.
terms, I'm sorry. go
Oh,
ahead, Sam.
sorry. Mr. Grant, are you going to talk about the fencing, how much it would cost to fence the backside of McCants? We visited the other day and,
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, that is for security measures in executive session. Yes, ma'am. So thank you, Ms. Hurd, I appreciate that. I think that was very informative in letting us know exactly where we were with our money and our funding and for future projects and vision for our district, where, what we might need to do. So, Madam Chair, at this time, I would like to ask if we could go into executive session to discuss the items at the end of our agenda.
You get this right.
Okay, wait a minute. Yes, we can do that, but
Excuse me.
I heard, Ms. Hurd with the finance part, but I still keep hearing two middle schools. I still hadn't heard anything about building on the land that we just already had, or that the land that we already have.
Yes, ma'am. But, we did not make any decisions because today is just discussion. We discussed things that that land could be utilized for. I think some parking, access to the west side football stadium. We talked about possibilities, but we did discuss that if we were to move forward with the transportation project, utilizing this greenery that we have right now on site, which would be closer to their parking and their busing so that they wouldn't have to walk as far. So we
So-
just discussed options and possibilities for that land and then using the greenage we have here, the acreage for the transportation.
Okay.
Yes,
Now, do I need to do the whole thing of going into executive session? Could I get a motion to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss, for discussion of proposed sale or purchase of property, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of employee regulated by a public body, discussion regarding development of security personnel or devices.
And to discuss Robert Anderson Middle School staff assignments and McCants Middle School safety measures. Can I get a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion? Is there no discussion? We're going into executive.
We got to vote, we got to vote.
Could I get a hand of vote to go into executive session?
Ms. Lever, you may want to remind the people watching that there will be no action taken after executive session, so that, I mean, we'll come out, but then y'all just don't hear. So there's not going to be any motions or any action taken. So anybody watching.
Of course, we can't vote today in a work
Right,
session,
we're not
correct?
voting on anything, so anybody watching, this would probably be the time.
This would be the time to let, you can stop
Take a
watching.
nap.
right? You can,
I feel like C-SPAN.
yeah, you can take a break.
Thank y'all for watching.
Thank you all for watching, as Brother Duke said, and we'll